Section 0 of The Conquest of Plassans. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. The Conquest of Plassans by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. Section 0. Introduction. With the end of a century, there has come in France a great revival of the struggle between religion and free thought, which has so long been waged there, and the stupendous effort put forth by the Roman Catholic Church to annihilate the Third Republic has placed the country in a condition of unrest such as it has only known on the eve of its chief revolutions. Behind the notorious Dreyfus case, behind the shouts of "Long live the army" and "Death to the Jews," behind all the so-called nationalism and militarism, the Church has been steadily, incessantly working, ever fanning the flames of discord, ever promoting and fostering coalitions of malcontents, by whose help it hopes to recover its old-time paramountcy. Time alone can reveal the outcome of this great effort, this forlorn hope assault upon institutions which have hitherto kept Catholicism in check and tended so largely to the diffusion of free thought. But personally, I am inclined to think, with all due allowance for partial successes achieved here and there, that this clerical movement, however skillfully engineered under the cloak of patriotism, and however lavishly financed by the bulk of the money derived from the Lourdes miracles over which the Assumptionist fathers preside, and the offerings of zealots throughout the country, will ultimately result in failure, for France is not at heart a religious country, and when faith has departed from a nation, can it be restored? The meaning of the clerical movement to which I have referred is twofold. In the first place, there is the perfectly natural and legitimate desire of the French Catholics to recover lost ascendancy. And in the second place, there is the conviction of the Vatican and the French episcopate generally that France is the only country which, under favorable conditions, might be in a position to restore the temporal power of the Holy See. In that respect, the Pope can hope for nothing from Spain or Austria or the Catholic states of Germany. In France rests the sole hope of the papacy, and thus on political as well as religious grounds, the establishment of a Catholic regime in place of the present-day free-thought republic is the one great dream of those who direct the fortunes of the Holy Roman and Apostolic Church. All who know anything of modern history are aware that in 1849 a French army overthrew the Roman Republic and reinstated Pius IX, in possession of the so-called patrimony of St. Peter, and that in after years, until France indeed was vanquished at Sedan, the presence of French forces alone enabled the Pope to continue in the exercise of his territorial sway. Both the royalist reactionaries who sat in the National Assembly of the Second Republic and the Prince President of that time, afterwards Napoleon III, lent support to Pius IX, and in return expected to receive the countenance and help of the French clergy in their various designs upon France. But the clergy always seeks its own ends, and more than once its policy varied, now being in favor of the royalists, and now in favor of Louis Napoleon, according as it seemed likely to secure greater benefits from one or the other. Even when the contest for supremacy was over, when the Republic had been murdered at the coup d'etat, and the hopes of the Count de Chambord had been destroyed by the triumph of Napoleon the Little, the clergy did not give unqualified support to the new government. True, on 1st of January 1852, Monseigneur Ciboure, Archbishop of Paris, officiated at a solemn Te Deum at Notre Dame in honor of the triumph of a bribed and drunken soldiery over the defenders of the Constitution. But Louis Napoleon had scarcely become emperor before a large section of the clergy began to protest that the new regime was by no means sufficiently clerical. The course adopted in these circumstances was very characteristic and significant. An education law had been passed in 1850, giving many privileges and advantages to the clergy, such indeed as they had not possessed since the downfall of Charles X. But comparative liberty in educational matters was more than the French episcopate, eager for domination as the price of its adhesion to imperialism, could willingly allow. And before long a celebrated and remarkably well-written newspaper, L'Univers, initiated a campaign against the empire, taking as its standpoint that the Pope was the virtual sovereign of the world, and that everything must be subservient to the interests of the Roman Church. Half the French episcopate actively supported the view which followed, i.e., that the education of the young ought to be entirely under priestly control, the priests being the vicars of the Pope, even as he, the Pope, was the vicar of the deity. There were some curious and even amusing incidents in the course of that now forgotten campaign. For instance, it was actually proposed to abolish the study of the Greek and Latin classics in France, a suggestion which many of the bishops vigorously upheld, though others of a scholarly turn pleaded plaintively in favor of Horace and a few others, whose writings, if edited in a Christian spirit, might yet, they thought, be allowed among young men of proved morality. With the educational controversy, many political matters soon became blended. The Italian revolutionaries were at that time doing their utmost to frighten Napoleon III into fulfillment of his early promises respecting the liberation of Italy, and the Vatican, anxious for the maintenance of the old order of things, since any change must help on its own fall, made desperate efforts to prevent the interference of France in Italian affairs, unless indeed it were for the consolidation of the papal power. Even as in recent times the Assumptionist fathers have intrigued for the overthrow of the Third Republic, so did the Société de Saint-Vincent de Paul, which nominally was a mere charitable organization, seek to turn the empire into a priestly regime, or in default thereof to overthrow it. The position of Napoleon III was the more difficult since his own wife, the Empress Eugénie, acted as the Vatican's spy and agent. Matters at last reached such a pass that the emperor's minister, Biot, had on the one hand to prohibit political allusions in sermons under pain of fine and imprisonment, and on the other to break up and scatter the intriguing religious societies. Nevertheless, the empire's position remained a difficult one to the very last, and Napoleon III was often sorely puzzled how to steer a safe course between the claims of the Pope and the clergy and the aspirations of Italy and its well-wishers, to say nothing of the views of all those who, thinking of France alone, by no means approved of priestly power in politics. It is on this state of affairs to which I have alluded, the hostility of a part of the French clergy to the empire in its earlier years, that M. Zola has based his novel, The Conquest of Plassans. The priests, subservient to the Vatican, lead the town into a course of opposition against imperial institutions, and the government then dispatches thither an impecunious and unscrupulous priest, one Abbe Faujas, for the purpose of winning it back again. Such tactics were not infrequently employed at that time. Whilst a part of the clergy simply followed his own inclinations, others venally took pay from the empire to do its dirty work. As often as not, they subsequently betrayed their paymaster, using the positions into which they were thrust for the satisfaction of their personal ambition. Still, for a while, these needy hangers-on at the Ministry of Public Worship proved useful allies, and the empire was only too ready to employ them. It will be seen, then, that the theme chosen by M. Zola rests upon historical fact, and it may be taken that his story embodies incidents which actually occurred under such conditions as those that I have described. The Conquest of Plassans may well be read in conjunction with The Fortune of the Rougon, M. Zola's earlier work, as the scene in both instances is the same, and certain personages, such as Félicité Rougon and Rougon-Maquart, figure largely in both books. In the earlier volume, we see the effect of the coup d'etat in the provinces, almost every incident being based upon historical fact. For instance, Miette, The heroine of The Fortune of the Rougon had a counterpart in Madame Ferrier, that being the real name of the young woman who, carrying the insurgents' blood-red banner, was hailed by them as the goddess of liberty on their dramatic march. And in like way the tragic death of Silver, linked to another hapless prisoner, was founded by M. Zola on an incident that followed the rising, as recorded by an eyewitness. Footnote 1. Amidst all the bloodshed, the Rougon, in M. Zola's narrative, rise to fortune and power, and Plassans, really Aix-en-Provence, bows down before them. But time passes, the revolt of the clergy supervenes, by their affluence the town chooses a royalist marquis as deputy, and it becomes necessary to conquer it once again. Abbe Faujas, by whom this conquest is achieved on behalf of the empire, is, I think, a strongly conceived character, perhaps the most real of all the priests that are scattered through M. Zola's books. I do not say this because he happens to be anything but a good man. M. Zola has sketched more than one good priest in his novels, as, for instance, Abbe Rose in Paris. But in this one, Faujas, there is more genuine flesh and blood than in all the others. True, his colleagues, Bourret and Fenil, are admirably suggested. The bishop, too, an indolent prelate who surrenders the government of his diocese to his vicar general, and spends his time in translating Horace, for he is one of the few who favor the classics, leaves on one an impression of reality. Yet no other priestly creation of M. Zola's pen can, to my thinking, vie with the stern, chaste, authoritative, ambitious Faujas, the man who subdues Plassans and who wrecks the home of the Mouret family with whom he lives. Leading parts in the story are assigned to Mouret and his wife Marthe, both of whom are extremely interesting figures. The genesis of the former's career and fate is contained in one of M. Zola's short stories, Histoire d'un Fou, which he contributed to the Paris Événement before he took to book writing. The idea, so skillfully worked out, is that of a man who, although perfectly sane, is generally believed to be mad, and who by force of being thus regarded does ultimately lose his wits. In Marthe, his wife, the granddaughter of the madwoman, we find the hereditary flaw turning to hysteria, in a measure of a religious character, such as subsequently becomes manifest in her son Serge, the chief character of Abbe Mouret's transgression, which work proceeds directly from the Conquest of Plassans. In the latter book, as in The Fortune of the Rougon, M. Zola skillfully depicts all the life of a French provincial town such as it was half a century or so ago, and in this respect has simply drawn upon his own recollection of Aix, where he spent so many years of his boyhood. Much that he records might be applied to such towns even nowadays, for electric lighting and tram cars and motor cars and increased railway facilities have made little change in provincial society. There are still rival salons and coteries and petty jealousies and vanities all at work, and if new parties have succeeded old ones, their intrigues have remained of much the same description as formerly. The many provincials who in M. Zola's narrative gravitate around the chief characters are pleasantly and skillfully diversified, and seem very lifelike with their foibles and fads and rivalries and ambitions. Possibly the most interesting are the Paloques, husband and wife, whom envy, hatred, and all uncharitableness incessantly consume. Again, Madame Faujas, the priest's mother, is a finely drawn character, but perhaps the failings of her daughter Olympe and of Trouche, Olympe's husband, verge slightly upon caricature. As for old Rose, the Mouret's servant, though her ways are very amusing, and the part she plays in the persecution of her master renders her an indispensable personage in the narrative, it may be pointed out that she is virtually the same woman who's done duty half a dozen times in M. Zola's books, for instance, as Martine in Dr. Pascal, as Veronique in The Joy of Life, and so forth. It's rather curious indeed that M. Zola, so skillful in portraying diversity of character and disposition among his other personages, should have clung so pertinaciously to one sole type of an old servant woman. It is not my purpose here to analyze in detail the plot of the Conquest of Plassans, but having dealt at some length with the historical incidents on which the book is based, it is as well that I should point out that politics are not obtruded upon the reader in Monsieur Zola's pages. Indeed, the book largely deals with quite another matter, that of the priest in the house, showing as it does how the Mourets' home was wrecked by the combined actions of the Faujas and the Trouche. In this connection, the dolorous career of the unhappy Marthe is very vividly pictured. A fairly contented wife and mother at the outset of the story, she's won over to religion by Faujas, whose purpose is to utilize her as an instrument for the furtherance of his political and social schemes. But religion for her becomes a mysticism full of unrealizable yearnings, for she expects to taste the joys of heaven even upon earth. Carried away by her religious fervor, she soon neglects her home, and her husband, it must be admitted, takes anything but the right course to win her back. She begins to loathe him and to indulge in an insane passion for the priest by whom she is spurned. Then hysteria masters her, and consumption sets in. And between them, those fell diseases bring her to an early grave. There are some finely conceived scenes between Marthe and Faujas, but the climax only comes towards the end of the volume, when Mouret, the husband who's been driven mad and shut up in a lunatic asylum, returns home and wreaks the most terrible vengeance upon those who have wronged him. The pages which deal with the madman's escape and his horrible revenge are certainly among the most powerful that Monsieur Zola has ever written, and have been commended for their effectiveness by several of his leading critics. EAV, Merton, Surrey, September 1900. This ends Section 0, Introduction. Section 1 of The Conquest of Plassans by Émile Zola. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 1. Désirée clapped her hands. She was 14 years old and big and strong for her age, but she laughed like a little girl of 5. "Mother, mother," she cried, "look at my doll." She showed her mother a strip of rag out of which she'd been trying for the last quarter of an hour to manufacture a doll by rolling it and tying it at one end with a piece of string. Marthe raised her eyes from the stockings that she was darning with as much delicacy of work as though she were embroidering, and smiled at Désirée. "Oh, but that's only a baby," she said. "You must make a grown-up doll, and it must have a dress, you know, like a lady." She gave the child some clippings of print stuff which she found in her work table, and then again devoted all her attention to her stockings. They were both sitting at one end of a narrow terrace, the girl on a stool at her mother's feet. The setting sun of a still warm September evening cast its calm, peaceful rays around them, and the garden below, which was already growing gray and shadowy, was wrapped in perfect silence. Outside, not a sound could be heard in that quiet corner of the town. They both worked on for 10 long minutes, without speaking. Désirée was taking immense pains to make a dress for her doll. Every few moments Marthe raised her head and glanced at the child, with an expression in which sadness was mingled with affection. Seeing that the girl's task seemed too much for her, she at last said, "Give it to me. I'll put in the sleeves for you." As she took up the doll, 2 big lads of 17 and 18 came down the steps. They ran to Marthe and kissed her. "Don't scold us, mother," cried Octave gaily. "I took Serge to listen to the band. There was such a crowd on the Cours Sauveur." "I thought you'd been kept in at college," his mother said, "or I should have felt very uneasy." Désirée, now altogether indifferent to her doll, had thrown her arms round Serge's neck, saying to him, "One of my birds has flown away, the blue one, the one you gave me." She was on the point of crying. Her mother, who had imagined this trouble to be forgotten, vainly tried to divert her thoughts by showing her the doll. The girl still clung to her brother's arm and dragged him away with her, while repeating, "Come and let us look for it." Serge followed her with kindly complacence and tried to console her. She led him to a little conservatory, in front of which there was a cage placed on a stand, and here she told him how the bird had escaped just as she was opening the door to prevent it from fighting with a companion. "Well, there's nothing very surprising in that," cried Octave, who had seated himself on the balustrade of the terrace. "She's always interfering with them, trying to find out how they are made and what it is they have in their throats that makes them sing. The other day she was carrying them about in her pockets the whole afternoon to keep them warm." "Octave," said Marthe in a tone of reproach, "don't tease the poor child." But Désirée had not heard him. She was explaining to Serge with much detail how the bird had flown away. "It just slipped out, you see, like that, and then it flew over yonder and lighted on Monsieur Rasteur's big pear tree. Next it flew off to the plum tree at the bottom, came back again and went right over my head into the big trees belonging to the sub-prefecture, and I've never seen it since. No, never since." Her eyes filled with tears. "Perhaps it will come back again," Serge ventured to say. "Oh, do you think so? I think I'll put the others into a box and leave the door of the cage open all night." Octave could not restrain his laughter, but Marthe called to Désirée, "Come and look here, come and look here." Then she gave her the doll. It was a magnificent one now. It had a stiff dress, a head made of a pad of calico, and arms of list sewn on at the shoulders. Désirée's eyes lighted up with sudden joy. She sat down again upon the stool, and forgetting all about the bird, began to kiss the doll and dandle it in her arms with childish delight. Serge had gone to lean upon the balustrade near his brother, and Marthe had resumed her darning. "And so the band has been playing, has it?" she asked. "It plays every Thursday," Octave replied. "You ought to have come to hear it, mother. All the town was there, the Rastoy girls, Madame de Condorman, Monsieur Paloc, the mayor's wife and daughter. Why didn't you come too?" Marthe did not raise her eyes, but softly replied as she finished darning a hole, "You know very well, my dears, that I don't care about going out. I'm quite contented here, and that it's necessary that someone should stay with Désirée." Octave opened his lips to reply, but he glanced at his sister and kept silent. He remained where he was, whistling softly and raising his eyes now towards the trees of the sub-prefecture, noisy with the twittering of the sparrows which were preparing to retire for the night, and now towards Monsieur Rastoy's pear trees behind which the sun was setting. Serge had taken a book out of his pocket and was reading it attentively. Soft silence brooded over the terrace as it lay there in the yellow light that was gradually growing fainter. Marthe continued darning, ever and anon glancing at her 3 children in the peaceful quiet of the evening. "Everyone seems to be late today," she said after a time. "It is nearly 6 o'clock, and your father hasn't come home yet. I think he must have gone to Les Toulettes." "Oh, then no wonder he's late," exclaimed Octave. "The peasants at Les Toulettes are never in a hurry to let him go when once they get hold of him. Has he gone there to buy some wine?" "I don't know," Marthe replied. "He isn't fond, you know, of talking to me about his business." Then there was another interval of silence. In the dining room, the window of which opened on to the terrace, old Rose had just begun to lay the table with much angry clattering of crockery and plate. She seemed to be in a very bad temper, and banged the chairs about while breaking into snatches of grumbling and growling. At last she went to the street door, and, craning out her head, reconnoitred the square in front of the sub-prefecture. After some minutes' waiting, she came to the terrace steps and cried, "Monsieur Mouret isn't coming home to dinner, then?" "Yes, Rose, wait a little longer," Marthe replied quietly.
Everything is getting burned to cinders. There's no sense in it all. When master goes off on those rounds, he ought to give us notice." "Well, it's all the same to me, but your dinner will be quite uneatable."
"Ah, do you really think so, Rose?" asked a quiet voice just behind her. "We will eat it notwithstanding." It was Mouret who had just arrived. Footnote 2. Rose turned round, looked her master in the face, and seemed on the point of breaking into some angry exclamation. But at the sight of his unruffled countenance, in which twinkled an expression of merry banter, she could not find a word to say, and so she retired. Mouret made his way to the terrace, where he paced about without sitting down. He just tapped Désirée lightly on the cheek with the tips of his fingers, and the girl greeted him with a responsive smile. Marthe raised her eyes, and when she glanced at her husband, she began to fold up her work. "Aren't you tired?" asked Octave, looking at his father's boots, which were white with dust. "Yes, indeed, a little," Mouret replied, without, however, saying anything more about the long journey which he had just made on foot. Then, in the middle of the garden, he caught sight of a spade and a rake, which the children had forgotten there. "Why are the tools not put away?" he cried. "I've spoken about it 100 times. If it should come on to rain, they would be completely rusted and spoilt." He said no more on the subject, but stepped down into the garden, picked up the spade and rake himself, and put them carefully away inside the little conservatory. As he came up to the terrace again, his eyes searched every corner of the walks to see if things were tidy there. "Are you learning your lessons?" he asked, as he passed Serge, who was still poring over his book. "No, father," the boy replied. "This is a book that Abbe Faujas has lent me. It's an account of the missions in China." Mouret stopped short in front of his wife. "By the way," said he, "has anyone been here?" "No, no one, my dear," replied Marthe, with an appearance of surprise. He seemed on the point of saying something further, but appeared to change his mind, and continued pacing up and down in silence. Then, going to the steps, he cried out, "Well, Rose, what about this dinner of yours which is getting burnt to cinders?" "Oh, indeed, there's nothing ready for you now," shouted the cook in an angry voice from the other end of the passage. "Everything's cold. You'll have to wait, sir." Mouret smiled in silence and winked with his left eye as he glanced at his wife and children. He seemed to be very much amused by Rose's anger. Then he occupied himself in examining his neighbor's fruit trees. "It is surprising what splendid pears Monsieur Rastoy has got this year," he remarked. Marthe, who had appeared a little uneasy for the last few minutes, seemed as though she wanted to say something. At last she made up her mind to speak, and timidly inquired, "Were you expecting someone today, my dear?" "Yes and no," he replied, beginning to pace the terrace again. "Perhaps you have let the second floor?" "Yes, indeed, I have let it." Then, as the silence became a little embarrassing, he added in his quiet way, "This morning, before starting for Les Toulettes, I went up to see Abbe Faujas. He was very pressing, and so I agreed to his proposal. I know it won't please you, but if you will only think the matter over for a little, you'll see that you're wrong, my dear. The second floor was of no use to us, and it was only going to ruin. The fruit that we store in the rooms there brings on dampness, which makes the paper fall from the walls. By the way, now that I think of it, don't forget to remove the fruit the first thing tomorrow. Our tenant may arrive at any moment." "We were so free and comfortable, all alone in our own house," Marthe ventured to say, in a low tone. "Oh well," replied Mouret, "we shan't find a priest in our way. He will keep to himself, and we shall keep to ourselves. Those black-gowned gentlemen hide themselves when they want to swallow even a glass of water. You know that I'm not very partial to them myself. A set of lazybones for the most part. And yet what chiefly decided me to let the floor was that I had found a priest for a tenant. One is quite sure of one's money with them, and they are so quiet that one can't even hear them go in and out." Marthe still appeared distressed. She looked round her at the happy home basking in the sun's farewell, at the garden which was now growing grayer with shadows, and at her 3 children. And she thought of all the happiness which this little spot held for her. "And do you know anything about this priest?" she asked. "No, but Abbe Faujas has taken the floor in his own name, and that is quite sufficient. Abbe Faujas is an honorable man. I know that our tenant is called Faujas, Abbe Faujas, and that he comes from the diocese of Besançon. He didn't get on very well with his vicar there, and so he has been appointed curate here at Saint-Saturnin's. Perhaps he knows our bishop, Monseigneur Rousselot. But all this is no business of ours, you know, and it is to Abbe Faujas that I am trusting in the whole matter." Marthe, however, did not seem to share her husband's confidence, but continued to stand out against him, a thing which seldom happened. "You're right," she said, after a moment's silence. "Abbe Faujas is a worthy man. But I recollect that when he came to look at the rooms, he told me he did not know the name of the person on whose behalf he was commissioned to rent them. It was one of those commissions which are undertaken by priests in one town for those in another. I really think that you ought to write to Besançon and make some inquiries as to what sort of a person it is that you're about to introduce into your house." Mouret was anxious to avoid losing his temper. He smiled complacently. "Well, it isn't the devil, anyhow." "Why, you're trembling all over. I didn't think you were so superstitious. You surely don't believe that priests bring ill luck, as folks say." "Neither, of course, do they bring good luck. They're just like other men. But when we get this abbé here, you'll see if I'm afraid of his cassock." "No, I'm not superstitious. You know that quite well," replied Marthe. "I only feel unhappy about it, that's all." He took a stand in front of her and interrupted her with a sharp motion of his hand. There, that'll do," said he. "I've let the rooms. Don't let us say anything more about the matter." Then, in the bantering tones of a bourgeois who thinks he has done a good stroke of business, he added, "At any rate, one thing is certain, and that is that I'm to get 150 francs rent, and we shall have those additional 150 francs to spend on the house every year." Marthe bent her head and made no further protestations, except by vaguely swinging her hands and gently closing her eyes, as though to prevent the escape of the tears which were already swelling beneath her eyelids. Then she cast a furtive glance at her children, who had not appeared to hear anything of her discussion with their father. They were, indeed, accustomed to scenes of this sort in which Mouret, with his bantering nature, delighted to indulge. "You can come in now if you'd like something to eat," said Rose in her crabby voice, as she came to the steps. "Ah, that's right. Come along, children, to your soup," cried Mouret gaily, without appearing to retain any trace of temper. The whole family rose, but Desiree's grief seemed to revive at the sight of everyone stirring. She threw her arms round her father's neck and stammered, "Oh, Papa, one of my birds has flown away." "One of your birds, my dear? Well, we'll catch it again." Then he began to caress and fondle her, but she insisted that he also should go and look at the cage. When he brought her back again, Marthe and her 2 sons were already in the dining room. The rays of the setting sun, streaming in through the window, lighted up the porcelain plates, the children's plated mugs, and the white cloth. The room was warm and peaceful, with its green background of garden. But just as Marthe, upon whom the tranquillity of the scene had had a soothing effect, was smilingly removing the cover from the soup tureen, a noise was heard in the passage. Then Rose rushed into the room with a scared look and stammered, "Monsieur l'Abbe Faujas has come." This ends Chapter 1. Section 2 of The Conquest of Plassans by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 2. An expression of annoyance passed over Mouret's face. He had not expected his tenant till the following morning at the earliest. He was just rising hastily from his seat when Abbe Faujas himself appeared at the door. He was a tall, big man with a square face, broad features, and a cadaverous complexion. Behind him, in the shadow, stood an elderly woman who bore an astonishing resemblance to him, only that she was of smaller build and wore a less refined expression. When they saw the table laid for a meal, they both hesitated and stepped back discreetly, though without going away. The priest's tall black figure contrasted mournfully with the cheerfulness of the whitewashed walls. "We must ask your pardon for disturbing you," he said to Mouret. "We have just left Abbe Mouret's. He, no doubt, gave you notice of our coming." "Not at all," Mouret exclaimed. "The Abbé never behaves like other people. He always seems as though he had just come down from paradise. Only this morning, sir, he told me that you would not be here for another couple of days." "Well, we must put you in possession of your rooms all the same." Abbe Faujas apologized. He spoke in a deep voice which fell very softly at the end of each sentence. He was extremely distressed, said he, to have arrived at such a moment, and when he had expressed his regret in a very few well-chosen words, he turned round to pay the porter who had brought his trunk. His large, well-shaped hands drew from the folds of his cassock a purse of which only the steel rings could be seen. Keeping his head bent, he cautiously fumbled in it for a moment. Then, without anyone having seen the piece of money which he had received, the porter went away, and the priest resumed in his refined way. "I beg you, sir, sit down again. Your servant will show us the rooms, and will help me to carry this." As he spoke, he stooped to grasp one of the handles of his trunk. It was a small wooden trunk bound at the edges with iron bands, and one of its sides seemed to have been repaired with a cross-piece of deal. Mouret looked surprised, and his eyes wandered off in search of other luggage, but he could see nothing excepting a big basket, which the elderly lady carried with both hands, holding it in front of her, and despite her fatigue obstinately determined not to put it down. From underneath the lid, which was a little raised, there peeped, amongst some bundles of linen, the end of a comb wrapped in paper and the neck of a clumsily corked bottle. "Oh, don't trouble yourself with that," said Mouret, just touching the trunk with his foot. "It can't be very heavy, and Rose will be able to carry it up by herself." He was quite unconscious of the secret contempt which oozed out from his words. The elderly lady gave him a keen glance with her black eyes, and then let her gaze again fall upon the dining room and the table, which she had been examining ever since her arrival. She kept her lips tightly compressed, while her eyes strayed from one object to another. She had not uttered a single word. Abbe Faujas consented to leave his trunk where it was. In the yellow rays of the sunlight which streamed in from the garden, his threadbare cassock looked quite ruddy. It was darned at the edges, and though it was scrupulously clean, it seemed so sadly thin and wretched that Marthe, who had hitherto remained seated with a sort of uneasy reserve, now in her turn rose from her seat. The abbé, who had merely cast a rapid glance at her, and had then quickly turned his eyes elsewhere, saw her leave her chair, although he did not appear to be watching her. "I beg you," he repeated, "do not disturb yourselves. We should be extremely distressed to interfere with your dinner." "Very well," said Mouret, who was hungry. "Rose shall now show you up. Tell her to get you anything you want, and make yourselves at home." Abbe Faujas bowed, and was making his way to the staircase, when Marthe stepped up to her husband and whispered, "But, my dear, you have forgotten—" "What? What?" he asked, seeing her hesitate. There is the fruit, you know." "Oh, bother it all, so there is," he exclaimed with an expression of annoyance. And as Abbe Faujas stepped back and glanced at him questioningly, he added, "I am extremely vexed, sir. Father Burette is a very worthy man, but he's a little unfortunate that you commissioned him to attend to your business. He hasn't got the least bit of a head. If we had only known of your coming, we should have had everything ready, but as it is, we shall have to clear the whole place out for you. We've been using the rooms, you see. We've stowed all our crop of fruit, figs, apples, and raisins away on the floors upstairs." The priest listened with a surprise which all his politeness did not enable him to hide. "But it won't take us long," Mouret continued. "If you don't mind waiting for 10 minutes, Rose will get the rooms cleared for you." An anxious expression appeared on the priest's cadaverous face. "The rooms are furnished, are they not?" he asked. "Not at all. There isn't a bit of furniture in them. We have never occupied them." Thereupon the abbé lost his self-control, and his grey eyes flashed as he exclaimed with suppressed indignation, "But I gave distinct instructions in my letter that furnished rooms were to be taken. I could scarcely bring my furniture along with me in my trunk." "Well, that just fits in with what I've been saying," cried Mouret in a louder voice. "The way that Burette goes on is quite incredible. He certainly saw the apples when he came to look at the rooms, sir, for he took up one of them and remarked that he'd rarely seen such fine fruit. He said that everything seemed quite suitable, that the rooms were all that was necessary, and he took them." Abbe Faujas was no longer listening to Mouret. His cheeks were flushed with anger. He turned round and stammered in a broken voice, "Do you hear, mother? There's no furniture." The old lady, with her thin black shawl drawn tightly round her, had just been inspecting the ground floor, stepping furtively hither and thither, but without once putting down her basket. She'd gone to the door of the kitchen and had scrutinized the 4 walls there, and then, standing on the steps that overlooked the terrace, she'd taken in all the garden at one long, searching glance. But it was the dining room that seemed more especially to interest her, and she was now again standing in front of a table laid for dinner, watching the steam of the soup rise, when her son repeated, "Do you hear, mother? We shall have to go to the hotel." She raised her head without making any reply, but the expression of her whole face seemed to indicate a settled determination to remain in that house, with whose every corner she had already made herself acquainted. She shrugged her shoulders almost imperceptibly, and again her wandering eyes strayed from the kitchen to the garden, and then from the garden to the dining room. Mouret, however, was growing impatient. As he saw that neither the mother nor her son seemed to make up their minds to leave the place, he said, "We have no beds, unfortunately. True, there is in the loft a folding bedstead, which perhaps at a pinch Madame might make do until tomorrow, but I really don't know how Monsieur l'Abbé is to manage to sleep." Then at last Madame Faujas opened her lips. She spoke in a curt and somewhat hoarse voice. "My son will take the folding bedstead. A mattress on the floor in a corner will be quite sufficient for me." The abbé signified his approval of this arrangement by a nod. Mouret was going to protest and try to think of some other plan, but seeing the satisfied appearance of his new tenants, he kept silence and merely exchanged a glance of astonishment with his wife. "Tomorrow it will be light," he said, with his touch of bourgeois banter, "and you'll be able to furnish as you like. Rose will go up and clear away the fruit and make the beds. Will you wait for a few minutes on the terrace? Come, children, take a couple of chairs out." Since the arrival of the priest and his mother, the young people had remained quietly seated at the table, curiously scrutinizing the newcomers. The abbé had not appeared to notice them, but Madame Faujas had stopped for a moment before each of them and stared them keenly in the face, as though she were trying to pry into their young heads.
As they heard their father, they all three hastily rose and took some chairs out. The old lady did not sit down, and when Mouret, losing sight of her, turned round to find out what had become of her, he saw her standing before a window of the drawing-room, which was ajar. She craned out her neck and completed her inspection with all the calm deliberation of a person who is examining some property for sale. Just as Rose took up the little trunk, however, she went back into the passage and said quietly, "I will go up and help you." Then she went upstairs after the servant. The priest did not even turn his head. He was smiling at the three young people who still stood in front of him. In spite of the hardness of his brow and the stern lines about his mouth, his face was capable of expressing great gentleness, when such was his desire. "Is this the whole of your family, madam?" he asked Marthe, who had just come up to him. "Yes, sir," she replied, feeling a little confused beneath the clear gaze which he turned upon her. Looking again at her children, he continued, "You've got two big lads there, who will soon be men. Have you finished your studies yet, my boy?" It was to Serge that he addressed this question. Mouret interrupted the lad as he was going to reply. "Yes, he has finished," said the father, "though he is the younger of the two. When I say that he has finished, I mean that he's taken his bachelor's degree, for he's staying on at college for another year to go through a course of philosophy. He is the clever one of the family. His brother, the elder, that great booby there, isn't up to much. He's been plucked twice already, but he still goes on idling his time away and larking about." Octave listened to his father's reproaches with a smile, while Serge bent his head beneath his praises. Faujas seemed to be studying them for a moment in silence, and then, going up to Désirée and putting on an expression of gentle tenderness, he said to her, "Will you allow me, mademoiselle, to be your friend?" She made no reply, but, half afraid, hastened to hide her face against her mother's shoulder. The latter, instead of making her turn round again, pressed her more closely to her, clasping an arm around her waist. "Excuse her," she said, with a touch of sadness. "She hasn't a strong head. She has remained quite childish. She is an innocent. We do not trouble her by attempting to teach her. She is 14 years old now, and as yet she has only learned to love animals." Désirée's confidence returned to her with her mother's caresses, and she lifted up her head and smiled. Then she boldly said to the priest, "I should like you very much to be my friend, but you must promise me that you will never hurt the flies. Will you?" And then, as every one about her began to smile, she added gravely, "Octave crushes them, the poor flies. It's very wicked of him." Abbe Faujas sat down. He seemed very much tired. He yielded for a moment or two to the cool quietness of a terrace, glancing slowly over the garden and the neighboring trees. The perfect calmness and solitude of this quiet corner of a little town seemed somewhat to surprise him. "It is very pleasant here," he murmured. Then he relapsed into silence and seemed lost in reverie. He started slightly as Mouret said to him with a laugh, "If you will allow us, sir, we will now go back to our dinner." And then, catching a glance from his wife, Mouret added, "You must sit down with us and have a plate of soup. It will save you the trouble of having to go to the hotel to dine. Don't make any difficulty, I beg." "I am extremely obliged to you, but we really don't require anything," the abbé replied in tones of extreme politeness, which allowed of no repetition of the invitation. The Mourets then returned to the dining room and seated themselves round the table. Marthe served the soup, and there was soon a cheerful clatter of spoons. The young people chattered merrily, and Désirée broke into a peal of ringing laughter as she listened to a story which her father, who was now in high glee at having at last got to his dinner, was telling.
In the meantime, Abbe Faujas, whom they had quite forgotten, remained motionless upon the terrace, facing the setting sun. He did not even turn his head. He seemed to hear nothing of what was going on behind him. Just as the sun was disappearing, he took off his hat as if overcome by the heat. Marthe, who was sitting with her face to the window, could see his big bare head with its short hair that was already silvering about the temples. A last red ray lighting up that stern soldier-like head, on which the tonsure lay like a cicatrised wound from the blow of a club. Then the ray faded away, and the priest, now wrapped in shadow, seemed nothing more than a black silhouette against the ashy gray of the gloaming. Not wishing to summon Rose, Marthe herself went to get a lamp and brought in the first dish. As she was returning from the kitchen, she met at the foot of the staircase a woman whom she did not at first recognize. It was Madame Faujas. She'd put on a cotton cap and looked like a servant in her common print gown, with a yellow kerchief crossed over her breast and knotted behind her waist. Her wrists were bare, she was quite out of breath with the work she'd been doing, and her heavy laced boots clattered on the flooring of the passage. "Ah, you've got all put right now, have you, madame?" Marthe asked with a smile.
"Oh, yes, it was a mere trifle, and was done directly," Madame Faujas replied. She went down the steps that led to the terrace, and called in a gentler tone, "Ovid, my child, will you come upstairs now? Everything is quite ready." She was obliged to go and lay her hand upon her son's shoulder to awaken him from his reverie. The air was growing cool, and the abbé shivered as he got up and followed his mother in silence. As he passed before the door of the dining room, which was all bright with the cheerful glow of the lamp and merry with the chatter of the young folks, he peeped in and said in his flexible voice, "Let me thank you again, and beg you to excuse us for having so disturbed you. We are very sorry."
"No, no," cried Mouret. "It is we who are sorry and distressed at not being able to offer you better accommodation for the night." The priest bowed, and Marthe again met that clear gaze of his, that eagle glance which had affected her before. In the depths of his eyes, which were generally of a melancholy gray, flames seemed to gleam at times, like lamps carried behind the windows of slumbering houses. "The priest's not at all shamefaced," Mouret remarked jestingly, when the mother and son had retired. "I don't think they are very well off," Marthe replied. "Well, at any rate, he isn't carrying Peru about with him in that box of his," Mouret exclaimed. "And it's light enough. Why, I could have raised it with the tip of my little finger." But he was interrupted in this flow of chatter by Rose, who had just come running down the stairs to relate the extraordinary things she had witnessed.
"Well, she's a wonderful creature indeed," she cried, posting herself in front of a table at which the family were eating. "She's 65 at least, but she doesn't show it at all, and she bustles about and works like a horse."
"Did she help you to remove the fruit?" Mouret asked, with some curiosity.
"Yes, indeed she did, sir. She carried it away in her apron in loads heavy enough to burst it. I kept saying to myself, the apron will certainly go this time, but it didn't. It's made of good strong material, the same kind of material as I wear myself. We made at least 10 journeys backwards and forwards, and I felt as though my arms would fall off. But she only grumbled and complained that we were getting on very slowly. I really believe, begging your pardon for mentioning it, that I heard her swear."
Mouret appeared to be greatly amused. "And the beds?" he asked.
"The beds, she made them too. It was quite a sight to see her turn the mattress over. It seemed to weigh nothing, I can tell you. She just took hold of it at one end and tossed it into the air as though it had been a feather. And yet she was very careful and particular with it all. She tucked in the folding bed as carefully as though she were preparing a baby's cradle. She couldn't have laid the sheets with greater devotion if the infant Jesus himself had been going to sleep there. She put 3 out of the 4 blankets upon the folding bed, and it was just the same with the pillows. She kept none for herself, but gave both to her son. She's going to sleep on the floor, then? In a corner, just like a dog. She threw a mattress on the floor of the other room and said that she'd sleep there more soundly than if she were in paradise. I couldn't persuade her to do anything to make herself more comfortable. She says that she is never cold and that her head is much too hard to make her at all afraid of lying on the floor. I've taken them some sugar and some water, as Madame told me. Oh, they really are the strangest people.
Then Rose brought in the remainder of the dinner. That evening the Mourets lingered over their meal. They discussed the new tenants at great length. In their life, which went on with all the even regularity of clockwork, the arrival of these 2 strangers was a very exciting event. They talked about it as they would have done of some catastrophe in the neighborhood, going into all that minuteness of detail which helps one to while away long nights in the country. Mouret was especially fond of the chattering gossip of a little provincial town. During dessert, as he rested his elbows on the table in the cool dining room, he repeated for the 10th time, with the self-satisfied air of a happy man, "It certainly isn't a very handsome present that Besançon has made to Plassans. Did you notice the back of his cassock when he turned around? I shall be very much surprised if he is much run after by the pious folks here. He's too seedy and threadbare, and the pious folks like nice-looking priests." "He has a very gentle voice," said Marthe indulgently. "Not when he is angry, at any rate," Mouret replied. "Didn't you hear him when he burst out on finding that the rooms were not furnished? He's a stern man, I'll be bound, not one of a sort I should think to go lounging in confessional boxes. I shall be very curious to see how he sets about his furnishing tomorrow. But as long as he pays me, I don't much mind anything else. If he doesn't, I shall apply to Abbe Faujas. It was with him that I made the bargain." The Mourets were not a devout family. The children themselves made fun of the Abbé and his mother. Octave burlesqued the old lady's way of craning out her neck to see to the end of the rooms, a performance which made Désirée laugh. After a time, however, Serge, who was of a more serious turn of mind, stood up for those poor people. As a rule, precisely at 10 o'clock, if he was not playing at piquet, Mouret took up his candlestick and went off to bed. But that evening, when 11 o'clock struck, he was not yet feeling drowsy. Désirée had fallen asleep with her head lying on Marthe's knees. The 2 lads had gone up to their room, and Mouret, left alone with his wife, still went on chattering. "How old do you suppose he is?" he suddenly asked. "Who?" replied Marthe, who was now beginning to feel very sleepy. "Who? Why, the Abbé, of course. Between 40 and 45, eh? He's a fine, strapping fellow. It's a pity for him to wear a cassock. He would have made a splendid carbineer." Then, after an interval of silence, he vented aloud the reflections which were exercising his mind. "They arrived by the 6:45 train. They can only have just had time to call on Abbe Faujas before coming here. I'll wager that they haven't dined. That's quite clear. We should certainly have seen them if they'd gone out to the hotel. Ah, now, I should very much like to know where they can have had anything to eat." Rose had been lingering about the dining room for the last few moments, waiting for her master and mistress to go to bed, in order that she might be at liberty to fasten the doors and windows. "I know where they had something to eat," she said. And as Mouret turned briskly towards her, she added, "Yes, I'd gone upstairs again to see if there was anything they wanted. As I heard no sound, I didn't venture to knock at the door, but I looked through the keyhole." "Why, that was very improper of you. Very improper," Marthe interrupted severely.
You know very well, Rose, that I don't approve of anything of that kind. Leave her alone, and let her go on, cried Mouret, who under other circumstances would have been very angry with the inquisitive woman. You peeped through the keyhole, did you? Yes, sir. I thought it was the best plan. Clearly so. What were they doing? Well, sir, they were eating. I saw them sitting on one corner of the folding bedstead and eating. The old lady had spread out a napkin. Every time that they helped themselves to some wine, they corked the bottle again and laid it down against the pillow. But what were they eating? I couldn't quite tell, sir. It seemed to me like the remains of some pastry wrapped up in a newspaper. They had some apples as well, little apples that looked good for nothing. They were talking, I suppose? Did you hear what they said? No, sir, they were not talking. I stayed for a good quarter of an hour watching them, but they never said anything. They were much too busy eating. Marthe now rose, woke Desiree, and made as though she were going off to bed. Her husband's curiosity vexed her. He too at last made up his mind to go off upstairs, while old Rose, who was a pious creature, went on in a lower tone. The poor dear man must have been frightfully hungry. His mother handed him the biggest pieces and watched him swallow them with delight. And now he'll sleep in some nice white sheets, unless indeed the smell of the fruit keeps him awake. It isn't a pleasant smell to have in one's bedroom, that sour odor of apples and pears, and there isn't a bit of furniture in the whole room, nothing but the bed in the corner. If I were he, I should feel quite frightened, and I should keep the light burning all night. Mouret had taken up his candlestick. He stood for a moment in front of Rose, and summed up the events of the evening like a genuine bourgeois who has met with something unusual. It is extraordinary. Then he joined his wife at the foot of the staircase. She got into bed and fell asleep, while he still continued listening to the slightest sounds that proceeded from the upper floor. The abbé's room was immediately over his own. He heard the window of it being gently opened, and this greatly excited his curiosity. He raised his head from his pillow and strenuously struggled against his increasing drowsiness in his anxiety to find out how long the abbé would remain at the window. But sleep was too strong for him, and he was snoring noisily before he'd been able to detect the grating sound which the window fastening made when it was closed. Up above, Abbe Faujas was gazing, bareheaded, out of his window into the black night. He lingered there for a long time, glad to find himself at last alone, absorbed in those thoughts which gave his brow such an expression of sternness. Underneath him he was conscious of the tranquil slumber of the family whose home he had been sharing for the last few hours, the calm, easy breathing of the children and their mother Marthe, and the heavy, regular respiration of Mouret. There was a touch of scorn in the way in which the priest stretched out his muscular neck, as he raised his head to gaze upon the town that lay slumbering in the distance. The tall trees in the garden of the sub-prefecture formed a mass of gloomy darkness, and Monsieur Rasteur's pear trees thrust up scraggy, twisted branches, while further away there was but a sea of black shadow, a blank nothingness, whence not a sound proceeded. The town lay as tranquilly asleep as an infant in its cradle. Abbe Faujas stretched out his arms with an air of ironic defiance, as though he would have liked to circle them round Plassans and squeeze the life out of it by crushing it against his brawny chest. And he murmured to himself, "Ah, to think that the imbeciles laughed at me this evening, as they saw me going through their streets." This ends Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Conquest of Plassans by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 3. Mouret spent the whole of the next morning in playing the spy on his new tenant. This espionage would now enable him to fill up the idle hours which he had hitherto spent in pottering about the house, in putting back into their proper places any articles which he happened to find lying about, and in picking quarrels with his wife and children. Henceforth he would have an occupation, an amusement which would relieve the monotony of his everyday life. As he had often said, he was not partial to priests, and yet Abbe Faujas, the first one who had entered into his existence, excited in him an extraordinary amount of interest. This priest brought with him a touch of mystery and secrecy that was almost disquieting. Although Mouret was a strong-minded man and professed himself to be a follower of Voltaire, yet in the abbe's presence he felt the astonishment and uneasiness of a common bourgeois. Not a sound came from the second floor. Mouret stood on the staircase and listened eagerly. He even ventured to go to the loft. As he hushed his steps while passing along the passage, a pattering of slippers behind the door filled him with emotion. But he did not succeed in making any new discovery, so he went down into the garden and strolled into the arbor at the end of it, there raising his eyes and trying to look through the windows in order to find out what might be going on in the rooms. But he could not see even the abbe's shadow. Madame Faujas, in the absence of curtains, had, as a makeshift, fastened some sheets behind the windows. At lunch, Mouret seemed quite vexed. "Are they dead upstairs?" he said, as he cut the children's bread. "Have you heard them move, Marthe?" "No, my dear, but I haven't been listening." Rose thereupon cried out from the kitchen, "They've been gone ever so long. They must be far enough away now if they've kept on at the same pace." Mouret summoned the cook and questioned her minutely. "They went out, sir. First the mother and then the priest. They walked so softly that I should never have known anything about it if their shadows had not fallen across the kitchen floor when they opened the street door. I looked out into the street to see where they were going, but they had vanished. They must have gone off in a fine hurry." "It is very surprising. But where was I at the time?" "I think you were in the garden, sir, looking at the grapes in the arbor." This put Mouret into a very bad temper. He began to inveigh against priests. They were a set of mystery-mongers, a parcel of underhand schemers with whom the devil himself would be at a loss. They affected such ridiculous prudery that no one had ever seen a priest wash his face. And then he wound up by expressing his sorrow that he had ever let his rooms to this abbe, about whom he knew nothing at all. "It's all your fault," he exclaimed to his wife, as he got up from table. Marthe was about to protest and remind him of their discussion on the previous day, but she raised her eyes and simply looked at him, saying nothing. Mouret, contrary to his usual custom, resolved to remain at home. He pottered up and down between the dining room and the garden, poking about everywhere, pretending that nothing was in its place and the house simply invited thieves. Then he got indignant with Serge and Octave, who'd set off for the college, he said, quite half an hour too soon. "Isn't father going out?" Desiree whispered in her mother's ear. "He will worry us to death if he stays at home." Marthe hushed her. At last Mouret began to speak of a piece of business which he declared he must finish off during the day, and then he complained that he had never a moment to himself and could never get a day's rest at home when he felt he wanted it. Finally he went away, quite distressed that he could not remain and see what happened. When he returned in the evening, he was all on fire with curiosity. "Well, what about the abbe?" he asked.
without even giving himself time to take off his hat. Marthe was working in her usual pace on the terrace. "The Abbe," she repeated, with an appearance of surprise. "Oh, yes, the Abbe. I've really seen nothing of him, but I believe he's got settled down now. Rose told me that some furniture had come." "That's just what I was afraid of," exclaimed Mouret. "I wanted to be here when it came, for you see the furniture is my security. I knew very well that you would never think of stirring from your chair. You haven't much of a head, my dear. Rose! Rose!" The cook appeared in answer to his summons, and he forthwith asked her, "There's some furniture come for the people on the second floor?" "Yes, sir. It came in a little covered cart. I recognized it as Bergasse's, the second-hand dealers. It wasn't a big load. Madame Faujas came on behind it." "I dare say she'd been giving the man who pushed it along a helping hand up the Rue Balland." "At any rate, you saw the furniture, I suppose? Did you notice what there was?" "Certainly, sir. I posted myself by the door, and it all went past me, which didn't seem to please Madame Faujas very much. Wait a moment, and I'll tell you everything there was. First of all, they brought up an iron bedstead, then a chest of drawers, then 2 tables, and 4 chairs, and that was the whole lot of it. And it wasn't new either. I wouldn't have given 30 crowns for the whole collection." "But you should have told Madame. We cannot let the rooms under such conditions. I shall go at once to talk to Abbe Faujas about the matter." He was fuming with irritation and was just setting off when Marthe brought him to a sudden halt by saying, "Oh, I'd forgotten to tell you. They have paid me 6 months' rent in advance." "What? They've paid you?" he stammered out, almost in a tone of annoyance. "Yes, the old lady came down and gave me this." She put her hand into her work-bag and gave her husband 75 francs in 100-sou pieces, neatly wrapped up in a piece of newspaper. Mouret counted the money and muttered, "As long as they pay, they're free to stop. But they're strange folks all the same. Everyone can't be rich, of course, but that's no reason why one should behave in this suspicious manner when one's poor." "There's something else I have to tell you," Marthe continued, as she saw him calm down. "The old lady asked me if we were disposed to part with the folding bed to her. I told her that we made no use of it, and that she was welcome to keep it as long as she liked." "You did quite right. We must do what we can to oblige them, as I told you before. What bothers me about these confounded priests is that one never can tell what they are thinking about or what they are up to. Apart from that, you will often find very honorable men amongst them." The money seemed to have consoled him. He joked and teased Serge about his book on the Chinese missions, which the boy happened to be reading just then. During dinner, he affected to feel no further curiosity about the tenants of the second floor. But when Octave mentioned that he had seen Abbe Faujas leaving the bishop's residence, he could not restrain himself. Directly the dessert was placed on the table, he resumed his chatter of the previous evening, though after a time he began to feel a little ashamed of himself. His commercial pursuits had made him stolid and heavy, but he really had a keen mind. He was possessed of no little common sense and accuracy of judgment, which often enabled him to pick out the truth from the midst of all the gossip of the neighborhood. "After all," he said, as he went off to bed, "one has no business to go prying into other people's affairs. The Abbe is quite at liberty to do as he pleases. It is getting wearisome to be always talking about these people, and I, for my part, shall say nothing more about them." A week passed away. Mouret had resumed his habitual life. He prowled about the house, lectured his children, and spent his afternoons away from home, amusing himself by transacting various bits of business of which he never spoke,
and he ate and slept like a man for whom life is an easy downhill journey without any jolts or surprises of any kind. The whole place sank back into all its old monotony. Marthe occupied her accustomed seat on the terrace with her little work table in front of her. Désirée played by her side. The two lads came home at the usual time and were as noisy as ever, and Rose, the cook, grumbled and growled at everyone, while the garden and the dining room retained all their wonted sleepy calm. "You see now," Mouret often repeated to his wife, "you were quite mistaken in thinking that our comfort would be interfered with by our letting the second floor. We are as quiet and happy as ever we were, and the house seems smaller and cozier." He occasionally raised his eyes towards the second-floor windows, which Madame Faujas had hung with thick cotton curtains on the day after her arrival. These curtains were never drawn aside. There was a conventual look about their stern, cold folds, and they seemed to tell of deep, unbroken silence, cloistral stillness lurking behind them. At distant intervals the windows were set ajar, and allowed the high shadowy ceilings to be seen between the snowy whiteness of the curtains. But it was all to no purpose that Mouret kept on the watch. He could never catch sight of the hand which opened or closed them, and he never even heard the grating of the window fastening. Never did a sound of human life come down from the second floor. The first week was at an end, and Mouret had not yet had another glimpse of Abbe Faujas, that man who was living in his house without he ever being able to catch sight even of his shadow, began to affect him with a kind of nervous uneasiness. In spite of all the efforts he made to appear indifferent, he relapsed into his old questionings and started an inquiry. "Have you seen anything of him?" he asked his wife. "I fancy I caught a glimpse of him yesterday as he was coming in, but I am not sure. His mother always wears a black dress, and it might have been she that I saw." And as he continued to press her with questions, Marthe told him all she knew. "Rose says that he goes out every day and stays away a long time. As for his mother, she is as regular as a clock. She comes down at 7 o'clock in the morning to go out and do her marketing. She has a big basket which is always closed, and in which she must bring everything back with her: coal, bread, wine, and provisions, for no tradesman ever calls with anything for them. They are very courteous and polite, and Rose says they always bow to her when they meet her. But as a rule she does not even hear them come down the stairs." "They must go in for a funny sort of cooking up there," said Mouret, to whom all these details conveyed none of the information he wanted. On another evening, when Octave mentioned that he had seen Abbe Faujas entering Saint-Saturnins, his father asked him about the priest's appearance, what effect he had made upon the passers-by, and what he could be going to do in the church. "Ah, you are really much too curious," cried the young man, with a laugh. "He didn't look very fine in the sunshine with his rusty cassock, I can vouch for that much. I noticed, too, that as he walked along he kept in the shadow of the houses, which made his cassock look a little blacker. He didn't seem at all proud of himself, but hurried along with his head bent down. Two girls began to laugh as he crossed the Place. The Abbé raised his head and looked at them with an expression of great softness. Didn't he, Serge?" Thereupon Serge related how on several occasions, as he was returning from the college, he had at a distance followed the Abbé, who was on his way back from Saint-Saturnins. He passed through the streets without speaking to anyone. He seemed to know nobody, and to be rather hurt by the suppressed titters and jeers which he heard around him. "Do they talk of him, then, in the town?" asked Mouret, whose interest was greatly aroused. "No one has ever spoken to me about him," Octave replied. "Yes," said Serge, "they do talk of him. Abbé Bouret's nephew told me that he wasn't a favorite at the church. They are not fond of these priests who come from a distance, and besides, he has such a miserable appearance. When people get accustomed to him, they will leave the poor man alone. But just at first, it is only natural that he should attract notice." Marthe thereupon advised the two young fellows not to gratify any outsider's curiosity about the Abbe. "Oh, yes, they may answer any questions," Mouret exclaimed. "Certainly nothing that we know of him could be likely to compromise him in any way." From that time forward, with the best faith in the world and without meaning the least harm, Mouret turned his sons into a couple of spies. He told Octave and Serge that they must repeat to him all that was said about the priest in the town, and he even instructed them to follow him whenever they came across him. But the information that was to be derived from such sources was quickly exhausted. The talk occasioned by the arrival of a strange curate in the diocese died away. The town seemed to have extended its pardon to the poor fellow, who glided about in the shade in such a rusty old cassock, and its only apparent feeling for him now was one of disdain. The priest, on the other hand, always went straight to the cathedral, and so returned from it, invariably passing through the same streets. Octave said, laughingly, that he was sure he counted the paving stones. Then Mouret bethought himself of enlisting the help of Désirée in the task of collecting information. In the evening he took her to the bottom of the garden and listened to her chatter about what she had done and what she had seen during the day, and he always tried to lead her on to the subject of the tenants of the second floor. "Now, just listen to what I tell you," he said to her one day. "Tomorrow, when the window is open, just throw your ball into the room, and then go up and ask for it." The next day the girl threw her ball into the room, but she'd scarcely reached the steps of the house before the ball, returned by an invisible hand, bounced up from the terrace. Her father, who had reckoned on the child's taking ways leading to a renewal of the intercourse which had been interrupted since the day of the priest's arrival, now lost all hope. It was quite clear that the Abbé had made up his mind to keep to himself. This rebuff, however, only made Mouret's curiosity all the keener. He even condescended to go gossiping in corners with the cook, to the great displeasure of Marthe, who reproached him for his want of self-respect. But at this he became angry with her and defended himself by lies. However, as he felt that he was in the wrong, it was only in secret that he henceforth talked to Rose about the Faujas. One morning she beckoned to him to follow her into the kitchen. "Oh, sir," she said as she shut the door, "I've been watching for you to come down from your room for more than an hour." "Have you found out something, then?" "Well, you shall hear. Yesterday evening I was chatting with Madame Faujas for more than an hour." Mouret felt a thrill of joy. He sat down on an old, tattered, rush-bottomed chair in the midst of the dirty cloths and vegetable parings left from the previous day, and exclaimed, "Go along! Make haste!" "Well," continued the cook, "I was at the street door saying good night to Madame Rastoy's servant when Madame Faujas came downstairs to empty a pail of dirty water in the gutter. Instead of immediately going back again, without even turning her head as she generally does, she stopped there for a moment to look at me. Then it struck me that she wanted to speak to me, and I said to her that it had been a beautiful day and that it would be good for the grapes. She said, yes, yes, in an unconcerned sort of way, just like a woman who has no land and has no interest in such matters. But she put down her pail and made no attempt to go away. She even came and leant against the wall beside me." Well, what did she say to you?" cried Mouret, tortured by his impatience. "Well, of course, you understand, I wasn't silly enough to begin to question her. She would have gone straight off if I had. Without seeming to intend anything, I suggested things to her which I thought might set her talking. The curé (3) of Saint-Sernin's, that worthy Monsieur Compin, happened to pass by,
and I told her he was very ill and wasn't long for this world, and that there would be great difficulty in filling his place at the cathedral. She was all ears at once, I can tell you. She even asked me what was the matter with Monsieur Campan. Then, coming on from one thing to another, I gradually got talking about our bishop. Monseigneur Rousselot was a most excellent and worthy man, I told her. She did not know his age, so I told her that he was 60, very delicate also, and that he let himself be led by the nose. There's a good deal of talk about the vicar general, Monsieur Fenil, who's all-powerful with the bishop. The old lady was quite interested in that, and she would have stayed out in the street all night listening. An expression of desperation passed over Mouret's face. "But what you're telling me is what you said yourself," he cried. "What was it that she said? That's what I want to hear." "Wait a little, and let me finish," Rose replied very calmly. I was gradually gaining my purpose. To win her confidence, I ended by talking to her about ourselves. I told her that you were Monsieur Francois Mouret, a retired merchant from Marseille, and that you had managed in 15 years to make a fortune out of wines and oils and almonds. I added that you would prefer to come and settle down and live on your means in Plassans, a quiet town where your wife's relations lived. I even contrived to let her know, too, that Madame was your cousin, that you were 40 years old and that she was 37, and that you lived very happily together. In fact, I told her all about you. She seemed to be very much interested and kept saying yes, yes, in her deliberate way. And when I stopped for a moment, she nodded her head as though to tell me she was listening and that I might go on. So we went on talking in this way with our backs against the wall, like a couple of old friends, till it was quite dark. Mouret bounced from his chair in angry indignation. "What?" he cried. "Is that all? She led you on to gossip to her for an hour, and she herself told you nothing." "When it got dark, she said to me, 'The air is becoming quite chilly,' and then she took up her pail and went back upstairs." "You are nothing but an idiot. That old woman up there is more than a match for half a score such as you. Ah, they'll be laughing finely now that they've wormed out of you all that they wanted to know about us. Do you hear me, Rose? I tell you that you are nothing but an idiot." The old cook waxed very indignant and began to bounce excitedly up and down the kitchen, knocking the pots and pans about noisily and crumpling up the dusters and flinging them down. "It was scarcely worth your while, sir," she hissed, "to come into my kitchen to call me insulting names. You'd better take yourself off. What I did to please you. If Madame finds us here together talking about those people, she will be angry with me, and quite rightly, because it's wrong for us to be doing so. And after all, I couldn't drag words from the old lady's lips if she wasn't willing to talk. I did as anyone else would have done under the same circumstances. I talked and told her about your affairs, and it was no fault of mine that she didn't tell me about hers. Go and ask her about them yourself, since you are anxious to know about them. Perhaps you won't make such an idiot of yourself as I have done." She had raised her voice and was talking so loudly that Mouret thought it would be more prudent to retire, and he did so, closing the kitchen door after him, in order to prevent his wife from hearing the servant. But Rose immediately pulled it open again and cried after him down the passage, "I shall bother myself about it no longer, do you hear? You may get somebody else to do your underhand business for you." Mouret was quite vanquished. He showed some irritation at his defeat and tried to console himself by saying that those second-floor tenants of his were mere nobodies. Gradually he succeeded in making this opinion of his that of his acquaintances, and then that of the whole town. Abbe Faujas came to be looked upon as a priest without means and without ambition, who was completely outside the pale of the intrigues of a diocese. People imagined that he was ashamed of his poverty, that he was glad to perform any unpleasant duties in connection with the cathedral, and tried to keep himself in obscurity as much as possible. There was only one matter of curiosity left in connection with him, and that was the reason of his having come to Plassans from Besançon. Queer stories were circulated about him, but they all seemed very improbable. Mouret himself, who had played the spy over his tenants simply for amusement and in order to pass the time, just as he would have played a game at cards or bowls, was even beginning to forget that he had a priest living in his house, when an incident occurred which revived all his curiosity. One afternoon, as he was returning home, he saw Abbe Faujas coming up the Rue Balande in front of him. Mouret slackened his pace and examined the priest at his leisure. Although Abbe Faujas had been lodging in his house for a month, this was the first time that he had thus seen him in broad daylight. The abbe still wore his old cassock, and he walked slowly with his hat in his hand and his head bare in spite of the chilly air. The street, which was a very steep one, with the shutters of its big, bare houses always closed, was quite deserted. Mouret, who quickened his pace, was at last obliged to walk on tiptoes for fear lest the priest should hear him and make his escape. But as they neared Monsieur Rastoy's house, a group of people turning out of the place of the sub-prefecture entered it. Abbe Faujas made a slight detour to avoid these persons. He watched the door close, and then, suddenly stopping, he turned round towards his landlord, who was now close up to him. "I am very glad to have met you," said he, with all his wonted politeness. "Otherwise I should have ventured to disturb you this evening. The last time it rained, the wet came through the ceiling of my room, and I should much like to show it to you." Mouret remained standing in front of him, and stammered in confusion that he was entirely at the abbe's service. Then, as they went indoors together, he asked him at what time he should go to look at the ceiling. "Well, I should like you to come at once," the abbe replied, "if it wouldn't be troubling you too much." Mouret went up the stairs after him, so excited that he almost choked, while Rose followed them with her eyes from the kitchen doorway, quite dazed with astonishment. This ends Chapter 3. Section 4 of The Conquest of Plassans by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 4. When Mouret reached the second floor, he was more perturbed than a youth at his first assignation. The unexpected satisfaction of his long thwarted desires and the hope of seeing something quite extraordinary almost prevented him from breathing. Abbe Faujas slipped the key, which he carried, and which he quite concealed in his big fingers, into the lock without making the faintest noise, and the door opened as silently as if it had been hung upon velvet hinges. Then the abbe, stepping back, mutely motioned to Mouret to enter. The cotton curtains at the two windows were so thick that the room lay in a pale, chalky dimness, like the half-light of a convent cell. It was a very large room with a lofty ceiling and a quiet, neat wallpaper of a faded yellow. Mouret ventured forward, advancing with short steps over the tiled floor, which was as smooth and shiny as a mirror, and so cold that he seemed to feel a chill through the soles of his boots. He glanced furtively around him and examined the curtainless iron bedstead, the sheets of which were so straightly stretched that it looked like a block of white stone lying in the corner. The chest of drawers, stowed away at the other end of the room, a little table in the middle, and two chairs, one before each window, completed the furniture. There was not a single paper on the table, not an article of any kind on the chest of drawers, not a garment hanging against the walls. Everything was perfectly bare,
except that over the chest of drawers there was suspended a big black wooden crucifix, looking like a dark splotch amidst the bare greyness of the room. "Come this way, sir, will you?" said Abbe. "It is in this corner that the ceiling is stained." But Mouret did not hurry. He was enjoying himself. Although he saw none of the extraordinary things that he had vaguely expected to see, there seemed to him to be a peculiar odor about the room. It smelled of a priest, he thought, of a man with different ways from other men. But it vexed him that he could see nothing on which he might base some hypothesis carelessly left on any of the pieces of furniture or in any corner of the apartment. The room was just like its provoking occupant, silent, cold, and inscrutable. He was extremely surprised, too, not to find any appearance of poverty as he had expected. On the contrary, the room produced upon him much the same impression as he had felt when he had once entered the richly furnished drawing-room of the prefect of Marseille. The big crucifix seemed to fill it with its black arms. Mouret felt, however, that he must go and look at the corner where Abbe Faujas was inviting him to inspect. "You see the stain, don't you?" asked the priest. "It has faded a little since yesterday." Mouret rose upon tiptoes and strained his eyes, but at first he could see nothing. When the Abbe had drawn back the curtains, he was able to distinguish a slight damp stain. "It's nothing very serious," he said. "Oh, no, but I thought it would be better to tell you of it. The wet must have soaked through near the edge of the roof." "Yes, you're right, near the edge of the roof." Mouret made no further remark. He was again examining the room, now clear and distinct in the full daylight. It looked less solemn than before, but it remained as taciturn as ever. There was not even a speck of dust lying about to tell aught of the Abbe's life. "Perhaps," continued the priest, "we may be able to discover the place from the window. Just wait a moment." He proceeded to open the window, but Mouret protested against him troubling himself any further, saying that the workman would easily be able to find the leak. "It is no trouble at all, I assure you," replied the Abbe with polite insistence. "I know that landlords like to know how matters are going on. Inspect everything, I beg of you. The house is yours." As he spoke these last words, he smiled, a thing he did but rarely, and then as Mouret and himself leaned over the rail that crossed the window and turned their eyes towards the guttering, he launched out into various technical details, trying to account for the appearance of the stain. "I think there has been a slight depression of the tiles, perhaps even a breakage, unless indeed that crack which you can see up there in the cornice extends into the retaining wall." Yes, that is very possible," Mouret replied. "But I must confess, Monsieur l'Abbe, that I really don't understand anything about these matters. However, the masons will see to it." The priest said nothing further on the subject, but quietly remained where he was, gazing out upon the garden beneath him. Mouret, who was leaning by his side, thought it would be impolite to hurry away. He was quite won over when his tenant, after an interval of silence, said to him in his soft voice, "You have a very pretty garden, sir." "Oh, it's nothing out of the common," replied Mouret. "There used to be some fine trees which I was obliged to cut down, for nothing would grow in their shade, and we have to pay attention to utility, you know. This plot is quite large enough for us, and keeps us in vegetables all through the season." The Abbe seemed surprised, and asked Mouret for details. The garden was an old-fashioned country garden, surrounded with arbors, and divided into 4 regular square plots by tall borders of box. In the middle was a shallow basin, but there was no fountain. Only one of the squares was devoted to flowers. In the other 3, which were planted at their edges with fruit trees, one saw some magnificent cabbages, lettuces, and other vegetables. The paths of yellow gravel were kept extremely neat. "It is a little paradise," said Abbe Faujas. "There are several disadvantages, all the same," replied Mouret, who felt extremely delighted at hearing his grounds so highly praised. "You will have noticed, for instance, that we are on a slope, and that the gardens hereabouts are on different levels. Monsieur Rastoy's is lower than mine, which again is lower than that of the sub-prefecture. The consequence is that the rain often does a great deal of damage. Then, too, a still greater disadvantage is that the people in the sub-prefecture overlook me, and the more so now that they have made that terrace which commands my wall. It is true that I overlook Monsieur Rastoy's garden, but that is very poor compensation, I can assure you, for a man who never troubles himself about his neighbor's doings." The priest seemed to be listening out of mere complaisance, just nodding his head occasionally, but making no remarks. He followed with his eyes the motions of his landlord's hand. "And there is still another inconvenience," continued Mouret, pointing to a path that skirted the bottom of the garden. "You see that little lane between the two walls? It is called the Impasse des Cheviots, and leads to a cart entrance to the grounds of the sub-prefecture. Well, all the neighboring properties have little doors giving access to the lane, and there are all sorts of mysterious comings and goings. For my part, being a family man with children, I fasten my door up with a couple of stout nails." He looked at the abbé and winked, hoping that the priest would question him about the mysterious comings and goings to which he had just alluded. But Abbe Faujas seemed quite unconcerned. He merely glanced at the alley without showing any curiosity on the subject. Then he again glanced placidly upon the Moret's garden. Marthe was in her customary place near the edge of the terrace, hemming napkins. She had raised her head on first hearing voices, and then had resumed her work again, full of surprise at seeing her husband at one of the second-floor windows, in the company of the priest. She now appeared to be quite unconscious of their presence. Mouret, however, had raised his voice from a sort of instinctive braggartism, proud of being able to show his wife that he had at last made his way into that room which had so persistently been kept private. The abbé, on his side, every now and then let his calm eyes rest upon the woman, though all that he could see of her was the back of her bent neck and her black coil of hair. They were both silent again, and Abbe Faujas still seemed disinclined to leave the window. He now appeared to be examining their neighbours' flower beds. Monsieur Rastoy's garden was arranged in the English fashion, with little walks and grass plots broken by small flower beds. At the bottom there was a circular cluster of trees, underneath which a table and some rustic chairs were set. "Monsieur Rastoy is very wealthy," resumed Mouret, who had followed the direction of the abbé's eyes. "His garden costs him a large sum of money. The waterfall, you can't see it from here, it is behind those trees, ran away with more than 300 francs. There isn't a vegetable about the place, nothing but flowers. At one time the ladies even talked of cutting down the fruit trees, but that would have really been wicked, for the pear trees are magnificent specimens. Well, I suppose a man has a right to lay out his grounds so as to please his own fancy, if he can afford to do so." Then, as the abbé still continued silent, he continued, "You know Monsieur Rastoy, don't you? Every morning from 8 o'clock till 9 he walks about under his trees. He is a heavy man, rather short, bald, and clean-shaven, with a head as round as a ball. He completed his 60th year at the beginning of last August, I believe. He's been president of our civil tribunal for nearly 20 years. Folks say he is a very good fellow, but I see very little of him. Good morning and good evening, that's about all that ever passes between us." He stopped speaking as he saw several people coming down the steps of a neighboring house and making their way towards the clump of trees. "Ah, yes," he resumed, lowering his voice. "Today's Tuesday. There is a dinner party at the Rastoys." The abbé had not been able to restrain a slight start, and had then bent forward to see better. Two priests who were walking beside a couple of tall girls seemed particularly to interest him. "Do you know who those gentlemen are?" Mouret inquired. And when the priest only replied by a vague gesture, he added, "They were crossing the Rue Balland just as we met each other. The taller and younger one, the one who is walking between Monsieur Rastoy's two daughters, is Abbe Faujas, our bishop's secretary. He is said to be a very amiable young man. The old one who's walking a little behind is one of our grand vicars, Abbe Faujas. He is at the head of the seminary. He's a terrible man, flat and sharp, like a saber. I wish he would turn around so that you might see his eyes. I'm quite surprised that you don't know those gentlemen." "I go out very little," said the Abbé, "and there is no house in the town that I visit." "Ah, that isn't right. You must often feel very dull. To do you justice, Monsieur l'Abbé, you are certainly not of an inquisitive disposition. Just fancy, you've been here a month now, and you didn't even know that Monsieur Rastoy had a dinner party every Tuesday. Why, it's right before your eyes there from this window." Mouret laughed slightly. He was forming a rather contemptuous opinion of the Abbé. Then, in confidential tones, he went on, "You see that tall old man who is with Madame Rastoy? The thin one, I mean, with broad brims to his hat? Well, that is Monsieur de Bordeaux, the former prefect of the Drôme, a prefect who was turned out of office by the Revolution of 1848. He's another one that you don't know, I'll be bound. But Monsieur Maffray there, the justice of the peace, that white-headed old gentleman who's coming last, with Monsieur Rastoy, don't you know him? Well, that is really inexcusable. He is an honorary canon of Saint-Saturnin's. Between ourselves, he is accused of having killed his wife by his harshness and miserliness." Mouret stopped short, looked the Abbé in the face, and said abruptly, with a smile, "I beg your pardon, but I am not a very devout person, you know." The Abbé again waved his hand with that vague gesture which did duty as an answer and saved him the necessity of making a more explicit reply. "No, I am not a very devout person," Mouret repeated smilingly, "but everyone should be left free. Is it not so? The Rastoys now are a religious family. You must have seen the mother and daughters at Saint-Saturnin's. They are parishioners of yours. Ah, those poor girls! The elder, Angeline, is fully 26 years old, and the other, Aurélie, is getting on for 24. And they're no beauties either, quite yellow and shrewish looking. The parents won't let the younger one marry before her sister, but I dare say they'll both end by finding husbands somewhere, if only for the sake of their dowries. Their mother there, that fat little woman who looks as innocent and mild as a sheep, has given poor Rastoy some pretty experiences." He winked his left eye, a common habit of his whenever he indulged in any pleasantry approaching broadness. The Abbé lowered his eyes, as if waiting for Mouret to go on. But as the latter remained silent, he raised them again, and watched the people in the garden as they seated themselves round the table under the trees. At last Mouret resumed his explanatory remarks. "They'll stay out there enjoying the fresh air till dinner time," said he. "It's just the same every Tuesday. That Abbé Sourin is a great favourite. Look how he's laughing there with Mademoiselle Aurélie. Ah, Abbé Faujas has observed us. What eyes he has! He isn't very fond of me, you know, as I've had a dispute with a relation of his. But where has Abbé Boret got to? We haven't seen anything of him, have we? It's very extraordinary. He never misses Monsieur Rastoy's Tuesdays. He must be ill. You know him, don't you? What a worthy man he is, a most devoted servant of God." Abbe Faujas was no longer listening. His eyes were constantly meeting those of Abbe Faujas, whose scrutiny he bore with perfect calmness, never once diverting his glance. He was even leaning more fully against the iron rail, and his eyes seemed to have grown bigger. "Ah, here come the young people," resumed Mouret, as 3 young men arrived on the scene. "The oldest one is Rastoy's son. He's just been called to the bar. The 2 others are the sons of Monsieur Maffray. They are still in college. By the by, I wondered why those young scamps of mine haven't come back yet." At that very moment, Octave and Serge made their appearance on the terrace. Leaning against the balustrade, they began to tease Désirée, who just sat down by her mother's side. However, when the young folks caught sight of their father at the second-floor window, they lowered their voices and quietly laughed. "There you see all my little family," said Mouret complacently. "We stay at home, we do, and we have no visitors. Our garden is a closed paradise which the devil can't enter to tempt us." He smiled as he spoke, for he was really amusing himself at the abbé's expense. The latter had slowly brought his eyes to bear upon the group formed by his landlord's family under the window. He gazed down there for a moment, then looked round upon the old-fashioned garden with its beds of vegetables edged with borders of box, then again turned his eyes towards Monsieur Rastoy's pretentious grounds, and last of all, as though he wanted to get the plan of the whole surroundings into his head, directed his attention to the garden of the sub-prefecture. There was nothing to be seen here but a large central lawn, a gently undulating carpet of grass, with clusters of evergreen shrubs and some tall, thickly foliaged chestnut trees, which gave a park-like appearance to this patch of ground hemmed in by the neighboring houses. Abbe Faujas glanced under the chestnut trees, and at last remarked, "These gardens are quite lively. There are some people, too, in the one on the left." Mouret raised his eyes. "Oh, yes," he said unconcernedly. "It's like that every afternoon. They are the friends of Monsieur Pécure des Soleils, our sub-prefect. In the summertime they meet in the evenings in the same way round the basin on the left, which you can't see from here. Ah, so Monsieur de Condamine has got back. That fine old man there, who is so well preserved and has such a bright colour. He is our conservator of rivers and forests, a jovial old fellow, who's constantly to be seen, gloved and tightly breeched, on horseback. And the tales he can tell, too. He doesn't belong to this neighbourhood, and he has lately married a very young woman. However, that's fortunately no business of mine." He bent his head again as he heard Désirée, who was playing with Serge, break out into one of her childish laughs. But the abbé, whose face was now slightly flushed, recalled his attention by asking, "Is that the sub-prefect, that fat gentleman with the white tie?" This question seemed to amuse Mouret exceedingly. "Oh, no," he replied with a laugh. "It's very evident that you do not know Monsieur Pécure des Soleils. He isn't 40 yet. He's a tall, handsome, very distinguished-looking young man. That fat gentleman is Dr. Porquier, the fashionable medical man of Plassans. He is a very well-to-do man, I can assure you, and he has only one trouble, his son Guillaume. Do you see those two people sitting on the bench with their backs towards us? They are Monsieur Paloc, the assistant judge, and his wife. They are the ugliest couple in the town. It is difficult to say which is the worst looking, the husband or the wife. Fortunately, they have no children." Mouret began to laugh more loudly. He was growing excited and kept on striking the window rail. "I can never look at the assemblies on those grounds," he continued, motioning with his head, first towards Monsieur Rastoy's garden, and then towards the sub-prefect's, "without becoming highly amused. You don't take any interest in politics, Monsieur l'Abbé, or I could tell you some things which would tickle you immensely. Rightly or wrongly, I myself pass for a Republican. Business matters take me a good deal about the country. I am a friend of the peasantry, and people have even talked about proposing me for the Council General. In short, I am a well-known man. Well, on my right here at Monsieur Rastoy's, we have the cream of the Legitimists, and on the left at the sub-prefecture we have the bigwigs of the Empire. And so you see, my poor old-fashioned garden, my little happy nook, lies between two hostile camps. I am continually afraid lest they should begin throwing stones at each other, for the stones, you see, might very well fall into my garden." Mouret appeared to be quite delighted with this witticism, and drew closer to the abbé, like some old gossip who's just going to launch out into a long story. Plassans is a very curious place from a political point of view. The coup d'etat succeeded here because the town is conservative. But first of all, it is Legitimist and Orleanist, so much so indeed that at the outset of the empire it wanted to dictate conditions. As its claims were disregarded, the town grew annoyed and went over to the opposition. Yes, Monsieur l'Abbé, to the opposition. Last year we elected for our deputy the Marquis de la Griffoul, an old nobleman of mediocre abilities, but one whose election was a very bitter pill for the sub-prefecture. Ah, look, there's Monsieur Pécure de Saulet. He's with the mayor, Monsieur Delangre. The abbé glanced keenly in the direction indicated by Mouret. The sub-prefect, a very dark man, was smiling beneath his waxed moustaches. He was irreproachably dressed and preserved a demeanor which suggested both that of a fashionable officer and that of a good-natured diplomatist. The mayor was by his side, talking and gesticulating rapidly. He was a short man, with square shoulders and a sunken face that was rather Punch-like in appearance. He seemed to be garrulously inclined. Monsieur Pécure de Saulet, continued Mouret, had felt so confident of the return of the official candidate that the result of the election nearly made him ill. It was very amusing. On the evening of the election, the garden of the sub-prefecture remained as dark and gloomy as a cemetery, while in the Rastor's gardens there were lamps and candles burning under the trees, and joyous laughter and a perfect uproar of triumph. Our people don't let things be seen from the street, but they throw off all restraint and give full vent to their feelings in their gardens. Oh yes, I see singular things sometimes, though I don't say anything about them. He checked himself for a moment, as though he was unwilling to say more, but his gossiping propensities were too strong for him. I wonder what course they will now take at the sub-prefecture, he continued. They'll never get their candidate elected again. They don't understand the people about here, and besides they are very weak. I was told that Monsieur Pécure de Saulet was to have had a prefecture if the election had gone off all right. He will remain a sub-prefect for a long time yet, I imagine. What stratagem will they devise, I wonder, to overthrow the Marquis? They will certainly have recourse to one of some kind or other. They'll do their best somehow to effect the Conquest of Plassans. He turned his eyes upon the abbé, at whom he had ceased to look for the last few moments, and he suddenly checked himself as he caught sight of the priest's eager face, his glistening eyes, and his ears that seemed to have grown bigger. All Mouret's bourgeois prudence then reasserted itself, and he felt that he had said too much. So he hastily added, "But, after all, I really know nothing about it. People tell so many ridiculous stories. All I care about is to be allowed to live quietly in my own house." He would then have liked to leave the window, but he dared not go away so suddenly after gossiping in such an unrestrained and familiar fashion. He was beginning to think that if one of them had been having his laugh at the other, it certainly was not he. The abbé, for his part, was again glancing alternately at the two gardens in a calm, unconcerned manner. He did not make the slightest attempt to induce Mouret to continue talking. Mouret was already wishing, somewhat impatiently, that his wife or one of his children would call to him to come down, when he was greatly relieved by seeing Rose appear on the steps outside the house. She raised her head towards him. "Well, sir," she cried, "aren't you coming at all today? The soup's been on the table for the last quarter of an hour." "All right, Rose, I'll be down directly," he replied. Then he made his apologies to the abbé and left the window. The chilly aspect of the room, which he'd forgotten while his back had been turned to it, added to the confusion he felt. It seemed to him like a huge confessional box, with its awful black crucifix, which must have heard everything he had said. When the abbé took leave of him with a silent bow, this sudden finish of their conversation so disturbed him that he again stepped back and, raising his eyes to the ceiling, said, "It is in that corner, then?" "What is?" asked the abbé in surprise. "The damp stain that you spoke to me about?" The priest could not restrain a smile, but he again pointed out the stain to Mouret. "Ah, "I can see it quite plainly now," said the latter. "Well, I'll send the workmen up tomorrow." Then he at last left the room, and before he had reached the end of a landing, the door was noiselessly closed behind him. The silence of the staircase irritated him extremely, and as he went down he muttered, "The confounded fellow! He gets everything out of one without asking a single question." This ends chapter 4. Section 5 of The Conquest of Plassans by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Vicitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 5. The next morning, old Madame Rougon, Marthe's mother, footnote 4, came to pay a visit to the Mourets. It was quite an event, for there was a coolness between Mouret and his wife's relations which had increased since the election of the Marquis de la Griffoul, whose success the Rougons attributed to Mouret's influence in the rural districts. Marthe used to go alone when she went to see her parents. Her mother, that black Félicité, as she was called, had retained at 66 years of age all the slimness and vivacity of a girl. She always wore silk dresses covered with flounces, and was particularly partial to yellows and browns. When she arrived, only Marthe and Mouret were in the dining-room. "Hello!" cried the latter in great surprise as he saw her coming. "Here's your mother! I wonder what she wants. She was here less than a month ago. She's scheming after something or other, I know." The Rougon, whose assistant Mouret had been prior to his marriage, when their shabby little shop in the old quarter of the town had ever suggested bankruptcy, were the objects of his constant suspicions. They returned the feeling with bitter and deep-seated animosity, the rancor being especially aroused by the speedy success which had attended him in business. When their son-in-law said, "I simply owe my fortune to my own exertions," they bit their lips and understood quite well that he was accusing them of having gained theirs by less honorable means. Notwithstanding the fine house she now had on the place of the sub-prefecture, Félicité silently envied the peaceful little home of the Mourets, with all the bitter jealousy of a retired shopkeeper who owed her fortune to something else than the profits of her business. Félicité kissed Marthe on the forehead, and then gave her hand to Mouret. She and her son-in-law generally affected a mocking tone in their conversations together. "Well," she said to him with a smile, "the gendarmes haven't been for you yet, then, you revolutionist?" "No, not yet," he replied with a responsive smile. "They're waiting till your husband gives them the order." "It's very nice and polite of you to say that," exclaimed Félicité, whose eyes were beginning to glisten. Marthe turned a beseeching glance upon Mouret. He'd gone too far, but his feelings were roused, and he added, "Good gracious! What are we thinking of to receive you in the dining-room? Let's go into the drawing-room, I beg you." This was one of his usual pleasantries. He affected all Félicité's fine airs whenever he received a visit from her. It was to no purpose that Marthe protested that they were very comfortable where they were. Her husband insisted that she and her mother should follow him into the drawing-room. When they got there, he bustled about, opening the shutters and drawing out the chairs. The drawing-room, which was seldom entered, and the shutters of which were generally kept closed, was a great wilderness of a room, with furniture swathed in white dust-covers, which were turning yellow from the proximity of a damp garden. "It is really disgraceful," muttered Mouret, wiping the dust from a small console. "That wretched Rose neglects everything abominably." Then, turning towards his mother-in-law, he said with ill-concealed irony, "You will excuse us for receiving you in this way in our poor dwelling. We cannot all be wealthy." Félicité was choking with rage. She scanned Mouret for a moment and almost indulged in a burst of anger. but she made an effort to restrain herself and slowly dropped her eyes. When she again raised them, she spoke in a pleasant tone.
"I've just been calling upon Madame de Condamine," she said, "and I thought I would look in here and see how you all were. The children are well, I hope, and you too, my dear Mouret."
"Yes, we are all wonderfully well," he replied, quite astonished by this amiability. But the old lady gave him no time to import any fresh unpleasantness into the conversation, for she began to question Marthe affectionately about all sorts of trifles, playing the part of a fond grandmother and scolding Mouret for not sending the dear children to see her oftener, for she was always so delighted to have them with her, said she.
"Well, here we are in October again," she remarked carelessly, after a while, "and I shall be having my day again, Thursdays, as in former seasons. I shall count upon seeing you, my dear Marthe, of course. And you too, Mouret, you will look in occasionally, won't you, and not go on sulking with us forever?"
Mouret, who was growing a little suspicious of all his mother-in-law's affectionate chatter, was at a loss how to reply. He had not expected such a thrust, but there was nothing in it to which he could take exception, so he merely said, "You know very well that I can't go to your house. You receive a lot of people who would be delighted to have an opportunity of making themselves disagreeable to me. And besides, I don't want to mix myself up in politics."
"You are quite mistaken, Mouret, quite mistaken," Félicité replied. "My drawing-room is not a club. I would never allow it to become one. All the town knows that I do all I can to make my house as pleasant as possible, and if political matters ever are discussed there, it is only in corners, I assure you. Ah, believe me, I had quite enough of politics long ago. What makes you say such a thing?"
"Why, you receive all the sub-prefecture set," Mouret said shortly.
"The sub-prefecture set," she repeated. "The sub-prefecture set? Well, certainly I receive those gentlemen, but I don't think that Monsieur Péqueux de Soleil will be found very often in my house this winter. My husband has told him plenty plainly what he thought of his conduct in connection with the last elections. He allowed himself to be tricked like a mere nincompoop. But his friends are very pleasant men. Monsieur Delangle and Monsieur de Condamine are extremely amiable, and that worthy Paloc is kindness itself, while I'm sure you have nothing to say against Dr. Potier."
Mouret shrugged his shoulders. "Besides," she continued, with ironic emphasis, "I also receive Monsieur Rastoy's circle, worthy Monsieur Maffray, and our clever friend Monsieur de Bordeaux, the former prefect. So you see we are not at all bigoted or exclusive. The representatives of all opinions find a welcome among us. Of course, when I am inviting a party of people, I don't ask those to meet each other who would be likely to quarrel. But wit and cleverness are welcome in whomsoever they are found, and we pride ourselves upon having at our gatherings all the most distinguished persons in Plassans. My drawing-room is neutral ground. Remember that, Mouret. Yes, neutral ground, that is the right expression." She'd grown quite animated whilst talking. Her drawing-room was her great glory, and it was her desire to reign there, not as a chief of a party, but as a queen of society. It is true that her friends said that she was adopting conciliatory tactics, merely in conformity with the advice of her son Eugène, the minister. Footnote 5. Who had charged her to personify at Plassans the gentleness and amiability of the empire. "You may say what you like," Mouret growled, "but that Maffray of yours is a bigot, and your Bordeaux is a fool, and most of all the others are a pack of rascals. That's my opinion of them. I am much obliged to you for your invitation, but it would disturb my habits too much to accept it. I like to go to bed in good time, and I prefer stopping at home." Félicité rose from her seat, and turning her back upon Mouret, said to her daughter, "Well, at any rate I may expect you, mayn't I, my dear?" "Of course you may," replied Marthe, who wished to soften the bluntness of her husband's blunt refusal. The old lady was just going to leave when a thought seemed to strike her, and she asked if she might kiss Désirée, whom she'd seen playing in the garden. She would not let them call the girl into the house, but insisted on going herself to the terrace, which was still damp from a slight shower which had fallen in the morning. When she found Désirée, she was profuse in her caresses of the girl, who seemed rather frightened of her. Then she raised her head as if by chance, and looked at the curtains at the second-floor windows. "Ah, you've let the rooms, then?" "Oh, yes, I remember now. To a priest, isn't it? I've heard it spoken of. What sort of person is he, this priest of yours?" Mouret looked at her keenly. A sudden suspicion flashed through his mind, and he began to guess that it was entirely on account of Abbe Faujas that his mother-in-law had favored them with this visit. "Upon my word," he replied, without taking his eyes off her, "I really know nothing about him, but perhaps you're able to give me some information concerning him yourself." "I?" she cried, with an appearance of great surprise. "Why, I've never even seen him. Stay, though, I know he's one of the curates at Saint-Saturnin. Father Bourret told me that. By the way, that reminds me that I ought to ask him to my Thursdays. The director of the seminary and the bishop's secretary are already amongst my circle of visitors." And turning to Marthe, she added, "When you see your lodger, you might sound him, so as to be able to tell me whether an invitation from me would be acceptable." "We scarcely ever see him," Mouret hastily interposed. "He comes in and goes out without ever opening his mouth. And besides, it is really no business of ours." He still kept his eyes fixed suspiciously upon her. He felt quite sure that she knew much more about Abbe Faujas than she was willing to admit. However, she did not once flinch beneath his searching glance. "Very well, it's all the same to me," she said, with an appearance of unconcern. "I shall be able to find out some other way of inviting him if he's the right sort of person, I've no doubt. Goodbye, my children." As she was mounting the steps again, a tall old man appeared on the hall threshold. He was dressed very neatly in blue cloth, and had a fur cap pressed over his eyes. In his hand he carried a whip. "Hello! Why, there's Uncle Maquart!" cried Mouret, casting a curious glance at his mother-in-law. An expression of extreme annoyance passed over Félicité's face. Maquart, Rougon's illegitimate brother, had, by the latter's aid, returned to France after he'd compromised himself in the rising of 1851. Since arriving from Piedmont, he'd been leading the life of a sleek and well-to-do citizen. He had purchased, though where the money had come from no one knew, a small house at the village of Les Toulettes, about 3 leagues from Plassans. And by degrees he had fitted up an establishment there, and had now even become possessed of a horse and trap, and was constantly to be met on the high roads, smoking his pipe, enjoying the sunshine, and sniggering like a tamed wolf. Rougon's enemies whispered that the two brothers had perpetrated some black business together, and that Pierre Rougon was keeping Antoine Maquart. "Good day, uncle," said Mouret affectedly. "Have you come to pay us a little visit?" "Yes, indeed," Maquart replied, in a voice as guileless as a child's. "You know that whenever I come to Plassans— Hello, Félicité. I didn't expect to find you here. I came over to see Rougon. There was something I wanted to talk to him about." "He was at home, wasn't he?" she exclaimed, with uneasy haste. "Yes, he was at home," Uncle Maquart replied tranquilly. "I saw him, and we had a talk together. He's a good fellow, is Rougon." He laughed slightly, and while Félicité stamped her feet with restless anxiety, he went on talking in his drawling voice, which made it seem as if he was always laughing at those whom he addressed. "Mouret, my boy, I brought you a couple of rabbits," he said. "They are in a basket over there. I've given them to Rose. I brought another couple with me for Rougon. You'll find them at home, Félicité, and you must tell me how they turn out. They are beautifully plump. I fattened them up for you. Ah, my dears, it pleases me very much to be able to make you these little presents." Félicité turned quite pale, and pressed her lips tightly, while Mouret continued to look at her with a quiet smile. She would have been glad to get away if she had not been afraid of Maquart gossiping as soon as her back should be turned. "Thank you, uncle," said Mouret. "The plums that you brought us the last time you came were very good. Won't you have something to drink?" "Well, that's an offer I really can't refuse." When Rose had brought him out a glass of wine, he sat down on the balustrade of the terrace and slowly sipped the beverage, smacking his tongue and holding up the glass to the light. "This comes from the district of Saint-Eutrope," he said. "I'm not to be deceived in matters of this kind. I know the different districts thoroughly." He wagged his head and again sniggered. Then Mouret, with an intonation that was full of meaning, suddenly asked him, "And how are things getting on at Les Toulettes?" Maquart raised his eyes and looked at them all. Then, giving a final cluck of his tongue and putting down the glass on the stonework by his side, he said quite unconcernedly, "Oh, very well. I heard of her the day before yesterday. She is still just the same." Félicité had turned her head away. For a moment no one spoke. Mouret had just put his finger upon one of the family sore places by alluding to old Adelaide, the mother of Rougon and Maquart, who for several years now had been shut up as a madwoman in the asylum at Les Toulettes. Maquart's little property was near the madhouse, and it seemed as though Rougon had posted the old scamp there to keep watch over their mother. "It's getting late," Maquart said at last, rising from his seat on the balustrade, "and I want to get back again before night. I shall expect to see you over at my house one of these days, Mouret, my boy. You've promised me several times to come, you know." "Oh, yes, I'll come, uncle, I'll come." "But that isn't enough. I want you all to come. All of you, do you hear? I'm very dull out there all by myself. I'll give you some dinner." Then turning to Félicité, he added, "Tell Rougon that I shall expect him and you too. You needn't stop from coming just because the old mother happens to be near there. She's going on very well, I tell you, and is properly looked after. You may safely trust yourselves to me, and I'll give you some wine from one of the slopes of La Serre, a light wine that will warm you up famously." He began to walk towards the gate as he spoke. Félicité followed him so closely that it almost seemed as if she were pushing him out of the garden. They all accompanied him to the street. While he was untethering his horse, which he had fastened by the reins to one of the house shutters, Abbe Faujas, who was just returning home, passed the group with a slight bow. He glided on as noiselessly as a black shadow, but Félicité quickly turned and watched him till he reached the staircase. Unfortunately, she had not had time to catch sight of his face. Maquart, on perceiving the priest, had shaken his head in utter surprise. "What? My boy," said he, "have you really got priests lodging with you now? That man has very strange eyes. Take care, take care. Cassocks bring ill luck with them." Then he took his seat in his trap and clucked his horse on, going down the Rue Ballonde at a gentle trot. His round back and fur cap disappeared at the corner of the Rue Taravelle. As Mouret turned round again, he heard his mother-in-law speaking to Marthe. "I would rather you do it," she was saying. "The invitation would seem less formal. I should be very glad if you could find some opportunity of speaking to him." She checked herself when she saw that she was overheard, and having kissed Désirée effusively, she went away, giving a last look round to make quite sure that Maquart was not likely to come back to gossip about her. "I forbid you to mix yourself up in your mother's affairs, you know," Mouret said to his wife as they returned into the house. "She has always got some business or other on hand that nobody can understand. What in the world can she want with the abbé? She wouldn't invite him for his own sake, I'm sure. She must have some secret reason for doing so. That priest hasn't come from Besançon to Plassans for nothing. There's some mystery or other at the bottom of it all." Marthe had again set to work at the everlasting repairs of the family linen, which kept her busy for days together. But her husband went on chattering.
Old Maquart and your mother amuse me very much. How they hate each other. Did you notice how angry she was when she saw him come? She always seems to be in a state of fear lest he should make some unpleasant revelation. I dare say that he'd willingly do so, but they'll never catch me in his house. I've sworn to keep clear of all that business. My father was quite right that when he said that my mother's family, those Rougon and Maquarts, were not worth a rope to hang them with. They are my relations as well as yours, so you needn't feel hurt at what I'm saying. I say it because it's true. They are wealthy people now, but their money hasn't made them any better. Rather, the contrary. Then he set off to take a turn along the Cours Sauveur, where he met his friends and talked to them about the weather and the crops and the events of the previous day. An extensive transaction in almonds which he undertook on the morrow kept him busy for more than a week and made him almost forget all about Abbe Faujas. He was beginning, besides, to feel a little weary of the Abbe, who did not talk enough and was far too secretive. On 2 separate occasions he purposely avoided him, imagining that the priest only wanted to see him in order to make him relate the stories of the remainder of the sub-prefecture circle and Monsieur Rastoy's friends. Rose had informed him that Madame Faujas had tried to get her to talk, and this made him vow that he would in future keep his mouth shut. This resolve furnished fresh amusement for his idle hours, and now as he looked up at the closely drawn curtains of the second-floor windows, he would mutter, "All right, my good fellow, hide yourself as much as you like. I know very well that you're watching me from behind those curtains, but you won't be much the wiser for your trouble, and you'll find yourself much mistaken if you expect to get any more information out of me about our neighbors." He derived great pleasure from the thought that the Abbe Faujas was secretly watching, and he took every precaution to avoid falling into any trap that might be laid for him. One evening, as he was coming home, he saw Abbe Faujas and Abbe Faujas standing before Monsieur Rastoy's gate. So he concealed himself behind the corner of a house and spied on them. The 2 priests kept him waiting there for more than a quarter of an hour. They talked with great animation, parted for a moment, and then joined each other again and resumed their conversation. Mouret thought he could detect that Abbe Faujas was trying to persuade Abbe Faujas to accompany him to the judges, and that Faujas was making excuses for not going, and at last refusing to do so with some show of impatience. It was a Tuesday, the day of the weekly dinner. Finally, Faujas entered Monsieur Rastoy's house, and Faujas went off in his quiet fashion to his own rooms. Mouret stood for a while thinking. What could be Abbe Faujas' reasons for refusing to go to Monsieur Rastoy's? All the clergy of Saint-Saturnins dined there, Abbe Fenil, Abbe Serin, and all the others. There was not a single priest in Plassans who has not enjoyed the fresh air by the fountain and the garden there. The new curate's refusal to go seemed a very extraordinary thing. When Mouret got home again, he hurried to the bottom of his own garden to reconnoiter the second-floor windows. And after a moment or two, he saw the curtain of a second window move to the right. He felt quite sure that Abbe Faujas was behind it, spying upon what might be going on at Monsieur Rastoy's. Then Mouret thought that he could discover by certain movements of the curtain that the Abbe was in turn inspecting the gardens of the sub-prefecture. The next day, a Wednesday, Rose told him just as he was going out that Abbe Faujas had been with the second-floor people for at least an hour. Upon this he came back into the house and began to rummage about in the dining-room. When Marthe asked him what he was looking for, he replied sharply that he was trying to find a paper without which he could not go out. He even went upstairs as if to see whether he'd left it there. After waiting for a long time behind his bedroom door, he thought he could hear some chairs moving on the second floor, and thereupon he slowly went downstairs, stopping for a moment or two in the hall to give Abbe Faujas time to catch him up. "Ah, is that you, Monsieur l'Abbé? This is a fortunate meeting. You're going to Saint-Saturnins, I suppose, and I'm going that way too. We will keep each other company if you have no objection." Abbe Faujas replied that he would be delighted, and they both walked slowly up the Rue Balland towards the place of the sub-prefecture. The abbé was a stout man with an honest, open face and big childlike blue eyes. His wide silk girdle, which was drawn tightly round him, threw his well-rounded stomach into relief. His arms were unduly short and his legs heavy and clumsy, and he walked with his head thrown slightly back. "So you've just been to see our good Monsieur Faujas," said Mouret, going to the point at once. "I must really thank you for having procured me such a lodger as is rarely to be found." "Yes, yes," said the priest. "He's a very good and worthy man. He never makes the slightest noise, and we can't really tell but there's any one in the house. And he's so polite and courteous, too. I've heard it said, do you know, that he's a man of unusual attainments, and that he's been sent here as a sort of compliment to the diocese." They'd now reached the middle of the place of the sub-prefecture. Mouret stopped short and looked at Abbe Faujas keenly. "Ah, indeed," the priest merely replied, with an air of astonishment. "So I've been told. The bishop, it is said, intends to do something for him later on. In the meantime, the new curate has to keep himself in the background for fear of exciting jealousy." Abbe Faujas went on walking again, and turned the corner of the Rue de la Banne. "You surprise me very much," he quietly remarked. "Faujas is a very unassuming man. In fact, he's far too humble. For instance, at the church he's taken upon himself the petty duties which are generally left to the ordinary staff. He's a saint, but he's not very sharp. I scarcely ever see him at the bishop's, and from the first he's always been very cold with Abbe Faujas, though I strongly impressed upon him that it was necessary he should be on good terms with the Grand Vicar if he wished to be well received at the bishop's. But he didn't seem to see it, and I'm afraid that he's deficient in judgment. He shows the same failing, too, by his continual visits to Abbe Campan, who's been confined to his bed for the last fortnight, and whom I'm afraid we're going to lose. Abbe Faujas' visits are most ill-advised and will do him a deal of harm. Campan has always been on bad terms with Fenil, and it's only a stranger from Besançon who'll be ignorant of a fact that is known to the whole diocese." Faujas was growing animated, and in his turn he stopped short as they reached the Rue Cancoin, and took his stand in front of Mouret. "No, no, my dear sir," he said, "you have been misinformed. Faujas is as simple as a new-born babe. I'm not an ambitious man myself, and God knows how fond I am of Campan, who has a heart of gold. But all the same, I keep my visits to him private. He said to me himself, 'Faujas, my old friend, I am not much longer for this world. If you want to succeed me, don't be seen too often knocking at my door. Come after dark and knock 3 times, and my sister will let you in.' So now you understand I wait till night before I go to see him. One has plenty of troubles as it is without incurring unnecessary ones." His voice quavered, and he clasped his hands across his stomach as he resumed his walk, moved by a naive egotism which made him commiserate himself, while he murmured, "Poor Campan, poor Campan." Mouret was feeling quite perplexed. All his theories about Abbe Faujas were being upset. "I had such very precise details furnished to me," he ventured to say. "I was told that he was to be promoted to some important office." "Oh dear, no," cried the priest. "I can assure you that there is no truth in anything of the kind. Faujas has no expectations of any sort. I tell you something that proves it. You know that I dine at the presiding judge's every Tuesday. Well, last week he particularly asked me to bring Faujas with me. He wanted to see him and find out what sort of a person he was, I suppose. Now, you would scarcely guess what Faujas did. He refused the invitation, my dear sir, bluntly refused it. It was all to no purpose that I told him he would make his life at Plassans quite intolerable, and would certainly embroil himself with Fanny by acting so rudely to Monsieur Rastoy. He persisted in having his own way, and wouldn't be persuaded by anything that I said. I believe that he even exclaimed in a moment of anger that he wasn't reduced to accepting dinners of that kind. Abbe Faujas began to smile. They had now reached Saint-Saturnins, and he detained Mouret for a moment near the little side door of a church. "He is a child, a big child," he continued. "I ask you now, could a dinner at Monsieur Rastoy's possibly compromise him in any way? When your mother-in-law, that good Madame Rougon, entrusted me yesterday with an invitation for Faujas, I did not conceal from her my fear that it would be badly received." Mouret pricked up his ears. "Ah, my mother-in-law gave you an invitation for him, did she?" "Yes, she came to the sacristy yesterday. As I made a point of doing what I can to oblige her, I promised her that I would go and see the obstinate man this morning. I felt quite certain, however, that he would refuse." "And did he?" "No, indeed. Much to my surprise, he accepted." Mouret opened his lips and then closed them again without speaking. The priest winked with an appearance of extreme satisfaction. "I had to manage the matter very skillfully, you know. For more than an hour I went on explaining your mother-in-law's position to him. He kept shaking his head, however. He could not make up his mind to go, and he was ever dwelling upon his desire for privacy. I had exhausted my stock of arguments when I recalled one point of the instructions which the dear lady gave me. She had told me to tell him that her drawing-room was entirely neutral ground, and that this was a fact well known to the whole town. When I pressed this upon his notice, he seemed to waver, and at last he consented to accept the invitation, and even promised to go tomorrow. I shall send a few lines to that excellent Madame Rougon to inform her of my success." He lingered for a moment longer, rolling his big blue eyes and saying, more to himself than to Mouret, "Monsieur Rastoy will be very much vexed, but it's no fault of mine." Then he added, "Good morning, dear Monsieur Mouret. Remember me very kindly to all your family." He entered the church, letting the padded doors close softly behind him. Mouret gazed at the doors and lightly shrugged his shoulders. "There's a fine old chatterbox," he muttered. "One of those men who never give one a chance of getting in a word, but go on chattering away for hours without ever telling one anything worth listening to. So Faujas is going to Félicité's tomorrow. It's really very provoking that I'm not on good terms with that fool Rougon." All the afternoon he was occupied with business matters, but at night, just as he and his wife were going to bed, he said to Marthe carelessly, "Are you going to your mother's tomorrow evening?" "No, not tomorrow," Marthe replied. "I have too many things to do. But I dare say I shall go next week." He made no immediate reply, but just before he blew out the candle he resumed, "It's wrong not to go out oftener than you do. Go to your mother's tomorrow evening. It'll enliven you a little. I will stay at home and look after the children." Marthe looked at him in astonishment. He generally kept her at home with him, requiring all kinds of little services from her, and grumbling if she went out even for an hour. "Very well," she replied. "I will go if you wish me to." Then he blew out the candle, laid his head upon the pillow, and muttered, "That's right, and you can tell us all about it when you come back. It will amuse the children." This ends Chapter 5. Section 6 of The Conquest of Plassans by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 6. About 9 o'clock on the following evening,
Abbe Faujas called for Abbe Faujas. He had promised to go with him to the Rougons and introduce him there. He found him ready, standing in the middle of his big, bare room and putting on a pair of black gloves that were sadly whitened at the fingertips. Faujas could not restrain a slight grimace as he looked at him. "Haven't you got another cassock?" he asked. "No," quietly replied Abbe Faujas. "This one is still very decent, I think." "Oh, certainly, certainly," stammered the old priest, "but it's very cold outside. Hadn't you better put something round your shoulders? Well, come along then." The nights had just commenced to be frosty. Abbe Faujas, who was warmly wrapped in a padded silk overcoat, got quite out of breath as he panted along after Abbe Faujas, who wore nothing over his shoulders but his thin, threadbare cassock. They stopped at the corner of the Rue de la Banne and the Place of the Sub-Prefecture, in front of a house built entirely of white stone, one of the handsome mansions of the new part of the town. A servant in blue livery received them at the door and ushered them into the hall. He smiled at Abbe Faujas as he helped him to take off his overcoat, and seemed greatly surprised at the appearance of the other priest, that tall, rough-hewn man who'd ventured out on such a bitter night without a cloak. The drawing-room was on the first floor, and Abbe Faujas entered it with head erect and grave, though perfectly easy demeanor, while Abbe Faujas, who was always very nervous when he went to the Rougons' home, although he never missed a single one of their receptions, made his escape into an adjoining apartment, thus cowardly leaving his companion in the lurch. Faujas, however, slowly traversed the whole drawing-room in order to pay his respects to the mistress of the house, whom he felt sure he could recognize among a group of 5 or 6 ladies. He was obliged to introduce himself, and he did so in 2 or 3 words. Félicité had immediately risen from her seat, and she closely, if quickly, scanned him from head to foot. Then her eyes sought his own, and she smilingly said, "I'm delighted, Monsieur l'Abbé. I am delighted indeed." The priest's passage through the drawing-room had created considerable sensation. One young lady who had suddenly raised her head had quite trembled with alarm at the sight of that great black mass in front of her. The impression created by the abbé was, indeed, an unfavorable one. He was too tall, too square-shouldered, his face was too hard, and his hands were too big. His cassock, moreover, looked so frightfully shabby beneath the bright light of the chandelier that the ladies felt a kind of shame at seeing a priest so shockingly dressed. They spread out their fans and began to giggle behind them, while pretending to be quite unconscious of the abbé's presence. The men, meantime, exchanged very significant glances. Félicité saw what a very churlish welcome the priest was receiving. She seemed annoyed at it, and remained standing, raising her voice in order to force her guests to hear the compliments which she addressed to Faujas. "That dear Faujas," said she in her most winning tone, "has told me what difficulty he had in persuading you to come. I am really quite cross with you, sir. You have no right to deprive society of the pleasure of your company." The priest bowed without making any reply, and the old lady laughed as she began to speak again, laying a meaning emphasis on certain of her words. "I know more about you than you can imagine, in spite of all the care you've taken to hide your light under a bushel. I've been told about you. You are a very holy man, and I want to be your friend. We shall have an opportunity to talk about this, for I hope that you will now consider yourself as one of our circle." Abbe Faujas looked at her fixedly, as though he had recognized some Masonic sign in the movements of her fan. He lowered his voice as he replied, "Madame, I am entirely at your service." "I am delighted to hear you say so," said Madame Rougon, with another laugh. "You will find that we do our best here to make everyone happy. But come with me and let me present you to my husband." She crossed the room, disturbing several of her guests in her progress to make way for Abbe Faujas, thus giving him an importance which put the finishing touch to the prejudice against him. In the adjoining room some card tables were set out. She went straight up to her husband, who was gravely playing whist. He seemed rather impatient as she stooped down to whisper in his ear, but the few words she said to him made him spring briskly from his seat. "Very good," he murmured. Then, having first apologized to those with whom he was playing, he went and shook hands with Abbe Faujas. At that time, Rougon was a stout, pale man of 70, and had acquired all a millionaire's gravity of expression. He was generally considered by the Plassans people to have a fine head, the white, uncommunicative head of a man of political importance. After he had exchanged a few courtesies with the priest, he resumed his seat at the card table. Félicité had just gone back into the drawing-room, her face still wreathed with smiles. When Abbe Faujas at last found himself alone, he did not manifest the slightest sign of embarrassment. He remained for a moment watching the whist players, or appearing to do so, for he was in reality examining the curtains and carpet and furniture. It was a small wainscoted room, and bookcases of dark pear wood, ornamented with brass beadings, occupied 3 of its sides. It looked like a magistrate's private sanctum. At last the priest, who was apparently desirous of making a complete inspection, returned to the drawing-room and crossed it. It was hung with green, and was in keeping with the smaller salon, but there was more gilding about it, so that it suggested the soberness of a minister's private room combined with the brightness of a great restaurant. On the other side of it was a sort of boudoir where Félicité received her friends during the day. This was hung in straw color, and was so full of easy chairs and ottomans and couches, covered with brocade with a pattern of violet scroll work, that there was scarcely room to move about in it. Abbe Faujas took a seat near the fireplace and pretended to be warming his feet. He had placed himself in such a position that through the open doorway he could command a view of the greater part of the large drawing-room. He reflected upon Madame Rougon's gracious reception, and half closed his eyes, as though he were thinking out some problem which it was rather difficult to solve. A moment or two afterwards, while he was still absorbed in his reverie, he heard someone speaking behind him. His large-backed easy-chair concealed him from sight, and he kept his eyes still more tightly closed than before, as he remained there listening, looking for all the world as though the warmth of the fire had sent him to sleep. "I went to their house just once at that time," an unctuous voice was saying. "They were then living opposite this place, on the other side of the Rue de la Banque. You were at Paris then, but all Plassans at that period knew of the Rougon yellow drawing-room. A wretched room it was, hung with lemon-colored paper at 15 sous the piece, and containing some rickety furniture covered with cheap velvet. But look at black Félicité now, dressed in plum-colored satin and seated on yonder couch. Do you see how she gives her hand to little Delangle? Upon my word, she's giving it to him to kiss." Then a younger voice said with something of a sneer, "They must have managed to lay their hands on a pretty big share of plunder to be able to have such a beautiful drawing-room. It is the handsomest, you know, in the whole town." "The lady," the other voice resumed, "has always had a passion for receptions. When she was hard up, she drank water herself so that she might be able to provide lemonade for her guests. Oh, I know all about the Rougon. I have watched their whole career. They are very clever people, and the coup d'etat has enabled them to satisfy the dreams of luxury and pleasure which had been tormenting them for 40 years. Now you see what a magnificent style they keep up, how lavishly they live. This house which they now occupy formerly belonged to a Monsieur Perrot, one of the receivers of taxes, who was killed in the affair at Saint-Rour in the insurrection of '51. Upon my word, they've had the most extraordinary luck. A stray bullet removed the man who was standing in their way, and they stepped into his place and house. If it had been a choice between the receivership and the house, Félicité would certainly have chosen the house. She had been hankering after it for 60 years nearly, making herself quite ill by her covetous glances at the magnificent curtains that hung at the windows. It was her Tuileries, as the Plassans people used to say, after the 2nd of December.
But where did they get the money to buy this house?
Ah, no one knows that, my dear fellow. Their son, Eugène, who has had such amazing political success in Paris and has become a deputy, a minister, and a confidential adviser at the Tuileries, had no difficulty in obtaining the receivership and the Cross of the Legion of Honor for his father, who'd played his cards very cleverly here. As for the house, they probably paid for it by borrowing the money from some banker. Anyhow, they are wealthy people today, and are fast making up for lost time. I fancy their son keeps up a constant correspondence with them, for they have not made a single false step as yet. The person who was speaking paused for a moment, then resumed with a low laugh. I really can't help laughing when I see that precious grasshopper of a Félicité putting on all her fine duchess's airs. I always think of the old yellow drawing-room with its threadbare carpet and shabby furniture and little fly-specked chandelier. And now, today, she receives the Rastar young ladies. Just look how she's manoeuvring the train of her dress. Some day, my dear fellow, that old woman will burst of sheer triumph in the middle of her green drawing-room. Abbe Faujas had gently let his head turn, so that he might peep at what was going on in the drawing-room. There he observed Madame Rougon standing in all her majesty in the centre of a group of guests. She seemed to have increased in stature, and every back around bent before her glance, which was like that of some victorious queen. "Ah, here's your father," said the person with the unctuous voice. "The good doctor is just arriving. I'm quite surprised that he's never told you of all these matters. He knows far more about them than I do." "Oh, my father is always afraid lest I should compromise him," replied the other gaily. "You know how he rails at me and swears that I shall make him lose all his patience." Excuse me, please. I see the young Maffrey over there. I must go and shake hands with them." There was a sound of chairs being moved, and Abbe Faujas saw a tall young man, whose face already bore signs of physical weariness, cross the small room. The other person, the one who'd given such a lively account of the Rougon, also rose from his seat. A lady who happened to pass near him allowed him to pay her some pretty compliments, and she smiled at him and called him "Dear Monsieur de Condamine." Thereupon the priest recognized him as the fine man of 60 whom Mouret had pointed out to him in the garden of the sub-prefecture. Monsieur de Condamine came and sat down on the other side of the fireplace. He was startled to see Abbe Faujas, who had been quite concealed by the back of his chair. But he appeared in no way disconcerted. He smiled, and with amicable self-possession exclaimed, "I think, Monsieur l'Abbé, that we have just been unintentionally confessing ourselves. It's a great sin, isn't it, to backbite one's neighbor? Fortunately, we're there to give us absolution." The abbé, in spite of the control which he usually had over his features, could not restrain a slight blush. He perfectly understood that Monsieur de Condamine was reproaching him for having kept so quiet in order to listen to what was being said. Monsieur de Condamine, however, was not a man to preserve a grudge against anyone for their curiosity, but quite the contrary. He was delighted at the complicity which the matter seemed to have established between himself and the abbé. It put him at liberty to talk freely, and to while away the evening in relating scandalous stories about the persons present. There was nothing that he enjoyed so much, and this abbé, who had only recently arrived at Plassans, seemed likely to prove a good listener, the more especially as he had an ugly face, the face of a man who would listen to anything, and wore such a shabby cassock that it would be preposterous to think that any confidence to which he might be treated would lead to unpleasantness. By the end of a quarter of an hour, M. de Condorcet became quite at his ease, and gave Abbe Faujas a detailed account of Plassans with all the suave politeness of a man of the world. "You are a stranger amongst us, Monsieur l'Abbé," said he, "and I shall be delighted if I can be of any assistance to you. Plassans is a little hole of a place, but one gets reconciled to it in time. I myself come from the neighborhood of Dijon, and when I was appointed conservator of woods and rivers in this district, I found the place detestable, and thought I should be bored to death here. That was just before the Empire. After '51, the provinces were by no means cheerful places to live in, I assure you. In this department, the folks were alarmed if they heard a dog bark, and they were ready to sink into the ground at the sight of a gendarme. But they calmed down by degrees and resumed their old, monotonous, uneventful existences, and in the end I grew quite resigned to my life here. I live chiefly in the open air, I take long rides on horseback, and I've made a few pleasant friendships." He lowered his voice and continued confidentially, "If you will take my advice, Monsieur l'Abbé, you will be careful what you do. You can't imagine what a scrape I once nearly fell into. Plassans, you know, is divided into 3 absolutely distinct divisions. The old district, where your duties will be confined to administering consolation and alms. The district of Saint-Marc, where our aristocrats live, a district that's full of boredom and ill-feeling, and where you can't be too much upon your guard. And lastly, the new town, the district which is now springing up round the sub-prefecture, and which is the only one where it is possible to live with any degree of comfort. At first I was foolish enough to take up my quarters in the Saint-Marc district, where I thought that my position required me to reside. There, alack, I found myself surrounded by a lot of withered old dowagers and mummified marquises. There wasn't an atom of sociability, not a scrap of gaiety, nothing but sulky mutiny against the prosperous peace that the country was enjoying. I only just missed compromising myself, upon my word I did. Pecker used to chaff me, Monsieur Pecker de Soleil, our sub-prefect, you know him, don't you? Well, then I crossed the Cours Sauveur and took rooms on the Place. At Plassans, you must know, the people have no existence, and the aristocracy are a dreadful lot that it's quite impossible to get on with. The only tolerable folks are a few parvenus, some delightful persons who are ready to incur any expense in entertaining their official acquaintances. Our little circle of functionaries is a very delightful one. We live amongst ourselves after our own inclinations without caring a rap about the townspeople, just as if we had pitched our camp in some conquered country." He laughed complacently, stretched himself further back in his chair, and turned up his feet to the fire. Then he took a glass of punch from a tray which one of the servants handed to him, and sipped it slowly while still watching Abbe Faujas out of the corner of his eye. The latter felt that politeness required him to say something. "This house seems a very pleasant one," he remarked, turning slightly towards the green drawing-room, whence the sound of animated conversation was proceeding. Yes, resumed Monsieur de Condorcet, who checked his remarks every now and then to take a little sip of punch. "The Rougons almost make us forget Paris. You would scarcely fancy here that you were in Plassans. It is the only pleasant and amusing drawing-room in the whole place, because it is the only one where all shades of opinion elbow one another. Pecker, too, has very pleasant assemblies. It must cost the Rougons a lot of money, and they haven't the public purse behind them like Pecker has, though they have something better still, the pockets of the taxpayers." He seemed quite pleased with this witticism of his. He set his empty glass, which he'd been holding in his hand, upon the mantelpiece, and then drawing his chair near to Abbe Faujas and leaning towards him, he began to speak again. "The most amusing comedies are continually being played here. but you ought to know the actors to appreciate them. You see Madame Rasteil over yonder between her two daughters, that lady of about 45 with a head like a sheep's? Well, have you noticed how her eyelids trembled and blinked when Delonger came and sat down in front of her? Delonger is the man there on the left, with a likeness to Punch. They were acquainted intimately some 10 years ago, and he is said to be the father of one of the girls, but it isn't known which. The funniest part of the business is that Delonger himself didn't get on very well with his wife about the same time, and people say that the father of his daughter is an artist very well known in Plassans. Abbe Faujas had considered it his duty to assume a very serious expression on being made the recipient of such confidences as these, and he even closed his eyes and seemed to hear nothing, while M. de Condorcet went on, as though in justification of himself. I allow myself to speak in this way of Delonger, as I know him so well. He is a wonderfully clever, pushing fellow. His father was a bricklayer, I believe. 15 years ago he used to take up the petty suits that other lawyers wouldn't be bothered with. Madame Rasteil extricated him from a condition of absolute penury. She supplied him even with wood in the winter-time to enable him to keep himself warm. It was through her influence that he won his first cases. It's worth mentioning that at that time Delonger had been shrewd enough to manifest no particular political proclivities, and so in 1852, when people were looking out for a mayor, his name was at once thought of. He was the only man who could have been chosen without alarming one or other of the 3 divisions of the town. From that time, everything has prospered with him, and he has a fine future before him. The only unfortunate part of the matter is that he doesn't get on very well with Pécœur. They are always wrangling about some silly trifles or other. He broke off as he saw the tall young man, with whom he'd been chatting previously, come up to him again. Monsieur Guillaume Pourquier, he said, introducing him to the Abbé, the son of Dr. Pourquier. Then, as Guillaume seated himself, he asked him with a touch of irony, "Well, what did you see to admire over yonder?" "Nothing at all indeed," replied the young man with a smile. "I saw the pilotes. Madame Rougon always tries to hide them behind the curtain to prevent anything unpleasant happening. Pilote never takes his eyes off Monsieur Rasteil, hoping no doubt to kill him with suppressed terror. You know, of course, that the hideous fellow hopes to die presiding judge." They both laughed. The ugliness of the pilote was a perpetual source of amusement amongst the little circle of officials. Pourquier's son lowered his voice as he continued. "I saw Monsieur Bordeaux, too. Doesn't it strike you that he's ever so much thinner since the Marquis de la Griffoule's election? Bordeaux will never get over the loss of his prefecture. He had put all his Orleanist rancor at the service of the Legitimists, in the hope that that course would lead him straight to the chamber, where he would be able to win back that deeply deplored prefecture. So he was horribly disgusted and hurt to find that instead of himself they chose the Marquis, who is a perfect ass and hasn't the faintest notion of politics, whereas he, Bordeaux, is a very shrewd fellow." "That Bordeaux, with his tightly buttoned frock coat and broad-brimmed hat, is a most overbearing person," said M. de Condorcet, shrugging his shoulders. "If such people as he were allowed to have their own way, they would turn France into a mere Sorbonne of lawyers and diplomatists, and would bore us all to death. Oh, by the way, Guillaume, I've been hearing about you. You seem to be leading a merry sort of life." "I?" exclaimed the young man with a smile. "Yes, you, my fine fellow. And observe that I get my information from your father. He's much distressed about it. He accuses you of gambling and of staying out all night at the club and other places. Is it true that you have discovered a low café behind the jail where you go with a company of scamps and play the devil's own game? I have even been told—" Here Monsieur de Condorcet, observing 2 ladies enter the room, began to whisper in Guillaume's ear. while the young man replied with affirmative signs and shook with suppressed laughter. Then he bent forward in turn and whispered to Monsieur de Condorcet, and the pair of them, drawing close together with brightly glistening eyes, seemed to derive a prolonged enjoyment from this private story, which could not be told in the presence of ladies. Abbe Faujas had remained where he was. He no longer listened to what was being said, but watched the many movements of Monsieur Deslangre, who bustled about the green drawing-room, trying to make himself extremely agreeable. The priest was so absorbed in his observations that he did not see Abbe Faujas beckoning to him, so that the other had to come and touch his shoulder and ask him to follow. He then led him into the card-room, with all the precaution of a man who has some very delicate communication to make. "My dear friend," he whispered, when they were alone in a quiet corner, "it is excusable in you, as this is the first time you've been here. But I must warn you that you have compromised yourself very considerably by talking so long with the persons you have just left." Then, as Abbe Faujas looked at him with great surprise, he added, "Those persons are not looked upon favorably. I myself am not passing any judgment upon them, and I don't want to repeat any scandal. I'm simply warning you out of pure friendship. That's all." He was going away, but Abbe Faujas detained him, exclaiming hastily, "You disquiet me, my dear Monsieur Mouret. I beg of you to explain yourself. Without speaking any ill of anyone, you can surely be a little clearer." "Well, then," replied the old priest, after a momentary hesitation, "Dr. Poquet's son causes his worthy father the greatest distress, and sets the worst example to all the studious youth of Plassans. He left nothing but debts behind him in Paris, and here he is turning the whole town upside down. As for Monsieur de Condorcet—" Here he hesitated again, feeling embarrassed by the enormity of what he had to relate. Then, lowering his eyes, he resumed, "Monsieur de Condorcet is very free in his conversation, and I fear that he is deficient in a sense of morality. He spares no one, and he scandalizes every honorable person. Then, I really hardly know how to tell you, but he has contracted, it is said, a scarcely creditable marriage. You see that young woman there who's not 30 years old and who has such a crowd around her? Well, he brought her to Plassans one day from no one knows where. From the time of her arrival, she has been all-powerful here. It is she who's got her husband and Dr. Poquier decorated. She has influential friends in Paris. But I beg of you not to repeat any of this. Madame de Condorcet is very amiable and charitable. I go to her house sometimes, and I should be extremely distressed if I thought that she considered me an enemy of hers. If she has committed faults, it is our duty, is it not, to help her to return to a better way of life. As for her husband, he is, between ourselves, a perfect scamp. Have as little as possible to do with him." Abbe Faujas gazed into the worthy Mouret's eyes. He had just noticed that Madame Rougon was following their conversation from the distance with a thoughtful air. "Wasn't it Madame Rougon who told you to come and give me this good advice?" he suddenly asked the old priest. "How did you know that?" the latter exclaimed in great astonishment. "She asked me not to mention her name, but since you have guessed it—" "Ah, she is a good, kind-hearted lady who would be much distressed to see a priest compromising himself in her house. She's unfortunately compelled to receive all sorts of persons." Abbe Faujas expressed his thanks and promised to be more prudent in the future. The card-players had not taken any notice of the two priests, who returned into the big drawing-room, where Faujas was again conscious of hostile surroundings. He even experienced greater coldness and more silent contempt than before. The ladies pulled their dresses out of his way as though his touch would have soiled them, and the men turned away from him with sneering titters. He himself maintained haughty calmness and indifference. Fancying that he heard the word Besançon meaningly pronounced in a corner of the room where Madame de Condamine was holding her court, he walked straight up to the folks by whom she was surrounded. But at his approach there was a dead silence amongst them, and they all stared him in the face with eyes that gleamed with uncharitable curiosity. He felt quite sure that they had been talking about him and repeating some disgraceful story. While he was still standing there behind the Rastoy young ladies, who had not observed him, he heard the younger one ask her sister, "What was it that this priest of whom everyone is talking did at Besançon?" "I don't quite know," the older sister replied. "I believe he nearly murdered his vicar in a quarrel they had. Papa also said that he'd been mixed up in some great business speculation, which turned out badly." "He's in the small room over there, isn't he? Somebody saw him just now laughing with Monsieur de Condamine." "Oh, then people do quite right to distrust him if he laughs with Monsieur de Condamine." This gossip of the two girls made perspiration start from Abbe Faujas' brows. He did not frown, but his lips tightened one upon the other, and his cheeks took an ashy tint. He seemed to hear the whole room talking of the priest whom he had tried to murder, and of the shady transactions in which he had been concerned. Opposite him were Monsieur Deslangre and Dr. Pourquier, still looking very severe. Monsieur de Bordeaux's mouth pouted scornfully as he said something in a low voice to a lady. Monsieur Maffray, the justice of the peace, was casting furtive glances at him, as if he had piously resolved to examine him from a distance before condemning him. And at the other end of the room the two hideous Palocs craned out their malice-warped faces, in which shone a wicked joy at all the cruel stories that were being whispered about. Abbe Faujas slowly retired as he saw Madame Rastoy, who had been standing a few paces away, come up and seat herself between her two daughters, as though to keep them under the protection of her wing and shield them from his touch. He rested his elbow on the piano which he saw behind him, and there he stood with his head erect and his face as hard and silent as a face of stone. He felt that they were all in a plot to treat him as an outcast. As he stood thus gazing at the company from under his partially lowered eyelids, he suddenly gave a slight start, which he quickly suppressed. He had just caught sight of Abbe Faujas, leaning back in an easy-chair and smiling quietly behind a perfect wall of petticoats. The eyes of the two men met, and they gazed at each other for some moments with the fierce expression of duelists about to engage in mortal combat. Then there was a rustling of silk, and Abbe Faujas was hidden from sight by the ladies' gowns. However, Félicité had contrived to reach the neighborhood of the piano, and when she had succeeded in installing at it the elder of the Rastoy girls, who had a pleasant voice, and was able to speak to Abbe Faujas without being heard, she drew him towards one of the windows and asked, "What have you done to Abbe Faujas?" They talked together in very low tones. The priest at first feigned surprise, but when Madame Rougon had murmured a few words, accompanied by sundry shruggings of her shoulders, he seemed to become more open with her. They both smiled and made a pretense of merely exchanging ordinary courtesies, but the glistening of their eyes spoke of something much more serious. The piano was silent for a moment, and then the elder Mademoiselle Rastoy began to sing La Colombe du Soldat, which was a favorite song at that time. "Your debut has been most unfortunate," Félicité continued. "You have quite set people against you, and I should advise you not to come here again for a considerable time. You must make yourself popular and a favorite, you understand. Any rash act would be fatal." Abbe Faujas seemed absorbed in thought. "You say that it was Abbe Faujas who circulated these abominable stories?" he asked. "Oh, he is much too wily to commit himself in such a way. He must just have faintly suggested them to his penitents. I don't know whether he's found you out, but he is certainly afraid of you.
I am sure of that, and he will attack you in every possible way. The most unfortunate part of the matter is that he confesses the most important people in the town. It was he who secured the election of the Marquis de la Griffour. I did wrong to come this evening, the priest murmured. Félicité bit her lips, then continued with animation. You did wrong to compromise yourself with such a man as that Condamine. I did what I thought was best. When the person whom you know of wrote to me from Paris, I thought that I should be doing you a service by inviting you here. I imagined that you would be able to make it an opportunity for gaining friends. But instead of doing what you could to make yourself popular, you've set everyone against you. Please excuse my freedom, but you really seem to be doing all you can to ensure your failure. You have committed nothing but mistakes in going to lodge with my son-in-law, in persistently keeping yourself aloof from others, and in walking about in a cassock which makes the street lads jeer at you. Abbe Faujas could not repress a movement of impatience. However, he merely replied, I will profit by your kind advice. Only don't try to assist me. That would mar everything. Yes, what you say is prudent, replied the old lady. Only return here in triumph. One last word, my dear sir. The person in Paris is most anxious for your success, and it is for that reason that I am interesting myself in you. Well then, don't make people frightened of you. Shun you. Be pleasant and make yourself agreeable to the ladies. Remember that particularly. You must make yourself agreeable to the ladies if you want to get Plassans on your side. The elder Mademoiselle Rastoy had just finished her song with a final flourish, and the guests were softly applauding her. Madame Rougon left the Abbé to go and congratulate the singer. Then she took up a position in the middle of the room and shook hands with the visitors, who were beginning to retire. It was 11 o'clock. The Abbé was much vexed to find that the worthy Bourret had taken advantage of the music to effect his escape. He had thought of leaving with him, a course which would have enabled him to make a respectable exit. Now, however, he would have to go away alone, which would be extremely prejudicial to him. It would be reported through the town in the morning that he'd been turned out of the house. So he retired into a window recess, whence he watched for an opportunity to effect an honorable retreat. The room was emptying fast, however, and there were only a few ladies left. At last he noticed one who was very simply dressed. It was Madame Mouret, whose slightly waved hair made her look younger than usual. He looked with surprise at her tranquil face and her large, peaceful black eyes. He had not noticed her during the evening. She'd quietly remained in the same corner without moving, vexed at wasting her time in this way, with her hands in her lap, doing nothing. While he was looking at her, she rose to take leave of her mother. It was one of Félicité's greatest delights to see the high society of Plassans leave her with profuse bows and thanks for her punch, her green drawing-room, and the pleasant evening they had spent there. And she thought how formerly these same fine folks had trampled her underfoot, whereas now the richest amongst them could not find sweet enough smiles for dear Madame Rougon. "Ah, Madame," murmured Maffray, the justice of the peace, "one quite forgets the passage of time here." "You are the only pleasant hostess in all this uncivilized place," whispered pretty Madame de Condamine. "We shall expect you to dinner tomorrow," said Monsieur Deslangre, "but you must take pot luck, for we don't pretend to do as you do." Marthe was obliged to make her way through all this incense-offering crowd in order to reach her mother. She kissed her and was about to retire, when Félicité detained her and looked around as if trying to find someone. Then, on catching sight of Abbe Faujas, she inquired with a smile, "Is your reverence a gallant man?" The Abbé bowed. "Well then, I should be much obliged to you if you would escort my daughter home. You both live in the same house, and so it will not put you to any inconvenience.
On the road there is a little bit of dark lane which is not very pleasant for a lady by herself." Marthe assured her mother in her quiet way that she was not a little girl and in no wise felt afraid. But as Félicité insisted, saying that she should feel easier if her daughter had someone with her, she at last accepted the abbé's escort. As the latter retired with her, Félicité, who accompanied them to the landing, whispered in the priest's ear with a smile, "Don't forget what I told you. You must make yourself agreeable to the ladies if you want Plassans to belong to you." This ends chapter 6. Section 7 of The Conquest of Plassans by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 7. That same night, Mouret, who was still awake when his wife returned home, plied her with questions in his desire to find out what had taken place at Madame Rougon's. She told him that everything had gone off as usual and that she had noticed nothing out of the common. She just added that Abbe Faujas had walked home with her, but had merely spoken of commonplace matters. Mouret was very much vexed at what he called his wife's indolence. "If anyone had committed suicide at your mother's," he growled, as he angrily buried his head in his pillow, "you would know nothing about it." When he came home to dinner the next day, he called to Marthe as soon as he caught sight of her. "I was sure of it. I knew you had never troubled yourself to use your eyes. It's just like you, sitting the whole evening in a room and never having the faintest notion of what was being said or done around you. Why, the whole town is talking about it. The whole town, do you hear? I couldn't go anywhere without somebody speaking to me about—" "About what, my dear?" asked Marthe in astonishment. "About the fine success of Abbe Faujas, forsooth. He was turned out of the green drawing-room." "Indeed he wasn't. I saw nothing of the kind." "Haven't I told you that you never see anything? Do you know what the Abbé did at Besançon? He either murdered a priest or committed forgery. They are not quite certain which it was. However, they seem to have given him a nice reception. He turned quite green. Well, it's all up with him now." Marthe bent her head and allowed her husband to revel in the priest's discomfiture. Mouret was delighted. "I still stick to my first idea," he said. "Your mother and he have got some underhand plot together. I hear that she showed him the greatest civility. It was she, wasn't it, who asked him to accompany you home? Why didn't you tell me so?" Marthe shrugged her shoulders without replying. "You are the most provoking woman in the world," her husband cried. "All these little details are of the greatest importance. Madame Parloc, whom I have just met, told me that she and several other ladies had lingered behind to see how the abbé would effect his departure, and that your mother availed herself of you to cover the parson's retreat. Just try to remember now what he said to you as he walked home with you." He sat down by his wife's side with his keen, questioning little eyes fixed upon her. "Really," said she quietly, "he only talked to me about the trifling, commonplace matters such as anyone might have talked of. He spoke about the cold, which was very sharp, and about the quietness of the town at night time, and I think he mentioned the pleasant evening he had passed. Ah, the hypocrite! Didn't he ask you any questions about your mother or her guests?" "No. The Rue de la Banne is only a very short distance, you know, and it didn't take us 3 minutes. He walked by my side without offering me his arm, and he took such long strides that I was almost obliged to run. I don't know why folks should all be so bitter against him. He doesn't seem very well off, and he was shivering, poor man, in that threadbare old cassock of his." Mouret was not without pity and sympathy. "Ah,
"He must have done," he said. "He can't feel very warm now that the frost has come."
"I'm sure we have nothing to complain of in his conduct," Marthe continued. "He's very punctual in his payments, and he makes no noise and gives no trouble. Where could you find a more desirable tenant?"
"Nowhere, I grant you. What I was saying just now was to show you what little attention you pay, wherever you go, to what takes place around you. I know the set your mother receives too well to attach much weight to anything that happens in the green drawing-room. It's a perpetual source of lies and the most ridiculous stories. I don't suppose for a moment that the Abbe ever murdered anyone any more than that he was ever a bankrupt. And I told Madame Paloc that people ought to see that their own linen was clean before they found fault with that of others. I hope she took the hint to herself." This was a fib on Mouret's part, for he had said nothing of the kind to Madame Paloc. But Marthe's pity had made him feel rather ashamed of the delight which he had manifested at the Abbe's troubles. On the following days he went entirely over to the priest's side, and whenever he happened to meet any people whom he detested, Monsieur de Bordeaux, Monsieur Deslangres, and Dr. Porquier, he launched out into warm praises of the Abbe just for the pleasure of astonishing and annoying them. The Abbe, said he, was a man of great courage and perfect guilelessness, but extremely poor, and some very base-minded person must have originated the calumnies about him. Then he went on to have a rap at the Rougons' guests, whom he called hypocrites, canting humbugs, and stuck-up idiots, who were afraid of a man of real virtue. In a short time he had quite made the Abbe's quarrel his own, and availed himself of it to attack both the Rastoy gang and the gang of the sub-prefecture as well. "Isn't it pitiable," he sometimes said to his wife, forgetting that she had heard him tell a very different story, "isn't it pitiable to see a lot of people who stole their money no one knows where, leaguing so bitterly against a poor man just because he hasn't got 20 francs to spare to buy a cartload of firewood? Such conduct quite disgusts me. I'm quite willing to be surety for him. I ought to know what he does and what sort of a man he is, since he lives in my house, and so I'm not slack in telling them the truth. I give them all they deserve when I meet them. And I won't content myself with that, either. I want the Abbe to be my friend, and I mean to walk out with him arm in arm along the promenade, to let people know that I'm not afraid of being seen with him, rich and well thought of as I am. I hope, too, that you will show all the kindness and consideration to these poor people that you can." Marthe smiled quietly. She was delighted at the friendly disposition her husband was now manifesting towards their lodgers. Rose was ordered to show them every civility. She was even told that she might volunteer to do Madame Faujas' shopping for her on wet mornings. The latter, however, always declined the cook's services, though she no longer manifested that silent stiffness of demeanor which she had shown during the earlier days of her residence in the house. One morning, as she met Marthe, who was coming down from an attic which was used as a storeroom for the fruit, she stopped and talked to her for a moment, and even unbent so far as to accept a couple of magnificent pears. Those pears were the beginning of a closer intimacy between them. Abbe Faujas, too, did not now glide so hurriedly up and down the stairs as he had been wont to do. Almost every day, when Mouret heard the rustling of the priest's cassock as he came down, he hastened to the foot of the staircase and told the Abbe that it would give him great pleasure to walk part of the way with him. He had also thanked him for the little service he had done his wife, skillfully questioning him at the time to find out if he intended again calling on the Rougon. The Abbe had smiled and freely confessed that he was not fitted for society. This had delighted Mouret, who felt quite certain that he had had some influence in bringing about his lodger's decision. He even began to dream of preventing all future intercourse with the green drawing-room, and of keeping him altogether to himself. So when Marthe told him one evening that Madame Faujas had accepted a couple of pears,
He looked upon this as a fortunate circumstance which would facilitate the execution of his designs. "Haven't they really got a fire on the second floor this bitterly cold weather?" he asked in Rose's presence. "No, indeed, sir," replied the cook, who understood that the question was meant for herself. "They couldn't very well have one, for I've never seen the least bit of wood taken upstairs, unless indeed they're burning their 4 chairs, or Madame Faujas manages to carry up the wood in her basket." "It's not right of you to talk in that way, Rose," said Marthe. "The poor things must be shivering with cold in those big rooms." "I should think so, indeed," exclaimed Mouret. "There were several degrees of frost last night, and there was considerable fear felt about the olive trees. The water in our jug upstairs was frozen. This room of ours here is a small one, however, and very warm." The doors and windows of the dining room were provided with pads, so that no draught could find its way through any crevice, and a big earthenware stove made the place as warm as a bakehouse. During the winter evenings the young people read or played round the table, while Mouret made his wife play piquet till bedtime, which, by the way, was perfect torture to her. For a long time she had refused to touch the cards, saying that she did not know a single game, but at last he had taught her piquet, and she had then been forced to resign herself to her fate. "Don't you think," Mouret continued, "that we really ought to ask the Faujas to come and spend the evening here? They would at any rate be warm for 2 or 3 hours, and they would be company for us too, and make us feel more lively. Ask them, and I don't think they'll refuse." The next day Marthe met Madame Faujas in the hall and gave the invitation, which the old lady at once accepted, both for herself and her son. "I'm surprised she didn't make some little demur about coming," said Mouret. "I fancied that they would have required more pressing. But the Abbe is beginning to understand that he does wrong in living like a wild beast." In the evening Mouret took care that the table was cleared in good time, and he set out a bottle of sweet wine and a plate full of little cakes. Although he was not given to being lavish, he was anxious to show that the Rougons were not the only people who knew how things ought to be done. The tenants of the second floor came downstairs about 8 o'clock. Abbe Faujas was wearing a new cassock, at the sight of which Mouret was so much surprised that he could only stammer a few words in answer to the priest's courtesies. "Indeed, Monsieur l'Abbe, all the honor is for us. Come, children, put some chairs here." They all took their seats round the table. The room was uncomfortably warm, for Mouret had crammed the stove as full as possible, in order to let his guests see that he made no account of a log more or less. Abbe Faujas made himself very pleasant, fondling Désirée and questioning the 2 lads about their studies. Marthe, who was knitting some stockings, raised her eyes every now and then in surprise at the flexible tones of that strange voice which she was not accustomed to hear sounding in the monotonous quietness of the dining room. She looked at the priest's powerful face and square-cut features, and then bent her head again, without trying to hide the interest she took in this man, who was so strong and kindly, and whom she knew to be so poor. As for Mouret, he uncouthly stared at the new cassock, and could not restrain himself from saying, with a sly smile, "You needn't have troubled to dress to come here, Monsieur l'Abbe. We don't go in for ceremony, as you know very well." Marthe blushed, while the priest gaily related that he'd bought the cassock that very day. He had kept it on, he said, to please his mother, who thought that he looked finer than a king in it. "Don't you, mother?" he asked the old lady. Madame Faujas nodded, without taking her eyes off her son. She was sitting opposite to him, gazing at him in the bright lamplight with an air of ecstasy. They began to talk of various matters, and Abbe Faujas seemed to throw off his gloomy coldness. He still remained grave, but it was with a pleasant, good-natured gravity. He listened attentively to Mouret, replied to his most insignificant remarks, and seemed to take an interest in his gossip. His landlord explained to him the manner in which the family lived, and finished his account by saying, "We spend our evenings in the way you see, always as quietly as this. We never invite anyone, as we are always more comfortable by ourselves. Every evening I have a game at piquet with my wife. It is a very old habit of ours, and I could scarcely go to sleep without it." "Pray don't let us interfere with it," cried Abbe Faujas. "I beg that you won't in any way depart from your usual habits on our account." "Oh, dear, no. I am not a monomaniac about it, and it won't kill me to go without it for once." The priest insisted for a time, but when he saw that Marthe declined to play with even greater determination than her husband, he turned towards his mother, who had been sitting silent with her hands folded in front of her, and said, "Mother, you have a game with Monsieur Mouret." She looked keenly into her son's eyes, while Mouret still continued to refuse, and declared that he did not want to break up the party. However, when the priest told him that his mother was a good player, he gave way. "Is she indeed?" he said. "Then, if Madame really wishes it, and no one objects—" "Come along, mother, and have a game," said Abbe Faujas in a more decided tone. "Certainly," she replied. "I shall be delighted, but I shall have to change my place." "Oh, there will be no difficulty about that," said Mouret, who was quite charmed. "You'd better take your son's seat, and perhaps Monsieur l'Abbé will be good enough to sit next to my wife. Madame can sit next to me. There, that will do capitally." The priest, who had at first been opposite to Marthe on the other side of a table, was thus placed next to her. They sat quite apart by themselves, the two players having drawn their chairs close together to engage in their struggle. Octave and Serge had just gone up to their room. Désirée was sleeping with her head on the table after her usual custom. When 10 o'clock struck, Mouret, who had lost the first game, did not feel inclined to go to bed, but asked for his revenge. Madame Faujas consulted her son with a glance, and then, in her tranquil fashion, began to shuffle the cards. The abbé had merely exchanged a few words with Marthe. On this, the first evening that he spent in the dining-room, he only spoke of commonplace topics: the household, the price of victuals at Plassans, and the anxieties which children caused. Marthe replied with a show of interest, looking up every now and then with her bright glance, and importing into the conversation some of her own sedate good sense. It was nearly 11 o'clock when Mouret threw down the cards with some slight irritation. "I've lost again," he said. "I haven't had a single good card all the evening. Perhaps I shall have better luck tomorrow." "We shall see you again, I hope, madame." And when Abbe Faujas began to protest that they could not think of abusing the Mourets' kindness by disturbing them in this way every evening, he continued, "But you're not disturbing us at all. You're giving us pleasure. Besides, I have been defeated, and I'm sure that madame can't refuse me another game." When the priest and his mother had accepted the invitation and had gone upstairs again, Mouret showed some ill temper, and began to excuse himself for having lost. He seemed quite annoyed about it. "The old woman isn't as good a player as I am, I'm sure," he said to his wife. "But she has got such eyes. I could really almost fancy she was cheating. Upon my word, I could. Well, we shall see what happens tomorrow." From that time, the Faujas came down regularly every day to spend the evening with the Mourets. There were tremendous battles between the old lady and her landlord. She seemed to play with him, to let him win just frequently enough to prevent him from being altogether discouraged, and this made him fume with suppressed anger, for he prided himself on his skill at piquet. He used to indulge in dreams of beating her night after night for weeks in succession, without ever letting her win a single game, while she ever preserved wonderful coolness, her square, peasant-like face remaining quite expressionless, as with her big hands she threw down the cards with all the regularity of a machine. From 8 o'clock till bedtime they would remain seated at their end of the table, quite absorbed in their game and never moving. At the other end, near the stove, Abbe Faujas and Marthe were left entirely to themselves. The abbé felt a masculine and priestly disdain for women, and in spite of himself this disdain often made itself manifest in some slightly harsh expression. On these occasions Marthe was affected by a strange feeling of anxiety. She raised her eyes with one of those sudden thrills of alarm which cause people to cast a hurried glance behind them, half expecting to see some concealed enemy raising his hand to strike. At other times, on catching sight of the abbé's cassock, she would check herself suddenly in the midst of a laugh, and would relapse into silence, quite confused, astonished at finding herself talking so freely to a man who was so different from other men. It was a long time before there was any real intimacy between them. Abbe Faujas never directly questioned Marthe about her husband, or her children, or her house. But nevertheless he gradually made himself acquainted with every detail of their history and manner of life. Every evening, while Mouret and Madame Faujas were contending furiously one against the other, he contrived to learn some new fact. Upon one occasion he remarked that the husband and wife were surprisingly alike. "Yes," Marthe answered with a smile, "when we were 20 years old, we used to be taken for brother and sister. And indeed, it was a little owing to that circumstance that we got married. People used to joke us about it, and were continually making us stand side by side, and saying what a fine couple we should make. The likeness was so striking that worthy Monsieur Campan, though he knew us quite well, hesitated to marry us." "But you are cousins, are you not?" the priest asked. "Yes," she replied with a slight blush. "My husband is a Maquart, and I am a Rougon." Then she kept silence for a moment or two, feeling ill at ease, for she was sure that the priest knew the history of her family, which was so notorious at Plassans. The Maquarts were an illegitimate branch of the Rougon. "The most singular part of it," she resumed, to conceal her embarrassment, "is that we both resemble our grandmother. My husband's mother transmitted the likeness to him, while in me it has sprung up again after a break, passing my father by." Then the abbé cited a similar instance in his own family. He had a sister, he said, who was the living image of his mother's grandfather. The likeness in this case had leapt over 2 generations. His sister, too, closely resembled the old man in her character and habits, even in her gestures and the tone of her voice. "It was just the same with me when I was a little girl. I often heard people say of me," remarked Marthe, "She's Aunt Didet all over again." The poor woman is now at Les Toulettes. She never had a strong head. For my part, in growing older, I have become less excitable and stronger, but I remember that when I was a child I hadn't good health at all. I used to have attacks of giddiness, and my head was filled with the strangest fancies. I often laugh now when I think of the extraordinary things I used to do." "And your husband?" "Oh, he takes after his father, a journeyman hatter, a careful, prudent man. I should say that when we were young, though we were so much alike in face, it was quite a different matter as to our dispositions. However, as time has gone on, we've grown to resemble each other very much. We were so quiet and happy in our business at Marseille. The 15 years I spent there taught me to find happiness in my own home, in the midst of my children." Abbe Faujas noticed a touch of bitterness in her tone every time that he led her to speak on this subject. She was certainly happy, as she said, but he fancied that he could detect traces of old rebellion in her nervous nature, that was now calmed by the approach of her 40th year. He imagined a little drama for himself, in which this husband and wife, who were so much alike, were considered by their relations to be made for each other, and were thus forced into marriage, whereas in reality they were of different and antagonistic temperaments. Then his mind dwelt upon the fatal outcome of a monotonous life, the wearing away of character by the daily cares of business, the soporific effect of 15 years' fortune-making upon this couple, who were now living upon that fortune in a sleepy corner of a little town. Today, though they were both still young, there seemed to be nothing but the ashes left of their former selves. The Abbe cleverly tried to discover whether Marthe was resigned to her existence, and he found her full of common sense. "I am quite contented with my home," she said. "My children are all that I want. I was never much given to gaiety. I only felt a little dull at times. I dare say I should have been better if I'd had some mental occupation, but I was never able to find one. And perhaps, after all, it's as well I didn't, for I should very likely have split my head. I could never even read a novel without giving myself a frightful headache, and for nights afterwards all the characters would dance about in my brain. Needlework is the only thing which never fatigues me, so I stay at home and keep out of the way of noise and chatter and all the frivolous follies which weary me." She paused every now and then to glance at Désirée, who was still sleeping with her head upon the table and smiling in her innocent way. "Poor child," she murmured, "she can't even do any needlework. She gets dizzy directly. She's fond of animals, and that's all she's capable of. When she goes to stay with her nurse, as she does every now and then, she spends all her time in the poultry yard, and she comes back to me with rosy cheeks and as strong and well as possible." Marthe often spoke of Les Toulettes, manifesting as she did so a lurking fear of insanity, and Abbe Faujas thus became aware of a strange dread haunting this peaceful home. Marthe loved her husband with a sober, unimpassioned love, but there was mingled with her affection for him considerable fear of his jokes and pleasantries, his perpetual teasing. She was hurt, too, by his selfishness and the loneliness in which he left her. She felt a vague grudge against him for the quietude in which she lived, that very manner of life which she said made her happy. When she spoke of him, she said, "He's very good to us. You've heard him, I dare say, get angry sometimes, but that arises from his passion for seeing everything in order, which he often carries to an almost ridiculous extent. He gets quite vexed if he sees a flower pot a little out of place in the garden, or a plaything lying about on the floor. But in other matters he does quite right in pleasing himself. I know he is not very popular, because he has managed to accumulate some money, and still continues to do a good stroke of business every now and then. But he only laughs at what people say about him. They say nasty things, too, of him in connection with me. They say that he is a miser, and won't let me go out anywhere, and even deprives me of boots. But all that is quite untrue. I am entirely free. He certainly prefers to see me here when he comes home, instead of finding that I'm always off somewhere paying calls and walking on the promenade, but he knows quite well what my tastes are. What indeed should I go out for?" As she defended Mouret against the gossip of Plassans, Marthe's voice assumed a sudden animation, as though she felt the need of defending him quite as much from the secret accusations which arose within her own mind, and she kept reverting with nervous uneasiness to the subject of society life. She seemed to seek a refuge within the little dining-room and the old-fashioned garden with its box borders, as if everything else filled her with vague alarm and made her doubtful of her strength, apprehensive of some possible catastrophe. Then she would smile at her fears and shrug her shoulders as she resumed her knitting or the mending of some old skirt, and Abbe Faujas would see before him only a cold, reserved housewife, with listless face and inanimate eyes, who filled the house with a scent as of clean linen and of blossoms gathered in the shade. 2 months passed away in this manner. Abbe Faujas and his mother had become quite a part of the Mouret family life. They all had their recognized places every evening at the table, just as the lamp had its place, and the same intervals of silence were broken night after night by the same remarks from the card players and the same subdued converse of the priest and Marthe. When Madame Faujas had not given him too tremendous a beating, Mouret found his lodgers extremely nice people. All that curiosity of his, born of idleness, waned before the interest and occupation that the nightly parties afforded him, and he no longer played the spy upon the Abbé, whom he declared to be a very good fellow now that he knew him better. "Oh, don't bother me with your stories," he used to exclaim to those who attacked Abbe Faujas. "You get hold of a pack of nonsense and put absurd interpretations upon facts that admit of the simplest explanation. I know all about him. He very kindly comes and spends his evenings with us. But he's not a man to make himself cheap, and I can quite understand that people don't like him for it and accuse him of pride." Mouret greatly enjoyed being the only person in Plassans who could boast of knowing Abbe Faujas, and he even somewhat abused this advantage. Every time he met Madame Rougon, he put on an air of triumph and made her understand that he had stolen her guest from her, while the old lady contented herself with smiling quietly. With his intimate acquaintances, Mouret extended his confidences further, and remarked that those blessed priests could do nothing like other people. Then he gave them a string of little details, and told them in what manner the abbé drank, how he talked to women, and how he always kept his knees apart without ever crossing his legs, and other trifling matters which the vague alarm that his free-thinking mind experienced in the presence of his guest's long, mystic-looking cassock made him notice. The evenings passed away one after another, and at last the first days of February came round. In all the conversations between himself and Marthe, Abbe Faujas had to all appearance carefully avoided the subject of religion. She had once remarked to him, almost lightly, "No, Monsieur l'Abbé, I am not a very religious woman, and I seldom go to church. At Marseille I was always too busy, and now I am too indolent to go out. And then I must confess to you that I wasn't brought up with religious ideas. My mother used to tell me that God would come to us quite as well at home." The priest bowed his head without making any reply, and seemed to signify that he would rather not discuss religious matters under such circumstances. One evening, however, he drew a picture of the unexpected comfort which suffering souls find in religion. They were talking of a poor woman whom troubles of every sort had driven to suicide. "She did wrong to despair," said the priest in his deep voice. "She was ignorant of the comfort and consolation to be found in prayer. I've often seen heartbroken, weeping women come to us, and they've gone away again filled with a resignation that they had vainly sought elsewhere, and glad to live, and this had come from their falling upon their knees and tasting the blessedness of humiliating themselves before God in some quiet corner of the church. They came back there, they forgot their troubles and became gods entirely." Marthe listened with a thoughtful expression to these remarks of the priest, whose last words fell in a gradually softening voice that seemed to breathe of superhuman felicity. "Yes, it must be a blessed thing," she murmured, as though she were speaking to herself. "I've thought about it sometimes, but I've always felt afraid." If the abbé seldom referred to such matters as this, he frequently spoke on the subject of charity. Marthe was very tender-hearted, and tears rose to her eyes at the slightest tale of trouble. It seemed to please the priest to see her so moved to pity, and every evening he told her some fresh story of sorrow and kept her constantly excited with compassion. She would let her work fall and clasp her hands as, with a sad, pitying face, she gazed into his eyes and listened to him as he recounted heart-rending details of how some poor persons had died of starvation, or how others had been goaded by misery into committing base crimes. At these times she felt completely under his influence, and he might have done what he willed with her. About the middle of February, a deplorable occurrence threw Plassans into dismay. It was discovered that a number of young girls, scarcely more than children, had fallen into evil courses while loafing about the streets, and it was even rumored that some persons of high position in the town would be compromised. For a week, Marthe was very painfully affected by this discovery, which caused the greatest sensation. She was acquainted with one of the unfortunate girls, who was the niece of her cook Rose, and she could not think of the poor little creature without shuddering. "It is a great pity," said Abbe Faujas to her one evening, "that there isn't a home at Plassans on the model of the one at Besançon." Then, in reply to Marthe's pressing questions, the Abbe explained to her the constitution of this home. It was a sort of refuge for girls from 8 to 15 years of age, the daughters of workingmen, whose parents were obliged to leave them alone during the day while they themselves went to their employment. During the daytime these girls were set to do needlework, and in the evening they were sent back to their parents, the latter having then returned home from their work. By this system the children were brought up out of reach of vice and in the midst of good examples. Marthe thought the idea an admirable one, and she gradually became so prepossessed in its favor that she could talk of nothing else than the necessity of founding a similar institution at Plassans. "We might put it under the patronage of the Virgin," Abbe Faujas suggested. "But there are such difficulties in the way. You have no idea of the trouble there is in effecting the least good work. What is quite essential to the success of such a scheme as this is some woman with a motherly heart, full of zeal and absolutely devoted to the work." Marthe lowered her head and looked at Désirée, who was asleep by her side, and she felt tears welling from beneath her eyelids. She made inquiries as to the steps that it would be necessary to take for founding such a home, the cost of erecting it, and the annual expenses. "Will you help me?" she suddenly asked the priest one evening. Abbe Faujas gravely took her hand and held it within his own for a moment, telling her that she had one of the fairest souls he had ever known. He would willingly do what he could, he assured her, but he should rely altogether upon her, for the assistance that he himself would be able to give would be small. It would be for her to form a committee of the ladies of the town, to collect subscriptions, and to take upon herself, in a word, all the delicate and onerous duties which are connected with an appeal to the charity of the public. He appointed a meeting with her for the following day at Saint-Saturnins, to introduce her to the diocesan architect, who would be able to tell her much better than he himself could do about the expenses that would have to be incurred. Mouret was very gay that evening when they went to bed. He had not allowed Madame Faujas to win a single game. "You seem quite pleased about something tonight, my dear," he said to his wife. "Did you see what a beating I gave the old lady downstairs?" Then, as he observed Marthe taking a silk dress out of her wardrobe, he asked her with some surprise if she intended to go out in the morning. He had not heard anything of the conversation in the dining room between his wife and the priest. "Yes," she replied, "I have to go out. I have to meet Abbe Faujas at the church about a matter which I will tell you of." He stood motionless in front of her, and gazed at her with an expression of stupefaction, wondering if she were not really jesting with him. Then, without any appearance of displeasure, he said in his bantering fashion, "Hello, hello. Well, I never expected that. So you've gone over to the priests now. This ends chapter 7. Section 8 of The Conquest of Plassans by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 8. The next morning, Marthe began by calling on her mother, to whom she explained the pious undertaking which she was contemplating. She became almost angry when the old lady smilingly shook her head, and she gave her to understand that she considered her lacking in charity. "It is one of Abbe Faujas' ideas, isn't it?" Félicité suddenly inquired. "Yes," Marthe replied in surprise. "We have talked a good deal about it together. But how did you know?" Madame Rougon shrugged her shoulders, without vouchsafing any definite reply. Then she continued with a show of animation. "Well, my dear, I think you are quite right. You ought to have some kind of occupation, and you have found a very good one. It has always distressed me very much to see you perpetually shut up in that lonely, death-like house of yours. But you mustn't count upon my assistance. I would rather not appear in the matter, for people would say that it was I who was really doing everything, and that we had come to an understanding together to try to force our ideas upon the town. I should prefer that you yourself should have all the credit of your charitable inspiration. I will help you with my advice, if you will let me, but with nothing more." "I was hoping that you would join the committee," said Marthe, who felt a little alarmed at the thought of finding herself alone in such an onerous undertaking. No, my presence on it would only do harm, I can assure you. Make it well known, on the contrary, that I am not going to be on the committee, that I have been asked and have refused, excusing myself on the ground that I am too much occupied. Let it be understood even that I have no faith in your scheme, and that, you will see, will influence the ladies at once. They will be delighted to take part in charitable work in which I have no share. Go and see Madame Rasteuil, Madame de Condorman, Madame de Langres, and Madame Paloc. Be sure to see Madame Paloc. She will feel flattered and will help you more than all the others. If you find any difficulty about anything, come here again and tell me." She accompanied her daughter to the head of the stairs. Then she stopped and looked her in the face, saying with her sharp smile, "I hope the dear Abbé keeps well." "Yes, he is quite well," replied Marthe. "I am going to Saint-Saturnin's, where I am to meet with the diocesan architect." Marthe and the priest had considered that matters were still in too indefinite a stage for them to disturb the architect, and so they had planned just to meet him at Saint-Saturnin's, where he came every day to inspect a chapel that happened to be under repair at the time. It would seem like a chance meeting. When Marthe walked up the church, she caught sight of Abbe Faujas and Monsieur Léotot, the architect, talking together on some scaffolding, from which they descended as soon as they saw her. One of the Abbe's shoulders was quite white with plaster, and he seemed to be taking a great interest in the operations. At this hour of the afternoon there were no worshippers or penitents in the church, and the nave and aisles were quite deserted, encumbered only by a litter of chairs which two vergers were noisily setting in order. Workmen were calling to each other from the tops of ladders, and trowels were scraping against the walls. There was so little appearance of devotion about Saint-Saturnin's that Marthe had not even crossed herself on entering. She took a seat opposite to the chapel that was being repaired, between Abbe Faujas and Monsieur Léotot, just as she would have done if she had gone to consult the latter in his office. The conversation lasted for a good half-hour. The architect showed much kindly interest in the scheme, but he advised them not to erect a special building for the home of the Virgin, as the Abbé called the projected refuge. It would cost too much money, he thought, and it would be better to buy some building already in existence and adapt it to suit the requirements of their scheme. He suggested a house in the faubourg which, after being used as a boarding school, had passed into the hands of a forage dealer and was now for sale. A few thousand francs would enable one to entirely transform the place and restore it from its present ruinous condition, and he promised them all kinds of wonderful things: a handsome entrance, spacious rooms, and a court planted with trees. By degrees, Marthe and the priest raised their voices, and they discussed details between the echoing vaults of the nave, while Monsieur Liétaux scratched the flagstones with the tip of his stick to give them an idea of the façade he suggested. "It'll settle, then," said Marthe, as she took leave of the architect. "You will make a little estimate, won't you, so that we may know what we are about? And please keep our secret, will you?" Abbe Faujas wished to escort her as far as the door of the church. As they passed together before the high altar, however, while she was still briskly talking to him, she was suddenly surprised to miss him from her side. She turned round and saw him bent almost double before the great cross, veiled with muslin. The sight of him, covered as he was with plaster, bent in this way before the cross, gave her a singular feeling. She recollected where she was, glanced round her with an uneasy expression, and trod as silently as she could. When they reached the door, the abbé, who had become very grave and serious, silently reached out his finger, which he had dipped in the holy water, and she crossed herself in great disquietude of mind. Then the muffled doors softly fell back behind her with a sound like a sigh. From the church, Marthe repaired to Madame de Condorman's. She felt quite happy as she walked through the streets in the fresh air. The few visits that she had now to make seemed to her almost like pleasure parties. Madame de Condorman welcomed her with an air of friendly surprise. That dear Madame Mouret came so seldom. When she learned the business on hand, she declared herself charmed with it, and was quite ready to further it in every possible way. She was wearing a lovely mauve dress with knots of pearl grey ribbon, in that pretty boudoir of hers where she played the part of an exiled Parisienne. "You did quite right to count upon me," she exclaimed, as she pressed Marthe's hands. "Who ought to help those poor girls if it isn't we, whom people accuse of setting them a bad example by our luxury? It is frightful to think of those children being exposed to all those horrible dangers. It has made me feel quite ill. I am entirely at your service." When Marthe told her that her mother could not join the committee, she displayed still greater enthusiasm for the scheme. "It is a pity Madame Rougon has so many things to do," she said, with a touch of irony. "She would have been a great assistance to us. But it can't be helped. No one can do more than they are able. I have plenty of friends. I will go and see the bishop, and move heaven and earth if it's necessary. I'll promise you that we shall succeed." She would not listen to any of the particulars about the expenses. She was quite sure, she said, that whatever money was wanted would be found, and she meant the home to be a credit to the committee, as handsome and as comfortable as possible. She added, with a laugh, that she quite lost her head when she began to dabble in figures, but she undertook to charge herself with the preliminary steps and the general furtherance of the scheme. Dear Madame Mouret, said she, was not accustomed to begging, and she would accompany her on her visits, and would even take several of them off her hands altogether. By the end of a quarter of an hour, she made the business entirely her own, and it was now she who gave instructions to Marthe. The latter was just about to take her leave, when Monsieur de Condorman came into the room. So she lingered on, feeling very ill at ease, however, and not daring to say any more on the subject of her visit in the presence of a man who was rumored to be compromised in that matter of the poor girls with whose shameful story the town was ringing. But Madame de Condorman explained the great scheme to her husband, who listened with an appearance of perfect ease, and gave utterance to the most moral sentiments. He considered the scheme an extremely proper one. "It is an idea which could only have occurred to a mother," he said gravely, in a tone which made it impossible to tell whether he was serious or not. "Plassans will be indebted to you, madame, for a purer morality." "But I must tell you that the idea is not my own. I have merely adopted it," replied Marthe, made uneasy by these praises. "It was suggested to me by a person whom I esteem very highly." "Who was that?" asked Madame de Condorman, with a show of curiosity. "Abbe Faujas." Then Marthe, with great frankness, told them what a high opinion she had of the priest. She made no allusion to the unpleasant stories that had been circulated about him, but she represented him as a man worthy of the highest respect, whom she was very happy to receive in her home. Madame de Condorman nodded approvingly as she listened. "I always said so," she exclaimed. "Abbe Faujas is a very distinguished priest, but there are such a lot of malicious people about. Now, however, that you receive him in your home, they don't venture to say anything more against him. All that calumnious talk has been cut short. The idea, you say, is his. We shall have to persuade him, then, to take a prominent part in putting it into execution. For the present, we will keep the matter very quiet. I can assure you that I always liked and defended the abbé." "I recollect talking with him, and I thought him a very good fellow," remarked the conservator of rivers and forests. His wife silenced him with a gesture. She occasionally treated him in a very cavalier style. Truth to tell, Monsieur de Condorman alone bore the shame attaching to the equivocal marriage which he was charged with having made. The young woman, whom he had brought from no one knew where, had got herself forgiven and liked by the whole town, thanks to her pleasant ways and taking looks, to which provincial folks are more susceptible than might be imagined. Monsieur de Condorman understood that he was in the way in this virtuous consultation. "I will leave you to your good designs," he said, with a slight touch of irony. "I am going to smoke a cigar. Octavie, don't forget to be dressed in good time. We are going to the sub-prefecture this evening, you know." When he left the room, the two women resumed their conversation for a few moments longer, returning to what they had previously been saying, expressing pity for the poor girls who yielded to temptation, and manifesting much anxiety to shelter them from danger. Madame de Condorman inveighed eloquently against vice. "Well, then," she said, as she pressed Marthe's hand for the last time, "it is all settled, and I shall be entirely at your service as soon as you call for my help. If you go to see Madame Rasteuil and Madame des Langres, tell them that I will undertake to do everything, and that all we want from them is their names. My idea is a good one, don't you think? We won't depart a hair's breadth from it. Give my compliments to Abbe Faujas." Marthe at once proceeded to call upon Madame des Langres, and then upon Madame Rasteuil. She found them very polite, but less enthusiastic than Madame de Condorman. They discussed the pecuniary side of the scheme. A large sum of money would be required, they said. The charity of the public would certainly never provide it, and there was a great risk of the whole business coming to a ridiculous termination. Marthe tried to reassure them, and plied them with figures. Then they asked her what ladies had consented to join the committee. The mention of Madame de Condorman's name left them silent. But when they learned that Madame Rougon had excused herself from joining, they became more amiable. Madame des Langres had received Marthe in her husband's private room. She was a pale little woman, whose dissoluteness had remained a matter of legend in Plassans. "Indeed," she ended by saying, "there is nothing I should like to see better. It would be a school of virtue for the youth of the working classes, and it would be the means of saving many weak souls. I cannot refuse my assistance, for I feel that I could be of much use to you through my husband, who, as mayor of the town, is brought into continual contact with all the influential people. But I must ask you to allow me till tomorrow before I give a definite reply. Our position requires us to exercise circumspection, and I should like to consult Monsieur de Langres." In Madame Rastoy, Marthe encountered a woman who was equally listless, but more prudish, and who sought for irreproachable words when referring to the unfortunate girls who had fallen. She was a sleek, plump person, and Marthe found her embroidering a very gorgeous alb between her two daughters, whom she sent away at her visitor's first words. "I am much obliged to you for having thought of me," she said, "but really I am very much occupied. I am already on several committees, and I don't know whether I should have the time. I have had some such idea as your own myself, but my scheme was a larger one, and perhaps more complete and comprehensive. For a whole month I have been intending to ask to the bishop about it, but I have never been able to find the time. Well, we will unite our efforts, and I will tell you my own views, for I think you are making a mistake in some points. Since it seems necessary, I will surrender still more of my time. But it was only yesterday that my husband said to me, 'Really, you never attend to your own affairs. You are always looking after other people's.'" Marthe glanced at her curiously, thinking of her old entanglement with Monsieur de Langres, which folks still chuckled over in the cafés of the Cour Sauvaire. The wives of the mayor and the presiding judge had received the mention of Abbe Faujas' name very suspiciously, the latter especially so. Marthe was a little vexed at this distrust of a person for whom she vouched, so she made a point of dwelling upon the abbé's good qualities, and eventually forced the two women to acknowledge the merit of this priest, who lived a life of retirement and supported his mother. On leaving Madame Rastoy's, Marthe merely had to cross the road to reach Madame Paloc's, which was on the other side of the Rue Balland. It was 7 o'clock, but she was anxious to make this last call, even if she were to keep Mouret waiting for dinner and get herself scolded in consequence. The Palocs were just about to sit down to table in a chilly dining-room, whose prim coldness spoke of provincial penury. Madame Paloc hastened to cover up the soup tureen, vexed at being thus found at table. She was very polite, humble almost, anxious as she really felt about this visit which she had not expected. Her husband, the judge, sat before his empty plate with his hands upon his knees. "The hussies!" he exclaimed, when Marthe spoke of the girls of the old quarter of the town. "I heard some nice accounts of them today at court. It was they who led some of our most respectable townspeople astray. You do wrong, madame, to interest yourself about such vermin." "I am very much afraid," said Madame Paloc in her turn, "that I cannot be of much assistance to you. I know no one, and my husband would cut his hand off rather than beg for the smallest trifle. We have held ourselves quite aloof from everyone, disgusted as we are with all the injustices we have witnessed. We live here very quietly and modestly, happy in being forgotten and let alone. Even if promotion were offered to my husband now, he would refuse it. Wouldn't you, my dear?" The judge nodded his head in assent, and they exchanged a slight smile, while Marthe sat ill at ease in the presence of that hideous wrinkled couple, livid with gall and bitterness, who played so well the little comedy of feigned resignation. Fortunately, she recalled her mother's counsels. "I had quite counted upon you," she said, making herself very pleasant. "We shall have Madame de Langres, Madame Rastoy, and Madame de Condorman. But between ourselves, those ladies will only give us their names. I should have liked to find some lady of good status and kindly, charitable disposition, who would have taken a stronger interest and shown more energy in the matter, and I thought that you would be the very person.
Think what gratitude Plassans would owe us if we could only bring such an undertaking to a successful issue." Of course, Madame Paloc murmured, quite delighted at Marthe's insinuating words. "I am sure you are wrong in fancying that you are without power to assist us. It is very well known that Monsieur Paloc is a favorite at the sub-prefecture, and between ourselves I may say that he is intended to succeed Monsieur Rastoy. Ah, now, don't try to depreciate yourselves. Your merits are known, and it is no use your trying to hide them. This would be a very good opportunity for Madame Paloc to emerge a little from the obscurity and privacy in which she keeps herself, and to let the world see what a head and what a heart she has." The judge seemed very restless. He looked at his wife with blinking eyes. "Madame Paloc has not refused," said he. "No, certainly not," interposed the latter. "If you really stand in need of me, that settles the matter. I dare say I am only committing another piece of folly, and shall give myself a lot of trouble without ever getting a word of thanks for it. Monsieur Paloc can tell you of all the good works we've done without ever saying a word about them, and you can see for yourself what they've brought us to. Well, we can't change our natures, and I suppose we shall continue being dupes to the end. You may count upon me, dear madame." The Palocs rose, and Marthe took leave of them, thanking them for their kindly interest. As she stopped for a moment on the landing to liberate a flounce of her dress which had caught between the banisters and the steps, she heard them talking with animation on the other side of the door. "They want to enlist you because they want to make use of you," the judge was saying in a bitter voice. "You will be their beast of burden." "Of course," replied his wife, "but you may be sure that I'll make them pay for it with the rest." When Marthe at last got back home, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Mouret had been waiting a whole half-hour for his dinner, and she was afraid that there would be a terrible scene. But when she had undressed and come downstairs, she found her husband seated astride an overturned chair, tranquilly beating a tattoo on the tablecloth with his fingers. He was in a very teasing, bantering mood. "Well," said he, "I had quite made up my mind that you were going to spend the night in a confessional box. Now that you've taken to going to church, you'd better give me notice when the priests invite you, so that I can dine out." All through the dinner he indulged in witticisms of this kind, and Marthe was more distressed by them than if he had openly stormed at her. 2 or 3 times she cast a glance at him, as if beseeching him to leave her in peace. But her looks only appeared to stimulate his wit. Octave and Désirée laughed at it all, but Serge remained silent and mentally took his mother's side. During dessert, Rose came into the room, looking quite scared, with the news that Monsieur de Langres had called and wished to see Madame. "Hallo! Have you begun to associate with the authorities as well?" exclaimed Mouret, in his sneering fashion. Marthe went into the drawing-room to receive the mayor. With much politeness, the latter told her that he had felt unwilling to wait until the morrow to congratulate her upon her charitable idea. Madame de Langres was a little timid. She had done wrong in not immediately promising her cooperation, and he had now come to say in her name that she would be delighted to serve on the committee of Lady Patronesses of the Home of the Virgin. As for himself, he would do all he could to further the success of a scheme that would be so useful, so conducive to morality. Marthe accompanied him to the street door, and there, as Rose held up the lamp to light the footpath, the mayor added, "Will you tell Abbe Faujas that I shall be glad to have a little conversation with him, if he will kindly call on me? As he has had experience of an establishment of this kind at Besançon, he will be able to give me valuable information. I mean the town to pay for the building at any rate. Goodbye, dear madame. Give my best compliments to Monsieur Mouret, whom I won't disturb."
When Abbe Faujas came down with his mother at 8 o'clock, Mouret merely said to him with a laugh, "So you walked my wife off today, eh? Well, don't spoil her for me too much, and don't make a saint of her." Then he turned to his card play. He was anxious to revenge himself on Madame Faujas, who had defeated him 3 evenings in succession. And so Marthe was left free to tell the Abbé of all she had done during the day. She seemed full of childlike pleasure, and was still quite excited with her afternoon. The priest made her repeat certain details, and then promised to call on Monsieur Deslangre, although he would have preferred remaining altogether in the background. "You did wrong to mention my name at all," he said, when he saw her so moved and yielding. "But you are like all other women. The best causes would be spoilt in your hands." She looked at him in surprise at this harsh exclamation, recoiling and feeling that thrill of fear which she still occasionally experienced in the presence of his cassock. It was as though iron hands were being laid upon her shoulders and were forcing her into compliance with their will. Every priest looks upon woman as an enemy, but when the Abbé saw that she was hurt by his stern reproof, he softened his voice and said, "I think only of the success of your noble design. I am afraid that I should compromise it if I myself were to appear in it. You know very well that I am not a favorite in the town." Marthe, seeing him so humble, assured him that he was mistaken, and that all the ladies had spoken of him in the highest terms. They knew that he was supporting his mother, and that he led a quiet, retired life worthy of the greatest praise. Then they talked over the great scheme, dwelling on the smallest details of it, till 11 o'clock struck. It was a delightful evening. Mouret had caught a word or two of the talk every now and then, between the deals. "And so," he said, as they were going to bed, "so you two are going to stamp out vice. It's a fine invention." 3 days later, the Committee of Patronesses was formally constituted. The ladies having elected Marthe as president, she, upon her mother's advice, which she had privately sought, immediately named Madame Parloc treasurer. They both gave themselves a great deal of trouble in directing circulars and looking after a host of other petty details. In the meantime, Madame de Condorman went from the sub-prefecture to the bishops, and from the bishops to the houses of various other influential persons, exhibiting some lovely toilettes, explaining in her pretty fashion the happy idea that had occurred to her, and carrying off subscriptions and promises of assistance. Madame Rastoy, on the other hand, told the priests who came to her house on the Tuesday how she had formed a plan for rescuing unfortunate girls from vice, and then contented herself with charging Abbé Bourret to inquire of the sisters of Saint-Joseph if they would come and serve in the projected refuge, while Madame Deslangre confided to a little company of functionaries that the town was indebted for the home to her husband, who had also kindly given the committee the use of a room at the town hall, where they could meet and deliberate at their ease. Plassans was speedily excited by this pious turmoil, and soon nothing but the home of the Virgin was spoken of. A chorus of praise went up, and the friends of each lady patroness made up little parties and worked strenuously for the success of the undertaking. Within a week, subscriptions were opened in all 3 quarters of the town, and as the Plassans Gazette published lists of the subscriptions, a feeling of pride was awakened, and the most notable families vied as to which should be the most generous. Amidst all the talk on the subject, Abbe Faujas' name frequently cropped up. Although each of the lady patronesses claimed the idea of the refuge as her own, there was a prevailing belief that it was the Abbé who had brought it with him from Besançon. Monsieur Deslangre, indeed, made an express statement to that effect at the meeting of the municipal council, when it was decided to purchase the building which the diocesan architect had suggested as being best suited to the requirements of the home. On the previous evening, the mayor had had a lengthy conversation with the priest. They'd shaken hands most cordially on parting, and the mayor's secretary had even heard them call each other "My dear sir." This brought about quite a revolution in the Abbe's favor. From that time he had a group of partisans who defended him against the attacks of his enemies. Besides, the Mourets vouched for Abbe Faujas' respectability. Supported by Marthe's friendship, recognized as the originator of a good work, which he modestly refused to acknowledge as his own, he no longer manifested in the streets that appearance of humility which had led him to withdraw as much as possible from observation by keeping in the shadow of the houses. He bravely showed his new cassock in the sun, and walked in the middle of the road. On his way from the Rue Ballon to Saint-Saturnin's, he now had to return a great number of bows. One Sunday, Madame de Condorcet stopped him after vespers on the place in front of the bishop's house, and kept him talking with her there for a good half-hour. "Well, your reverence," Mouret said to him with a laugh, "you are quite in the odor of sanctity now. One would scarcely have anticipated that 6 months ago, when I was the only one to say a good word for you. But if I were you, I shouldn't trust too much to it all. You still have the bishop set against you." The priest lightly shrugged his shoulders. He knew quite well that what hostility he still met with came from the clergy. Abbe Faujas kept Monseigneur Rousselot trembling beneath his rough, hard will. However, when the Grand Vicar, about the end of March, left Plassans on a short holiday, Abbe Faujas profited by his absence to make several calls upon the bishop. Abbe Sourin, the prelate's private secretary, reported that the wretched man had been closeted for hours with his lordship, who had manifested an atrocious temper after each interview. When Abbe Faujas returned, Abbe Faujas discontinued his visits and again drew into the background. But the bishop still showed himself very much disturbed, and it was quite evident that something had occurred to upset his careless mind. At a dinner which he gave to his clergy, he showed himself particularly friendly to Abbe Faujas, who was still only a humble curate at Saint-Saturnin's. Abbe Faujas then kept his thin lips more tightly closed than ever, but inwardly cursed his penitents when they politely asked him how he was in health. And now at last Abbe Faujas manifested complete serenity. He still led a self-denying life, but he seemed permeated by a pleasant ease of mind. One Tuesday evening he triumphed definitively. He was looking out of the window of his room, enjoying the early warmth of springtide, when Monsieur Pecker de Soleil's guests came into the garden of the sub-prefecture and bowed to him from a distance. Madame de Condorcet was there, and carried her familiarity so far as to wave her handkerchief to him. Just at the same time, on the other side, some guests came to sit on the rustic seats in front of the waterfall in Monsieur Rastoy's grounds. Monsieur Deslangres, who was leaning over the terrace of the sub-prefecture, could see across Mouret's garden into the judge's place, owing to the sloping character of the ground. "You will see," he said, "they won't deign even to notice him." But he was wrong, for Abbe Faujas, having turned his head as though by chance, took off his hat, whereupon all the other priests who happened to be present did the same, and Abbe Faujas returned their salute. Then, after slowly glancing over the two sets of guests on his right and his left, he quitted his window, carefully drawing his white and conventual-looking curtains. This ends Chapter 8. Section 9 of The Conquest of Plassans by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 9. The month of April was very mild and warm, and in the evenings after dinner the young Mourets went to amuse themselves in the garden. Marthe and the priest, too, as they found the dining-room become very close, also went out onto the terrace. They sat a few steps from the open window, just outside the stream of light which the lamp cast upon the tall box hedges. Hid there in the deepening dusk, they discussed all the little details connected with the home of the Virgin. This constant discussion of charitable matters seemed to give a tone of additional softness to their conversation. In front of them, between Monsieur Rastoy's huge pear trees and the dusky chestnuts of the sub-prefecture, there was a large patch of open sky. The young people sported about under the arbours, while every now and then the voices of Mouret and Madame Faujas, who remained alone in the dining-room, deeply absorbed in their game, could be heard raised in passing altercations. Sometimes Marthe, full of tender emotion, a gentle languor that made her words fall slowly from her lips, would check her speech as she caught sight of the golden train of some shooting star, and smile as she threw back her head a little and looked up at the heavens. "There's another soul leaving purgatory and entering paradise," she murmured, while, as the priest kept silent, she added, "How pretty they are, those little beliefs! One ought to be able to remain a little girl, your reverence." She no longer now mended the family linen in the evening. She would have had to light a lamp on the terrace to see to do it, and she preferred the gloom of the warm night, which seemed to thrill her with peaceful happiness. Besides, she now went out every day, which fatigued her, and when dinner was over she had not energy enough to take up her needle. Rose had been obliged to undertake the mending, as Mouret was beginning to complain that his socks were all in holes. To tell the truth, Marthe was really very much occupied. Besides the committee meetings over which she presided, she had numerous other things to attend to, visits to make, and superintendent's duties to exercise. She deputed much necessary writing and other little matters to Madame Paloc, but she was so eager to see the home actually established that she went off to the Faubourg, where the building stood, 3 times a week to make sure that the workmen were not wasting their time. Whenever she thought that satisfactory progress was not being made, she hurried to Saint-Saturnins to find the architect, and grumbled to him and begged him not to leave the men without his supervision, growing quite jealous indeed of the work which was being executed in the church, and saying that the chapel repairs were being much too quickly pushed forward. Monsieur Liétot smiled at all this, and assured her that everything would be completed within the stipulated time. But Abbe Faujas likewise protested that sufficient progress was not being made, and urged Marthe to give the architect no peace, so she ended by going to Saint-Saturnins every day. She went thither with her brain full of figures, or absorbed in thinking of walls that had to be pulled down and rebuilt. The chilliness of the church cooled her excitement a little. She dipped her fingers in the holy water and crossed herself, by way of doing as others did. The vergers grew to know her and bow to her, and she herself became quite familiar with the different chapels and the sacristy, whither she sometimes had to go in search of Abbe Faujas, and the wide corridor and low cloisters through which she had to pass. At the end of a month there was not a corner in Saint-Saturnins which she did not know. Sometimes she had to wait for the architect, and then she would sit down in some retired chapel and rest after her hurried walk, recapitulating in her mind the host of things which she wanted to impress upon Monsieur Liétot. The deep palpitating silence which surrounded her, and the dim religious light falling from the stained glass windows, gradually plunged her into a vague, soft reverie. She began to love the lofty arches and the solemn bareness of the walls, the altars draped in protecting covers, and the chairs all arranged in order. And soon indeed, as the padded doors swung to behind her, she began to experience a feeling of supreme restfulness. She forgot all the weary cares of the world, and perfect peace permeated her being. Saint-Saturnin is such a pleasant place, she said, in an unguarded moment one evening before her husband, after a close, sultry day. "Would you like us to go and sleep there?" Mouret asked, with a laugh. Marthe felt hurt. The feeling of purely physical happiness which she experienced in the church began to distress her as being something wrong, and it was with a slight feeling of trouble that she thenceforward entered Saint-Saturnin's, trying to force herself to remain indifferent and uninfluenced by her surroundings, just as she would have been in the big rooms at the town hall. But in spite of herself, she was deeply, distressfully affected. It was, however, a distress to which she willingly returned. Abbe Faujas manifested no consciousness of the slow awakening which every day went on within her. He still retained with her the demeanor of a busy, obliging man, putting heaven on one side. He never showed anything of the priest. Sometimes, however, she would disturb him as he was going to read the burial office, and he would then speak to her for a moment between a couple of pillars in his surplice, which exhaled a vague odor of incense and wax tapers. It was frequently a mere bricklayer's bill or some carpenter's claim that they spoke about, and the priest would just tell her the exact figures, and then hurry away to attend to the funeral, she remaining there, lingering in the empty nave, while one of the vergers was extinguishing the candles. As Faujas, when he entered the church with her, bowed before the high altar, she had acquired the habit of doing likewise, at first out of a feeling of mere propriety. But afterwards the action had become mechanical, and she now bowed when she was quite alone. Hitherto this act of reverence had been her only sign of devotion. 2 or 3 times she had come to the church on days of high ceremonial of which she had not previously been aware. But when she saw the church was full of worshippers and heard the pealing of the organ, she hurried off, thrilled with sudden fear and not daring to cross the threshold. "Well," Mouret would frequently ask her with his sniggering laugh, "when do you mean to take your first communion?" He was perpetually teasing her, but she never replied, simply fixing upon him the gaze of her eyes, in which a passing brightness glistened when he went too far. By degrees he became more bitter. He was tired of mocking at her, and at the end of a month he quite lost his temper. "What sense is there in going and mixing yourself up with a lot of priests?" he would growl at times, when his dinner was not ready when he wanted it. "You are always away from home now. There's no keeping you in the house for an hour at a time. I shouldn't mind it myself if everything weren't going to pieces here. I never get any of my things mended. The table is not even laid by 7 o'clock. There's no making anything out of Rose, and the whole place is left to rack and ruin." He picked up a housecloth that was lying about, locked up a bottle of wine that had been left out, and began to wipe the dust off the furniture with his fingers, working himself up to a higher pitch of anger as he cried, "There'll soon be nothing left for me to do but to take up a broom and put an apron on. You would see me do it without disturbing yourself, I know. I might do all the work of the house without your being any the wiser for it indeed. Do you know that I spent a couple of hours this morning in putting this cupboard in order? No, things can't go on any longer in this way." At other times there was a disturbance about the children. Once when Mouret came home, he found Désirée wallowing like a young pig in the garden, lying on her stomach before an ant-hole, and trying to find out what the ants might be doing in the ground. "You may be very thankful, I'm sure, that you don't sleep away from the house as well," he cried, as soon as he caught sight of his wife. "Come and look at your daughter. I wouldn't let her change her dress because I wished that you might see what a pretty sight she is." The girl cried bitterly while her father kept turning her around. "Look at her now. Isn't she a nice spectacle? This is the way children go on when they are left to themselves. It isn't her fault, poor little innocent. At one time you couldn't leave her alone for 5 minutes. You'd be getting into the fire, you said. Well, I expect she will be getting into the fire now, and everything will be burnt up, and then there'll be an end of it all." When Rose had taken Désirée away, he continued, "You live now simply for other people's children. You don't give a moment to your own. What a goose you must be to go knocking yourself up for a parcel of hussies who only laugh at you. Go and walk about the ramparts any evening, and you will see something of the conduct of those impudent creatures whom you talk of putting under the protection of the Virgin." He stopped to take breath, and then went on again. "At all events, see that Désirée is properly taken care of before you go picking up girls from the gutter. There are holes as big as my fist in her dress. One of these days we shall be finding her in the garden with a leg or an arm broken. I don't say anything about Octave or Serge, though I should much prefer your being at home when they come back from college. They are up to all kinds of diabolical tricks. Only yesterday they split a couple of flagstones on the terrace by letting off crackers. I tell you that if you don't keep yourself at home, we shall find the whole house blown to bits one of these days." Marthe said a few words in self-defense. She'd been obliged to go out, she urged. There was no doubt that Mouret, who possessed an ample fund of common sense, in spite of his proclivities for teasing and jeering, was right. The house was getting into a most unsatisfactory state. That once quiet spot, indeed, where the sun had set so peacefully, was becoming uproarious, left to look after itself, suffering from the children's noisiness, the father's bursts of temper, and the mother's careless, indifferent lassitude. In the evening at table they dined badly and quarrelled amongst themselves. Rose did just what she liked, and she, by the way, was of opinion that her mistress was quite in the right. Matters came to such a pass at last that Mouret, happening to meet his mother-in-law, complained to her bitterly of Marthe's conduct, although he was quite aware of the pleasure he afforded the old lady by revealing to her the troubles of his home.
"You astonish me extremely," Félicité replied with a smile. "Marthe always seemed to me to be afraid of you, and I considered her even too yielding and obedient. A woman ought not to tremble before her husband."
"Ah, yes, indeed," cried Mouret, with a hopeless look. "Once upon a time she would have sunk into the ground to avoid a quarrel. A mere glance was sufficient to make her do everything I desired. But that's all quite altered now. I may remonstrate and shout as much as I like. She still goes her own way. She doesn't reply. She hasn't as yet got to flying out at me. But that will come as well, I dare say, by and by." Félicité then answered with some hypocrisy, "I will speak to Marthe if you like, but it might perhaps hurt her if I did. Matters of this kind are better kept between husband and wife. I don't feel very uneasy about them. I've no doubt that you'll soon get back again all the quiet peacefulness which you used to be so proud of." Mouret shook his head with downcast eyes. No, he said. "I know myself too well. I can make a noise, but it does no good. In reality, I am as weak as a child. People are quite wrong in supposing that I gained my own way with my wife by force. She has generally done what I wanted her to do, because she was quite indifferent about everything, and would as soon do one thing as another. Mild as she looks, she is very obstinate, I can tell you. Well, I must try to make the best of it." Then, raising his eyes, he added, "It would have been better if I had said nothing about all this to you, but you won't mention it to anyone, will you?" When Marthe went to see her mother the next day, the latter received her with some show of coldness, and exclaimed, "It is wrong of you, my dear, to show yourself so neglectful of your husband. I saw him yesterday, and he's quite angry about it. I am well aware that he often behaves in a very ridiculous manner, but that does not justify you in neglecting your home." Marthe fixed her eyes upon her mother. "Ah, he has been complaining about me," she said curtly. "The least he could do would be to keep silent, for I never complain about him." Then she began to talk of other matters, but Madame Rougon brought her back to the subject of her husband by inquiring after Abbe Faujas. "Perhaps Mouret isn't very fond of the Abbe, and finds fault with you in consequence. Is that the case, do you think?" Marthe showed great surprise. "What an idea!" she exclaimed. "What makes you think that my husband does not like Abbe Faujas? He has certainly never said anything to me which would lead me to imagine such a thing. He hasn't said anything to you, has he?" "Oh no, you're quite mistaken. He would go up to their rooms to fetch them if the mother didn't come down to have her game of cards with him." Mouret, indeed, never complained in any way about Abbe Faujas. He joked with him a little bluntly sometimes, and occasionally brought his name into the teasing banter with which he tormented his wife. But that was all. One morning as he was shaving, he said to Marthe, "I'll tell you what, my dear. If ever you go to confession, take the Abbé for your director, and then your sins will, at any rate, be kept amongst ourselves." Abbe Faujas heard confessions on Tuesdays and Fridays, on which days Marthe used to avoid going to Saint-Saturnin's. She alleged that she did not want to disturb him, but she was really under the influence of that timid uneasiness which disquieted her whenever she saw him in his surplice, redolent of the mysterious odours of the sacristy. One Friday she went with Madame de Condamine to see how the works at the home of the Virgin were getting on. The men were just finishing the frontage. Madame de Condamine found fault with the ornamentation, which, said she, was extremely mean and characterless. At the entrance there ought to have been 2 slender columns with a pointed arch, something at once light and suggestive of religion, something that would be a credit to the committee of lady patronesses. Marthe hesitated for a time, but she gradually admitted that the place looked very mean as it was. Then, as the other pressed her, she promised to speak to Monsieur Liétot on the subject that very day. In order that she might keep her promise, she went to the cathedral before returning home. It was 4 o'clock when she got there, and the architect had just left. When she asked for Abbe Faujas, a verger told her that he was confessing in the chapel of Saint Aurélia. Then for the first time she recollected what day it was, and replied that she could not wait. But as she passed the chapel of Saint Aurélia on her way out, she thought that the abbé might perhaps have already caught sight of her. The truth was that she felt singularly faint, and so she sat down outside the chapel, near the railing, and there she remained. The sky was grey, and the church was steeped in twilight. Here and there in the aisles, already shrouded in darkness, gleamed a lamp, or some gilt candelabrum, or some virgin's silver robe, and a pale ray filtered through the great nave and died away on the polished oak of the stalls and benches. Marthe had never before felt so completely overcome. Her legs seemed to have lost all their strength, and her hands were so heavy that she clasped them across her knees to save herself from having to support their weight. She allowed herself to drift into drowsiness, in which she still continued to hear and see, but in a very soft, subdued fashion. The slight sounds wafted along beneath the vaulted roof, the falling of a chair, the slow step of some worshipper, all filled her with emotion, assumed a musical tone which thrilled her to the heart, while the last glimmers of daylight and the dusky shadows that crept up the pillars like covers of crape assumed in her eyes all the delicate tints of shot silk. She gradually fell into a state of exquisite languor, in which she seemed to melt away and die. Everything around her then vanished, and she was thrilled with perfect happiness in her strange trance-like condition. The sound of a voice awoke her from this state of ecstasy. "I am very sorry," said Abbe Faujas. "I saw you, but I could not get away." She then appeared to wake up with a start. She looked at him. He was standing before her in the dying light, in his surplice. His last penitent had just left, and the empty church seemed to be growing still more solemn. "You want to speak to me?" he asked. Marthe made an effort to recall her thoughts. "Yes," she murmured, "but I can't remember now. Ah, yes, it is about the frontage which Madame de Condamine thinks too mean.
there ought to be 2 columns instead of that characterless flat door, and up above one might put a pointed arch filled with stained glass. It would look very pretty. You understand what I mean, don't you?" He gazed at her very gravely, with his hands crossed over his surplice, and his head inclined towards her, and she, still seated, without strength to rise to her feet, went on stammering confusedly, as though she'd been taken unawares in a sleep which she could not shake off. "It would entail additional expense, of course, but we might have columns of soft stone with a very simple moulding. We might speak about it to the master mason, and he will tell us how much it would cost. But we'd better pay him his last account first. It is 2,100 and odd francs, I think. We have the money in hand. Madame Paloc told me so this morning. There will be no difficulty about that, Monsieur l'Abbé." She lowered her head, as though she felt oppressed by the gaze that was bent upon her. When she raised it again and met the priest's eyes, she clasped her hands together, after the manner of a child seeking forgiveness, and she burst into sobs. The priest allowed her to weep, still standing in silence in front of her. Then she fell on her knees before him, weeping behind her hands with which she covered her face. "Get up, I pray you," said Abbe Faujas. "It is before God that you should go and kneel." He helped her to rise, and he sat down beside her. They talked together for a long time in low tones. The night had now fully fallen, and the lamp set golden specks gleaming through the black depths of a church. The murmur of their voices alone disturbed the silence in front of a chapel of Saint Aureille. From the priest streamed a flood of words after each of Marthe's weak, broken answers. When at last they rose, he seemed to be refusing her some favor which she was seeking with persistence. And leading her towards the door, he raised his voice as he said, "No, I cannot, I assure you, I cannot. It would be better for you to take Abbe Faujas." "I am in great need of your advice," Marthe murmured beseechingly. "I think that, with your help, everything would be easy to me." "You are mistaken," he replied in a sterner voice. "On the contrary, I fear that my direction would be prejudicial to you to begin with. Abbe Faujas is the priest you want, I assure you. Later on I may perhaps give you a different reply." Marthe obeyed the priest's injunctions, and on the morrow the worshippers at Saint-Saturnin's were surprised to see Madame Mouret kneel before Abbe Faujas' confessional. 2 days later, nothing but this conversion was spoken of in Plassans. Abbe Faujas' name was pronounced with subtle smiles by certain people, but on the whole the impression was a good one and in favor of the abbé. Madame Rasteuil complimented Madame Mouret in full committee, and Madame Deslangre professed to see in the matter a first blessing, vouchsafed by God, who rewarded the lady patronesses for their good work by touching the heart of the only one amongst them who had not conformed with the requirements of religion. Madame de Condamine, taking Marthe aside, said to her, "You've done right, my dear. What you've done is a necessity for a woman, and besides, as soon as one begins to go about a little, it is necessary to go to church." The only matter of astonishment was her choice of Abbe Faujas. That worthy man almost entirely confined himself to hearing the confessions of young girls. The ladies found him so very uninteresting. On the Thursday at the Rougons' reception, before Marthe's arrival, the matter was talked over in a corner of the green drawing-room, and it was Madame Paloc, with her waspish tongue, who summed up the matter. "Abbe Faujas has done quite right in not keeping her himself," said she, with a twist of her mouth that made her still more hideous than usual. "Abbe Faujas is very successful in saving souls and appearances also." When Marthe came that evening, her mother stepped forward to welcome her, and kissed her affectionately with some ostentation before the company. She herself had made her peace with God on the morrow of the coup d'etat. She was of opinion that Abbe Faujas might now venture to return to the green drawing-room. but he excused himself, making a pretext of his work and his love of privacy. Madame Rougon then fancied that he was planning a triumphal return for the following winter. The Abbe's success was certainly on the increase. For the first few months his only penitence had come from the vegetable market held behind the cathedral, poor hawkers, to whose dialect he had quietly listened without always being able to understand it. But now, especially since all the talk there had been in connection with the home of the Virgin, he had a crowd of well-to-do citizens' wives and daughters, dressed in silk, kneeling before his confessional box. When Marthe quietly mentioned that he would not receive her amongst his penitents, Madame de Condamine was seized with a sudden whim, and deserted her director, the senior curate of Saint-Saturnin's, who was greatly distressed thereby, to transfer the guardianship of her soul to Abbe Faujas. Such a distinction as this gave the latter a firm position in Plassans society. When Mouret learned that his wife now went to confession, he merely said to her, "You've been doing something wrong lately, I suppose, since you find it necessary to go and tell all your affairs to a parson?" In the midst of all this pious excitement, he seemed to isolate himself and shut himself up in his own narrow and monotonous life still further. When his wife reproached him for complaining to her mother, he answered, "Yes, you are right, it was wrong of me. It's foolish to give people any pleasure by telling them of one's troubles. However, I promise you that I won't give your mother this satisfaction a second time. I've been thinking matters over, and the house may topple down on our heads before I'll go whimpering to anyone again." From that time, he never made any disparaging remarks about the management of the house or scolded his wife in the presence of strangers, but professed himself, as formerly, the happiest of men. This effort of sound sense cost him little, for he saw that it would tend to his comfort, which was the object of his constant thoughts. He even exaggerated his assumption of the part of a contented, methodical citizen who took pleasure in living. Marthe only became aware of his impatience by his restless pacing up and down. For whole weeks he refrained from teasing or fault-finding as far as she was concerned, while upon Rose and his children he constantly poured forth his jeers, scolding them too from morning till night for the slightest shortcomings. Previously he'd only been economical. Now he became miserly. "There's no sense in spending money in the way we're doing," he grumbled to Marthe. "I'll be bound you're giving it all to those young hussies of yours. But it's quite sufficient for you to waste your time over them. Listen to me, my dear. I'll give you 100 francs a month for housekeeping, and if you will persist in giving money to girls who don't deserve it, you must save it out of your dress allowance." He kept firmly to his word, and the very next month he refused to let Marthe buy a pair of boots on the pretext that it would disarrange his accounts, and that he'd given her full notice and warning. One evening his wife found him weeping bitterly in their bedroom. All her kindness of heart was aroused, and she clasped him in her arms and besought him to tell her what distressed him. But he roughly tore himself away from her and told her that he was not crying at all, but simply had a bad headache. It was that, said he, which made his eyes red. "Do you think," he exclaimed, "that I am such a simpleton as you are to cry?" She felt much hurt. The next day Mouret affected great gaiety, but some days afterwards, when Abbe Faujas and his mother came downstairs after dinner, he refused to play his usual game of piquet. He did not feel clear-headed enough for it, he said. On the next few nights he made other excuses, and so the games were broken off, and everyone went out on the terrace. Mouret seated himself in front of his wife and the Abbe, doing all he could to speak as much and as frequently as possible, while Madame Faujas sat a few yards away in the gloom, quite silent and still, with her hands upon her knees, like one of those legendary figures keeping guard over a treasure with the stern fidelity of a crouching dog. "Fine evening," Mouret used to say every night. "It is much pleasanter here than in the dining-room. It's very wise of you to come out and enjoy the fresh air. Ah, there's a shooting star. Did your reverence see it? I've heard say that it's St. Peter lighting his pipe up yonder." He laughed, but Marthe kept quite grave, vexed by his attempts at pleasantry, which spoiled her enjoyment of the expansive sky that spread between Monsieur Rastoy's pear trees and the chestnuts of the sub-prefecture. Sometimes he would pretend to be unaware that she conformed with the requirements of religion, and he would take the abbé aside and tell him that he relied on him to effect the salvation of the whole house. At other times he could never begin a sentence without saying in a bantering tone, "Now that my wife goes to confession." Then, having grown tired of this subject, he began to listen to what was being said in the neighboring gardens, trying to catch the faint sounds of voices which rose in the calm night air, as the distant noises of Plassans were hushed. "Ah, those are the voices of Monsieur de Condamine and Dr. Pourquier," he said, straining his ear towards the sub-prefecture. "They are making fun of the Paloc. Did you hear Monsieur de Langres saying in his falsetto, 'Ladies, you'd better come in, the air is growing cool'? Don't you think that little de Langres always talks as though he had swallowed a reed pipe?" Then he turned his head towards the Rastoys' garden. "They haven't anyone there tonight," he said. "I can't hear anything. Ah, yes, those big geese, the daughters, are by the waterfall. The elder one talks just as though she were gobbling pebbles. Every evening they sit there jabbering for a good hour. They can't want all that time to tell each other about the matrimonial offers they have had. Ah, they are all there. There's Abbe Sourin, with a voice like a flute, and Abbe Faujas, who would do for a rattle on Good Friday. There are sometimes a score of them huddled together, without stirring a finger, in that garden. I believe they all go there to listen to what we say." While he went chattering on in this manner, Abbe Faujas and Marthe merely spoke a few words, chiefly in reply to his questions. Generally they sat apart from him with their faces raised to the sky and their eyes gazing into space. One evening Mouret fell asleep. Then, inclining their heads towards each other, they began to talk in subdued tones, while some few yards away Madame Faujas, with her hands upon her knees, her eyes wide open and her ears on the strain, yet never seeing or hearing anything, seemed to be keeping watch for them. This ends Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Conquest of Plassans by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 10. The summer passed away, and Abbe Faujas seemed in no hurry to derive any advantage from his increasing popularity. He still kept himself in seclusion at the Mourets, delighting in the solitude of the garden, to which he now came down during the daytime. He read his breviary as he slowly walked with bent head up and down the green arbor at the far end. Sometimes he would close his book, still further slacken his steps, and seem to be buried in deep reverie. Mouret, who used to watch him, at last became impatient and irritated at seeing that black figure walking to and fro for hours together behind his fruit trees. "One has no privacy left," he muttered. "I can't lift my eyes now without catching sight of that cassock. He's like a crow, that fellow there, with his round eyes that always seem to be on the lookout for something. I don't believe in his fine, disinterested airs." It was not till early in September that the home of the Virgin was completed. In the provinces workmen are painfully slow, though it must be stated that the lady patronesses had twice upset Monsieur Lietot's designs in favor of ideas of their own. When the committee took possession of the building, they rewarded the architect for the complaisance he had manifested by lavishing the highest praises upon him.
Everything seemed to them perfectly satisfactory. The rooms were large, the communications were excellent, and there was a courtyard planted with trees and embellished with 2 small fountains. Madame de Condamine was particularly charmed with the facade, which was one of her own ideas. Over the door, the words "Home of the Virgin" were carved in gold letters on a slab of black marble. On the occasion of the opening of the home there was a very affecting ceremony. The bishop, attended by the chapter, came in person to install the Sisters of St. Joseph, who had been authorized to work the institution. A troop of some 50 girls of from 8 to 15 years of age had been collected together from the streets of the old quarter of the town, and all that had been required from the parents to obtain admission for their children had been a declaration that their avocations necessitated their absence from home during the entire day. Monsieur Deslangre made a speech, which was much applauded. He explained at considerable length and in a magnificent style the details and arrangements of this new refuge, which he called the School of Virtue and Labor, where young and interesting creatures would be kept safe from wicked temptations. A delicate allusion, towards the end of the speech, to the real promoter of the home, Abbe Faujas, attracted much notice. The abbé was present amongst the other priests, and his fine, grave face remained perfectly calm and tranquil when all eyes were turned upon him. Marthe blushed on the platform, where she was sitting in the midst of the lady patronesses. When the ceremony was over, the bishop expressed a desire to inspect the building in every detail, and, notwithstanding the evident annoyance of Abbe Faujas, he sent for Abbe Faujas, whose big black eyes had never for a moment quitted him, and requested him to be good enough to act as his guide, adding aloud with a smile that he was sure he could not find a better one. This little speech was circulated amongst the departing spectators, and in the evening all Plassans commented upon the bishop's favorable demeanor towards Abbe Faujas. The lady patronesses had reserved for themselves one of the rooms in the home. Here they provided a collation for the bishop, who ate a biscuit and drank 2 sips of Malaga, while saying a polite word or 2 to each of them. This brought the pious festival to a happy conclusion, for both before and during the ceremony there had been heart-burnings and rivalries among the ladies, whom the delicate praises of Monseigneur Rousselot quite restored to good humour. When they were left to themselves, they declared that everything had gone off exceedingly well, and they profusely praised the bishop. Madame Palloc alone looked sour. The prelate had somehow forgotten her when he was distributing his compliments. "You were quite right," she said in a fury to her husband when she got home again. "I've just been made a convenience in that silly nonsense of theirs. It's a fine idea indeed to bring all those corrupt hussies together. I've given up all my time to them, and that big simpleton of a bishop, who trembles before his own clergy, can't even say thank you. Just as if that Madame de Condamine had done anything, indeed. She's far too much occupied in showing off her dresses. Ah, we know quite enough about her, don't we? The world will hear something about her one of these days that will surprise it a little. Thank goodness we've nothing to conceal. And that Madame Deslangre, and Madame Rasteuil too, well, it wouldn't be difficult to tell tales about them that would cover them with blushes. And they never stirred out of their drawing rooms. They haven't taken half the trouble about the matter that I have. Then there's that Madame Mouret, with her pretense of managing the whole business, though she really did nothing but hang on to the cassock of her Abbe Faujas. She's another hypocrite of whom we shall hear some pretty things one of these days. And yet they could all get a polite speech, while there wasn't a word for me. I'm nothing but a mere convenience. They treat me like a dog. But things shan't go on like this, Palloc, I tell you. The dog will turn and bite them before long." From that time forward, Madame Palloc showed herself much less accommodating. She became very irregular in her secretarial work, and declined to perform any duties that she did not fancy, till at last the lady patronesses began to talk of employing a paid secretary. Marthe mentioned these worries to Abbe Faujas, and asked him if he could recommend a suitable man. "Don't trouble yourself to look for anyone," he said. "I dare say I can find you a fit person. Give me 2 or 3 days." For some time past he'd been frequently receiving letters bearing the Besançon postmark. They were all in the same handwriting, a large, ugly hand. Rose, who took them up to him, remarked that he seemed vexed at the mere sight of the envelopes. "He looks quite put out," she said. "You may depend upon it that it's no great favourite of his who writes to him so often." Mouret's old curiosity was roused by this correspondence. One day he took up one of the letters himself with a pleasant smile, telling the abbé, as an excuse for his own appearance, that Rose was not in the house. The abbé probably saw through Mouret's cunning, for he assumed an expression of great pleasure, as though he'd been impatiently expecting the letter. But Mouret did not allow himself to be deceived by this piece of acting. He stayed outside the door on the landing and glued his ear to the keyhole. "From your sister again, isn't it?" asked Madame Faujas in her hard voice. "Why does she worry you in that way?" There was a short silence, after which came a sound of paper being roughly crumpled, and the abbé said, with evident displeasure, "It's always the same old story. She wants to come to us and bring her husband with her, so that we may get him a situation somewhere. She seems to think that we are wallowing in gold. I'm afraid they will be doing something rash, perhaps taking us by surprise some fine morning." No, we can't do with them here, Ovid," his mother replied. "They've never liked you. They've always been jealous of you. Truche is a scamp, and Olympe is quite heartless. They would want everything for themselves, and they would compromise you and interfere with your work." Mouret was too much excited by the meanness of the act he was committing to be able to hear well, and besides, he thought that one of them was coming to the door, so he hurried away. He took care not to mention what he had done. A few days later, Abbe Faujas, in his presence, while they were all out on the terrace, gave Marthe a definite reply respecting the secretaryship at the home. "I think I can recommend you a suitable person," he said, in his calm way. "It's a connection of my own, my brother-in-law, who's coming here from Besançon in a few days." Mouret became very attentive, while Marthe appeared delighted. "Oh, that is excellent!" she exclaimed. "I was feeling very much bothered about finding a suitable person. You see, with all those young girls, we must have a person of unexceptionable morality. But of course a connection of yours—" Yes, interrupted the priest. "My sister had a little hosiery business at Besançon, which she has been obliged to give up on account of her health, and now she's anxious to join us again, as the doctors have ordered her to live in the south. My mother is very much pleased." "I'm sure she must be," said Marthe. "I dare say it grieved you very much to have to separate, and you'll be very glad to be together again. I'll tell you what you must do. There are a couple of rooms upstairs that you don't use. Why shouldn't your sister and her husband have them? They have no children, have they?" "No, they're only their 2 selves. I had indeed thought for a moment of giving them those 2 rooms, but I was afraid of displeasing you by bringing other people into your house." "Not at all, I assure you. You are very quiet people." She checked herself suddenly, for her husband was tugging at her dress. He did not want to have the abbé's relations in the house, for he remembered in what terms Madame Faujas had spoken of her daughter and son-in-law. "The rooms are very small," he began, "and Monsieur l'Abbé would be inconvenienced. It would be better for all parties that his sister should take lodgings somewhere else. There happen to be some rooms vacant just now at the Peloc's house over the way." There was a dead pause in the conversation. The priest said nothing, but gazed up into the sky. Marthe thought he was offended, and she felt much distressed at her husband's bluntness. After a moment she could no longer endure the embarrassing silence. "Well, it's settled then," she said, without any attempt at skill in knitting the broken threads of the conversation together again. "Rose shall help your mother to clean the rooms. My husband was only thinking about your own personal convenience. But of course, if you wish it, it is not for us to prevent you from disposing of the rooms in any way you like." Mouret was quite angry when he again found himself alone with his wife. "I can't understand you at all," he cried. "When first I let the rooms to the Abbe, you were quite displeased, and seemed to hate the thought of having even so much as a cat brought into the house, and now, I believe, you would be perfectly willing for the Abbe to bring the whole of his relations, down to his third and fourth cousins. Didn't you feel me tugging at your dress? You might have known that I didn't want those people. They are not very respectable folks." "How do you know that?" cried Marthe, annoyed by this accusation. "Who told you so?" "Who indeed? It was Abbe Faujas himself. I overheard him one day while he was talking to his mother." She looked at him keenly, and he blushed slightly beneath her gaze as he stammered, "Well, it's sufficient that I do know. The sister is a heartless creature, and her husband is a scamp. It's of no use your putting on that air of insulted majesty. Those were their own words, and I'm inventing nothing. I don't want to have those people here, do you understand? The old lady herself was the first to object to her daughter coming here. The Abbe now seems to have changed his mind. I don't know what has led him to alter his opinion. It's some fresh mystery of his. He's going to make use of them somehow." Marthe shrugged her shoulders and allowed her husband to rail on. He told Rose not to clean the rooms, but Rose now only obeyed her mistress's orders. For 5 days his anger vented itself in bitter words and furious recriminations. In Abbe Faujas' presence he confined himself to sulking, for he did not dare to attack the priest openly. Then, as usual, he ended by submitting, and ceased to rail at the people who were coming. But he drew his purse strings still tighter, isolated himself, shut himself up more and more in his own selfish existence. When Matrusha's arrived one October evening, he merely exclaimed, "The deuce! They don't look a nice couple. What faces they have!" Abbe Faujas did not appear very desirous that his sister and brother-in-law should be seen on that occasion. His mother took up a position by the street door, and as soon as she caught sight of them, turning out of the place of the sub-prefecture, she glanced uneasily behind her into the hall and the kitchen. Luck was, however, against her, for just as the Truches arrived, Marthe, who was going out, came up from the garden, followed by her children. "Ah, there you all are," she said, with a pleasant smile. Madame Faujas, who was generally so completely mistress of herself, could not suppress a slight show of confusion as she stammered a word or two of reply. For some moments they stood confronting and scrutinizing each other in the hall. Mouret had hurriedly mounted the steps, and Rose had taken up her position at the kitchen door. "You must be very glad to be together again," said Marthe, addressing Madame Faujas. Then, noticing the feeling of embarrassment which was keeping them all silent, she turned towards Truche and added, "You arrived by the 5 o'clock train, I suppose? How long were you in getting here from Besançon?" 17 hours in the train," Truche replied, opening a toothless mouth. "It's no joke that in a third-class carriage, I can tell you. One gets pretty well shaken up inside." Then he laughed with a peculiar clattering of his jaws. Madame Faujas cast a very angry glance at him, and he began to fumble mechanically at his greasy overcoat, trying to fasten a button that was no longer there, and pressing to his thighs, doubtless in order to hide some stains, a couple of cardboard bonnet boxes which he was carrying, one green and the other yellow. His red throat was perpetually gurgling beneath a twisted, ragged black neckcloth, over which appeared the edge of a dirty shirt. In his wrinkled face, which seemed to reek with vice, there glistened two little black eyes that rolled about incessantly, examining everybody and everything with an expression of astonishment and covetousness. They looked like the eyes of a thief studying a house to which he means to return in order to plunder it some night. Mouret fancied that Trouche was examining the fastenings. "That fellow," he thought to himself, "looks as though he were getting the patterns of the locks into his head." Olympe was conscious that her husband had made a vulgar remark. She was a tall, slight woman, fair and faded, with a flat, plain face. She carried a little deal box and a big bundle tied up in a tablecloth. "We've brought some pillows with us," she said, glancing at the bundle. "Pillows come in very usefully in a third-class carriage. They make one quite as comfortable as if one were traveling first class. It's a great saving going third, and it's of no use throwing money away, is it?" "Certainly not," Marthe replied, somewhat surprised by the appearance and language of the newcomers. Olympe now came forward and went on talking in an ingratiating way. "It's the same thing with clothes," said she. "When I set off on a journey, I put on my shabbiest things. I told Honoré that his old overcoat was quite good enough, and he's got his old workday trousers on too, trousers that he's quite tired of wearing. You see, I selected my worst dress. It's actually in holes, I believe. This shawl was mother's. I used to iron on it at home, and this bonnet I'm wearing is an old one that I only put on when I go to the wash-house, but it's quite good enough to get spoilt with the dust. Isn't it, madame?" "Certainly, certainly," replied Marthe, trying to force a smile. Just at this moment, a stern voice was heard from the top of the stairs, calling sharply, "Well, now, mother!" Mouret raised his head, and saw Abbe Faujas leaning against the second-floor banisters, looking very angry, and bending over at the risk of falling to get a better view of what was going on in the passage. He'd heard a sound of talking, and had been waiting there for a moment or two in great impatience. "Come, mother, come!" he cried again. "Yes, yes, we're coming up," answered Madame Faujas, trembling at the sound of her son's angry voice. Then, turning to the Trouches, she said, "Come along, my children, we must go upstairs. Let us leave Madame to attend to her business." But the Trouches did not seem to hear. They appeared quite satisfied to remain in the passage, and they looked about them with a well-pleased air, as though the house had just been presented to them. "It's very nice indeed, isn't it, Honoré?" Olympe said. "After what Ovid wrote in his letters, we scarcely expected to find it so nice as this, did we? But I told you that we ought to come here, and that we should do better here, and I am right, you see." Yes, we ought to be very comfortable here," Trouche murmured. "The garden, too, seems a pretty big one." Then, addressing Mouret, he inquired, "Do you allow your lodgers to walk in the garden, sir?" Before Mouret had time to reply, Abbe Faujas, who had come downstairs, cried out in thundering tones, "Come, Trouche! Come, Olympe!" They turned round, and when they saw him standing on the steps looking terribly angry, they fairly quailed and meekly followed him. The abbé went up the stairs in front of them without saying another word, without even seeming to observe the presence of Mouret, who stood gazing after the singular procession. Madame Faujas smiled at Marthe to take away the awkwardness of the situation as she brought up the rear. Marthe then went out, and Mouret, left to himself, lingered a moment or two in the passage. Upstairs on the second floor, doors were being noisily banged. Then loud voices were heard, and presently there came dead silence. "Has he locked them up separately, I wonder?" said Mouret to himself with a laugh. "Well,
Anyhow, they are not a nice family."
On the very next day, Trouche, respectably dressed, entirely in black, shaven, and with his scanty hair carefully brushed over his temples, was presented by Abbe Faujas to Marthe and the lady patronesses. He was 45 years of age, wrote a first-rate hand, and was said to have kept the books of a mercantile house for a long time. The ladies at once installed him as secretary. His duties were to represent the committee and employ himself in certain routine work from 10 till 4 in the office on the first floor of the home. His salary was to be 1,500 francs.
"Those good people are very quiet, you see," Marthe remarked to her husband a few days afterwards.
Indeed, the Trouches made no more noise than the Faujases. 2 or 3 times Rose asserted that she'd heard quarrels between the mother and daughter, but the Abbe's grave voice had immediately restored peace. Trouche went out every morning punctually at 9:45, and came back again at 4:15. He never went out in the evening. Olympe occasionally went shopping with Madame Faujas, but she was never seen to come down the stairs by herself. The window of the room in which the Trouches slept overlooked the garden. It was the last one on the right, in front of the trees of a sub-prefecture. Big curtains of red calico with a yellow border hung behind the glass panes, making a strong contrast, when seen from outside, with the priest's white ones. The window was invariably kept closed. One evening, when Abbe Faujas and his mother were out on the terrace with the Mourets, a slight involuntary cough was heard, and the priest raised his head with an expression of annoyance. He caught sight of Olympe and her husband leaning out of the window. For a moment or two he kept his eyes turned upwards, thus interrupting his conversation with Marthe. At this the Trouches disappeared, and those below heard the window catch being fastened. "You had better go upstairs, I think, mother," said the priest. "I'm afraid you may be catching cold out here." Madame Faujas wished them all good night, and when she'd retired, Marthe resumed the conversation by asking in her kindly way, "Is your sister worse? I've not seen her for a week." "She has great need of rest," the priest curtly answered. However, Marthe's sympathetic interest made her continue the subject. "She shuts herself up too much," said she. "The fresh air would do her good. These October evenings are still quite warm. Why doesn't she ever come out into the garden? She's never set foot in it. You know that it is entirely at your disposal." The priest muttered a few vague words of excuse, and then Mouret, to increase his embarrassment, manifested still greater amiability than his wife's. "That's just what I was saying this morning," he began. "Monsieur l'Abbe's sister might very well bring her sewing out here in the sun in the afternoons, instead of keeping herself shut in upstairs. Anyone would think that she daren't even show herself at the window. She isn't frightened of us, I hope. We are not such terrible people as all that. And Monsieur Trouche, too, he hurries up the stairs 4 steps at a time. Tell them to come and spend an evening with us now and then. They must be frightfully dull up in that room of theirs, all alone." The Abbe did not seem to be in the humor that evening to submit to his landlord's pleasantry. He looked him straight in the face and said very bluntly, "I'm much obliged to you, but there's little probability of their accepting your invitation. They are tired in the evening, and they go to bed. And besides, that is the best thing they can do." "Just as they like, my dear sir," replied Mouret, vexed by the Abbe's rough manner. When he was alone again with Marthe, he said to her, "Does the Abbe, I wonder, think he can persuade us that the moon is made of green cheese? It's quite clear that he's afraid that those scamps he has taken in will play him some bad trick or other. Didn't you see how sharply he kept his eye on them this evening when he caught sight of them at the window? They were spying out at us up there. There will be a bad end to all this." Marthe was now living in a state of blessed calm. She no longer felt troubled by Mouret's raillery. The gradual growth of faith within her filled her with exquisite joy. She glided softly and slowly into a life of pious devotion, which seemed to lull her with a sweet restfulness. Abbe Faujas still avoided speaking to her of God. He remained merely a friend, simply exercising influence over her by his grave demeanor and the vague odor of incense exhaled by his cassock. On 2 or 3 occasions when she was alone with him, she had again broken out into fits of nervous sobbing, without knowing why, but finding a happiness in thus allowing herself to weep. On each of these occasions the abbé had merely taken her hands in silence, calming her with his serene and authoritative gaze. When she wanted to tell him of her strange attacks of sadness, or her secret joys, or her need of guidance, he smiled and hushed her, telling her that these matters were not his concern, and that she must speak of them to Abbé Faujas. Then she retired completely within herself and remained trembling, while the priest seemed to assume still colder reserve than before, and strode away from her, like some unheeding god at whose feet she wished to pour out her soul in humiliation. Marthe's chief occupation now was attending the various religious services and works in which she took part. In the vast nave of Saint-Saturnin's she felt perfectly happy. It was there that she experienced the full sweetness of that purely physical restfulness which she sought. She there forgot everything. It was like an immense window open upon another life, a life that was wide and infinite and full of an emotion which thrilled and satisfied her. But she still felt some fear of a church, and she went there with a feeling of uneasy bashfulness and a touch of nervous shame that made her glance behind her as she passed through the doorway to see if anyone was watching her. Then, once inside, she abandoned herself. Everything around her seemed to assume a melting softness. Even the unctuous voice of Abbe Faujas, who, after he had confessed her, sometimes kept her on her knees for a few minutes longer, while he spoke to her about Madame Rosteuil's dinners or the Rougons' last reception. Marthe often returned home in a condition of complete prostration. Religion seemed to break her down. Rose had become all-powerful in the house. She scolded Mouret, found fault with him because he dirtied too much linen, and let him have his dinner at her own hours. She even tried to convert him.
"Madame does quite right to live a Christian life," said she. "You'll be damned, sir, you will, and it will only be right, for you are not a good man at heart. No, you are not. You ought to go with your wife to Mass next Sunday morning."
Mouret shrugged his shoulders. He let things take their own course, and sometimes even did a bit of housework himself, taking a turn or two with the broom when he thought the dining room looked particularly dusty. The children gave him most trouble. It was vacation time, and as their mother was scarcely ever at home, Désiré and Octave, who had again failed in his examination for his degree, turned the place upside down. Serge was poorly, kept his bed, and spent whole days in reading in his room. He had become Abbe Faujas' favorite, and the priest lent him books. Mouret thus spent 2 dreadful months at his wits' end how to manage his young folks. Octave was a special trouble to him, and as he did not feel inclined to keep him at home till the end of the vacation, he determined that he should not again return to college, but should be sent to some business house at Marseille. "Since you won't look after them at all," he said to Marthe, "I must find some place or other to put them in. I'm quite worn out with them all, and I won't have them at home any longer. It's your own fault if it causes you any grief. Octave is quite unbearable. He will never pass his examination, and it will be much better to teach him at once how to gain his own living, instead of letting him idle his time away with a lot of good-for-nothings. One meets him roaming all over the town." Marthe was very much distressed. She seemed to awake from a dream on hearing that one of her children was about to leave her. She succeeded in getting the departure postponed for a week, during which she remained more at home and resumed her active life. But she quickly dropped back again into her previous state of listless languor, and on the day that Octave came to kiss her, telling her that he was to leave for Marseille in the evening, she'd lost all strength and energy, and contented herself with giving him some good advice. Mouret came back from the railway station with a very heavy heart. He looked about him for his wife, and found her in the garden, crying under the arbor. Then he gave vent to his feelings. "There, that's one the less," he exclaimed. "You ought to feel glad of it. You'll be able to go prowling about the church now as much as you like. Make your mind easy. The other two won't be here long. I shall keep Serge with me, as he's a very quiet lad and is rather young as yet to go and read for the bar. But if he's at all in your way, just let me know, and I will free you of him at once. As for Désirée, I shall send her to her nurse." Marthe went on weeping in silence. "But what would you have?" he continued. "You can't be both in and out. Since you've taken to keeping away from your home, your children have become indifferent to you. That's logic, isn't it? Besides, it's necessary to find room for all the people who are now living in our house. It isn't nearly big enough, and we shall be lucky if we don't get turned out of doors ourselves." He'd raised his eyes as he spoke, and was looking at the windows of the second floor. Then, lowering his voice, he added, "Don't go on crying in that ridiculous way. They're watching you. Don't you see those eyes peeping between the red curtains? They're the eyes of the Abbe's sister. I know them well enough. You may depend on seeing them there all day long. The Abbe himself may be a decent fellow, but as for those Trouches, I know they are always crouching behind their curtains like wolves waiting to spring on one. I feel quite certain that if the Abbe didn't prevent them, they'd come down in the night to steal my pears. Dry your tears, my dear. You may be quite sure that they are enjoying our disagreement. Even though they've been the cause of the boy's going away, that's no reason why we should let them see what a trouble his departure has been to us both." His voice broke, and he himself seemed on the point of sobbing. Marthe, quite heartbroken, deeply touched by his last words, was prompted to throw herself into his arms. But they were afraid of being observed, and besides they felt as if there was some obstacle between them that prevented them from coming together. So they separated, while Olympe's eyes still glistened between the red curtains upstairs. This ends Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Conquest of Plassans by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 11. One morning, Abbe Faujas made his appearance, his face betokening the greatest distress. As soon as he caught sight of Marthe on the steps, he hurried up to her, and seizing her hands and pressing them, he stammered, "Poor compagne! It is all over with him. He's dying. I'm going upstairs. I must see Faujas at once." When Marthe showed him his fellow priest, who, according to his wont, was walking to and fro at the bottom of the garden, reading his breviary, he ran up to him, tottering on his short legs. He tried to speak and tell the other the sad news, but his grief choked him, and he could only throw his arms round Abbe Faujas' neck while sobbing bitterly. "Oh, what's the matter with the two parsons?" cried Mouret, who had hastily rushed out of the dining-room. "The curé of Saint-Saturnins is dying," Marthe replied, showing much distress. Mouret assumed an expression of surprise, and as he went back into the house he murmured, "Pooh! That worthy Barrette will manage to console himself tomorrow when he's appointed curé in the other's place. He counts on getting the post. He told me so." Abbe Faujas disengaged himself from the old priest's embrace, quietly closed his breviary, and listened to the sad news with a grave face. "Campan wants to see you," said Abbe Barrette in a broken voice. "He will not last the morning out. Oh, he has been a dear friend to me. We study together. He's anxious to say goodbye to you. He's been telling me all through the night that you were the only man of courage in the diocese. For more than a year now he's been getting weaker and weaker, and not a single Plassan priest has dared to go and grasp his hand, while you, a stranger who scarcely knew him, you've spent an afternoon with him every week. The tears came into his eyes just now as he was speaking of you. You must lose no time, my friend." Abbe Faujas went up to his room for a moment, while Abbe Barrette paced impatiently and hopelessly about the passage, and then at last they set off together. The old priest wiped his brow and swayed about on the road as he talked in disconnected fashion. "He would have died like a dog without a single prayer being said for him if his sister had not come and told me about him at 11 o'clock last night. She did quite right, the dear lady, though he did not want to compromise any of us, and even would have foregone the last sacraments. Yes, my friend, he was dying all alone, abandoned and deserted, he who had so high a mind, and who has only lived to do good." Then Barrette became silent, but after a few moments he resumed again in a different voice. "Do you think that Fenil will ever forgive me for this? Never, I expect. When Campan saw me bringing the viaticum, he was unwilling to let me anoint him and told me to go away. Well, it's all over with me now, and I shall never be curé. But I'm glad that I did it, and that I haven't let Campan die like a dog. He's been at war with Fenil for 30 years, you know. When he took to his bed, he said to me, 'Ah, it's Fenil who's going to carry the day. Now that I'm stricken down, he will get the better of me.' So think of it. That poor Campan, whom I have seen so high-spirited and energetic at Saint-Saturnin's. Little Eusèbe, the choir boy, whom I took to ring the viaticum bell, was quite embarrassed when he found where we were going. He kept looking behind him at each tinkle, as if he was afraid that Fenil would hear it." Abbe Faujas, who was stepping along quickly with bent head and a preoccupied air, kept perfectly silent and did not even seem to hear what his companion was saying. "Has the bishop been informed?" he suddenly asked. But Abbe Barrette in his turn now appeared to be buried in thought and made no reply. However, just as they reached Abbe Campan's door, he said to his companion, "Tell him that we met Fenil and that he bowed to us. It will please him, for he will then think that I shall be appointed curé." They went up the stairs in silence. The curé's sister came to the landing, and on seeing them, burst into tears. Then she stammered between her sobs, "It's all over. He has just passed away in my arms. I was quite alone with him. As he was dying, he looked round him and murmured, 'I must have the plague, since they have all deserted me.' Ah, gentlemen, he died with his eyes full of tears." They went into the little room where Abbe Campan, with his head resting on his pillow, seemed to be asleep. His eyes had remained open, and tears yet trickled down his white, sad face. Then Abbe Barrette fell upon his knees, sobbing and praying, with his face pressed to the counterpane. Abbe Faujas at first remained standing, gazing at the dead man, and after having knelt for a moment, he quietly went away. Abbe Faujas was so absorbed in his grief that he did not even hear his colleague close the door. Abbe Faujas went straight to the bishop's. In Monseigneur Rousselot's antechamber, he met Abbe Sourin, carrying a bundle of papers. "Do you want to speak to his lordship?" asked the secretary, with his never-failing smile. "You've come at an unfortunate time. His lordship is so busy that he's given orders that no one is to be admitted." "But I want to see him on a very urgent matter," quietly said Abbe Faujas. "You can at any rate let him know that I am here, and I will wait if it is necessary." "I'm afraid that it would be useless for you to wait. His lordship has several people with him. It would be better if you came again tomorrow." But the abbé took a chair, and just as he was doing so, the bishop opened the door of his study. He appeared much vexed on seeing his visitor, whom at first he pretended not to recognize. "My son," he said to Sourin, "when you've arranged those papers, come to me immediately. There's a letter I want to dictate to you." Then, turning to the priest, who remained respectfully standing, he said, "Ah, is it you, Monsieur Faujas? I'm very glad to see you. Perhaps you want to say something to me? Come into my study. You are never in the way." Monseigneur Rousselot's study was a very large and rather gloomy room, in which a great wood fire was kept burning in the summer as well as the winter. The heavy carpet and curtains kept out all the air, and the room was like a warm bath. The bishop, like some dowager shutting herself up from the world, detesting all noise and excitement, lived a chilly life there in his armchair, committing to Abbe Faujas the care of his diocese. He delighted in the classics, and it was said that he was secretly making a translation of Horace. He was equally fond of the little verses of the anthology, and broad quotations occasionally escaped from his lips, quotations which he enjoyed with the naivete of a learned man who cares nothing for the modesty of the vulgar. "There's no one here, you see," said he, sitting down before the fire. "But I don't feel very well today, and I gave orders that nobody was to be admitted. Now you can tell me what you have to say. I am quite at your service." His general expression of amiability was tinged with a kind of vague uneasiness, a sort of resigned submission. When Abbe Faujas had informed him of the death of Abbe Compans, he rose from his chair, apparently both distressed and alarmed. "What?" he cried. "My good Compans dead! And I was not able to bid him farewell. No one gave me any warning. Ah, my friend, you were right when you gave me to understand that I was no longer master here. They abuse my kindness." "Your lordship knows," said Abbe Faujas, "how devoted I am to you. I am only waiting for a sign from you." The bishop shook his head as he murmured, Yes, I remember the offer you made to me. You have an excellent heart. But what an uproar there would be if I were to break with Abbe Faujas. He should have my ears deafened for a whole week. And yet, if I could feel quite sure that you could really rid me of him, if I was not afraid that at a week's end he would come back and crush your neck under his heel." Abbe Faujas could not repress a smile. Tears were welling from the bishop's eyes. "Yes, I'm afraid, the prelate resumed, as he again sank down into his chair. "I don't feel equal to it yet. It is that miserable man who has killed Compans and has kept his death agony a secret from me so that I might not go and close his eyes. He's capable of the most terrible things. But, you see, I like to live in peace. Faujas is very energetic, and he renders me great services in the diocese. When I am no longer here, matters will perhaps be better ordered." He grew calmer again, and his smile returned.
Besides, everything is going on satisfactorily at present, and I don't see any immediate difficulty. We can wait." Abbe Faujas sat down and calmly resumed. "No doubt. But still, you will have to appoint a curé for Saint-Saturnins in succession to the Abbé Campan." Monseigneur Rousselot lifted his hands to his temples with an expression of hopelessness. "Indeed, you are right," he ejaculated. "I'd forgotten that. Poor Campan doesn't know in what a hole he has put me by dying so suddenly without my having had any warning. I promised you that place, didn't I?" The abbé bowed. "Well, my friend, you will save me by letting me take back my word. You know how Fenil detests you. The success of the Home of the Virgin has made him quite furious, and he swears that he will prevent you from making the conquest of Plassans. I'm talking to you quite openly, you see. Recently, when reference was made to the appointment of a curé for Saint-Saturnins, I let your name fall. But Fenil flew into a frightful rage, and I was obliged to promise that I would give the place to a friend of his, Abbé Chardon, whom you know, and who is really a very worthy man. Now, my friend, do this much for me, and give up that idea. I will make you whatever recompense you like to name." The priest's face wore a grave expression. After a short interval of silence, during which he seemed to be taking counsel of himself, he spoke. "You know very well, my lord," he said, "that I am quite without personal ambition. I should much prefer to lead a life of privacy, and it would be a great relief to me to give up this appointment. But I am not my own master. I feel bound to satisfy those patrons of mine who take an interest in me. I trust that your lordship will reflect very seriously before taking a step which you would probably regret afterwards." Although Abbe Faujas spoke very humbly, the bishop was not unconscious of the menace which his words veiled. He rose from his chair and took a few steps about the room, a prey to the painful perplexity. "Well, well," he said, lifting his hands, "here's trouble and no mistake. For a long time I should much have preferred to avoid all these explanations, but since you insist, I must speak frankly. Well, my dear sir, Abbé Fenil brings many charges against you. As I think I told you before, he must have written to Besançon and learnt all the vexatious stories you know of. You have certainly explained those matters to me, and I am quite aware of your merits and of your life of penitence and solitude. But what can I do? Fenil has weapons against you, and he uses them ruthlessly. I often don't know what to say in your defense. When the minister requested me to receive you into my diocese, I did not conceal from him that your position would be a difficult one. But he continued to press me and said that was your affair. And so in the end I consented. But you must not come today and ask me to do what is impossible." Abbe Faujas had not lowered his head during the bishop's remarks. He now raised it still higher as he looked the prelate straight in the face and said in his sharp voice, "You have given me your promise, my lord." "Certainly, certainly," the bishop replied. "That poor Campan was getting weaker every day, and you came and confided certain matters to me, and I then made the promise to you. I don't deny it. Listen to me. I will tell you everything, so that you may not accuse me of wheeling round like a weathercock. You asserted that the minister was extremely desirous for you to be appointed curé of Saint-Saturnins. Well, I wrote for information on the subject, and a friend of mine went to the ministry in Paris. They almost laughed in his face there, and they told him they didn't even know you.
The minister absolutely denies that he is your supporter. Do you hear? If you wish it, I will read you a letter in which he makes some very stern remarks about you." He stretched his arm towards a drawer, but Abbe Faujas rose to his feet without taking his eyes off him, and smiled with mingled irony and pity. "Ah, my lord, said he. Then, after a moment's silence, as though he were unwilling to enter into further explanations, he said, "I give your lordship back your promise, but I believe that in all this I was working more for your own advantage than for mine. By and by, when it will be too late, you will call my warnings to mind." He stepped towards the door, but the bishop laid his hand upon him and brought him back, saying with an expression of uneasiness, "What do you mean? Explain yourself, my dear Monsieur Faujas. I know very well that I have not been in favor at Paris since the election of the Marquis de la Griffoul, but people know me very little if they suppose that I had any hand in the matter. I don't go out of my study twice a month. Do you imagine that they accuse me of having brought about the Marquis's return?" "Yes, I am afraid so," the priest curtly replied. "But it is quite absurd. I've never interfered in politics. I live amongst my beloved books. It was Fenil who did it all. I told him a score of times that he would end by compromising me in Paris." He checked himself and blushed slightly at having allowed these last words to escape him. Abbe Faujas sat down again and said in a deep voice, "My lord, by those words you have condemned your vicar general. I have never said otherwise than you have just said. Do not continue to make common cause with him, or he will lead you into serious trouble. I have friends in Paris, whatever you may believe. I know that the Marquis de la Griffoul's election has strongly predisposed the government against you. Rightly or wrongly, they believe that you are the sole cause of the opposition movement which has manifested itself in Plassans, where the minister, for special reasons, is most anxious to have a majority. If the legitimist candidate should again succeed at the next election, it would be very awkward, and I should be considerably alarmed for your comfort." "But this is abominable," cried the unhappy bishop, rocking himself in his chair. "I can't prevent the legitimist candidate from being returned. I haven't got the least influence, and I never mix myself up in these matters at all. Really, there are times when I feel that I should like to shut myself up in a monastery. I could take my books with me and lead a quiet, peaceful life there. It is Fenil who ought to be bishop instead of me. If I were to listen to Fenil, I should get on the very worst terms with the government. I should hearken only to Rome and tell Paris to mind its own business. But that is not my nature, and I want to die in peace. The minister, then, you say, is enraged with me?" The priest made no reply. Two creases which appeared at the corners of his mouth gave his face an expression of silent scorn. "Really," continued the bishop, "if I thought it would please him if I were to appoint you curé of Saint-Sertanas, I would try to manage it. But I can assure you that you are mistaken. You are but little in the odor of sanctity." Abbe Faujas made a hasty movement of his hands as he broke out impatiently, "Have you forgotten that calumnies are circulated about me, and that I came to Plassans in a threadbare cassock? When they send a compromised man to a post of danger, they deny all knowledge of him till the day of triumph. Help me to succeed, my lord, and then you will see that I have friends in Paris." Then, as the bishop, surprised to find in a priest such a bold adventurer, continued to gaze at him in silence, Faujas lapsed into a less assertive manner and continued, "These, however, are suppositions, and what I mean is that I have much to be pardoned.
My friends are waiting to thank you till my position is completely established." Monseigneur Rousselot kept silence for a moment longer. He was a man of sharp understanding, and he had gained a knowledge of human failings from books. He was conscious of his own yielding character, and he was even a little ashamed of it. But he consoled himself for it by judging men for what they were worth. In the life of a learned Epicurean, which he led, there were times when he felt supreme disdain for the ambitious men about him, who fought amongst themselves for a few stray shreds of his power. "Well," he said, with a smile, "you are a pertinacious man, my dear Monsieur Faujas, and since I have made you a promise, I will keep it. 6 months ago, I confess, I should have been afraid of stirring up all Plassans against me, but you have succeeded in making yourself liked, and the ladies of the town often speak to me about you in very eulogistic terms. In appointing you curé of Saint-Saturnin's, I am only paying the debt which we owe you for the home of the Virgin." The bishop had recovered his usual pleasant amiability and charming manner. Just at this moment, Abbe Faujas put his handsome head through the doorway. "No, my child," said the bishop to him, "I shall not dictate that letter to you. I have no further need of you, and you can go." "Abbe Faujas is here," muttered the young priest. "Oh, very well. Let him wait." Monseigneur Rousselot winced slightly, but he spoke to his secretary with an almost ludicrous expression of decision, and looked at Abbe Faujas with a glance of intelligence. "See, go out this way," he said to him, as he opened a door that was hidden behind a curtain. He kept the priest standing on the threshold for a moment, and continued to look at him with a smile on his face. "Faujas will be furious," said he, "but you will promise to defend me against him if it is too hard upon me. I am making him your enemy, I warn you of that. I'm counting upon you, too, to prevent the re-election of the Marquis de la Griffoul. Ah, it is upon you that I am leaning now, my dear Monsieur Faujas." He waved his white hand to the abbé, and then returned with an appearance of perfect unconcern to the warmth of his study. The priest had remained bowing, feeling surprised at the quite feminine ease with which the bishop changed his master and yielded to the stronger side. And only now did he begin to feel that Monseigneur Rousselot had been secretly laughing at him, even as he laughed at Abbe Faujas in that downy armchair of his where he read his Horace. About 10 o'clock on the following Thursday, just when the fashionable folks of Plassans were treading on each other's toes in the Rougon's green drawing-room, Abbe Faujas appeared at the door. He looked tall and majestic. There was a bright color on his cheeks, and he wore a delicate cassock that glistened like satin. His face was still grave, though there was a slight smile upon it, just the pleasant turn of the lips that was necessary to light up his stern countenance with a ray of cheerfulness. "Ah, here is the dear curé!" Madame de Condorman gaily exclaimed. The mistress of the house eagerly hastened up to him. She grasped one of his hands within both her own, and drew him into the middle of the room with wheedling glances and a gentle swaying of her head. "This is a surprise, a very pleasant surprise," she cried. "It's an age since we've seen you. Is it only when good fortune visits you that you remember your friends?" Abbe Faujas bowed with easy composure. All around him there was a flattering ovation, a buzzing of enthusiastic women. Madame de Langres, Madame Rastoy did not wait till he came up to them, but hastened to congratulate him upon his appointment, which had been officially announced that morning. The mayor, the justice of the peace, and even Monsieur de Bordeaux all stepped up to him and shook his hand heartily. "Ah, he's a fine fellow, and will go a long way," Monsieur de Condorman murmured into Dr. Pourquier's ear. "I scented him from the first day I saw him, that grimacing old Madame Rougon, and he tell no end of lies.
I've seen him slipping in here at dusk 60 of times. They must be mixed up in some queer things together." Dr. Pourquier was terribly afraid of being compromised by Monsieur de Condamine, so he hurried away from him, and came like the others to grasp Abbe Faujas' hand, although he'd never previously spoken to him. The priest's triumphal entry was the great event of the evening. He had now seated himself, and was hemmed in by a triple circle of petticoats. He talked with charming good nature on all sorts of subjects, but avoided replying to any hints or allusions. When Félicité directly questioned him, he merely said that he should not occupy the parsonage, as he preferred remaining in the lodgings where he'd found himself so comfortable for nearly 3 years. Marthe was present among the other ladies, and was, as usual, extremely reserved. She had only just smiled at the abbé, watching him from a distance, and looking the while a little pale and rather weary and uneasy. When he signified his intention of not quitting the Rue Ballande, she blushed, and rose to go into the small drawing-room, as if she felt incommoded by the heat. Madame Parloc, beside whom Monsieur de Condamine had seated himself, said to him quite loud enough to be heard,
"It's very decorous, isn't it? She certainly might refrain from making assignations with him here, since they have the whole day to themselves." Only Monsieur de Condamine laughed. Everyone else received the sally very coldly. Then Madame Parloc, recognizing that she'd made a mistake, tried to turn the matter off as a joke. Meantime, in the corners of the room, the guests were discussing Abbe Faujas. Great curiosity was manifested as to whether he would put in an appearance. Monsieur de Bordeaux, who was one of his friends, said with an air of authority that he was indisposed, a statement which was received by the company with discreet smiles. Everyone was quite aware of the revolution that had taken place at the bishop's. Abbé Sourin gave the ladies some very interesting details of a terrible scene that had taken place between his lordship and the Grand Vicar. The latter, on getting the worst of the struggle, had caused it to be reported that he was confined to his room by an attack of gout. But the fight was not over, and Abbé Sourin hinted that a great deal more would happen yet, a remark which was whispered about the room with many little exclamations, shakings of head, and expressions of surprise and doubt. For the moment, at any rate, Abbe Faujas was carrying everything before him. And so the fair devotees sunned themselves pleasantly in the rays of the rising luminary. About the middle of the evening, Abbe Faujas arrived. Conversation ceased, and people looked at him with curiosity. They all knew that he had expected to be appointed curé of Saint-Saturnins himself. He had taken over the Abbé Compan's duties during the latter's long illness, and he had a lien upon the appointment. He lingered for a moment by the door, a little out of breath and with blinking eyes, without being aware of the interest which his appearance excited. Then, catching sight of Abbe Faujas, he eagerly hastened up to him, and seizing both his hands with a show of much pleasure, exclaimed, "Ah, my dear friend, let me congratulate you. I've just come from your rooms, where your mother told me that you were here. I am delighted to see you." Abbe Faujas had risen from his seat, and notwithstanding his great self-control, he seemed annoyed, taken by surprise, as it were, by this unexpected display of affection. "Yes," he murmured, "I felt bound to accept his lordship's offer in spite of my lack of merit. I refused it indeed at first, mentioning the names of several more deserving priests than myself. I mentioned your own name." Abbe Faujas blinked, and taking Abbe Faujas aside, he said to him in low tones, "His lordship has told me all about it. Faujas, it seems, would not hear of me. He would have set the whole diocese in a blaze if I had been appointed. Those were his very words. My crime is having closed poor Campan's eyes. He demanded, as you know, the appointment of Abbé Chardon,
A pious man, no doubt, but not of sufficient reputation. Fenil counted on reigning at Saint-Saturnins in his name. It was then that his lordship determined to give you the place and checkmate him. I'm quite avenged, and I am delighted, my dear friend. Did you know the full story? No, not in all its details. Well, it is all just as I have told you, I can assure you. I have the facts from his lordship's own lips. Between ourselves, he's hinted to me of a very sufficient recompense. The Deputy Vicar-General, Abbe Vial, has for a long time been desirous of settling in Rome, and his place will be vacant, you understand. But don't say anything about this. I wouldn't take a big sum of money for my day's work. He continued pressing both Abbe Faujas' hands, while his broad face beamed with satisfaction. The ladies around them were smiling and looking at them in surprise. But the worthy man's joy was so frank and unreserved that it communicated itself to all in the green drawing-room, where the ovation in the new curé's honor took a more familiar and affectionate turn. The ladies grouped themselves together and spoke of the cathedral organ which wanted repairing, and Madame de Condamant promised a magnificent altar for the procession on the approaching festival of Corpus Christi. Abbe Faujas was sharing in the general triumph, when Madame Palloc, craning out her hideous face, touched him on the shoulder and murmured in his ear, "Your reverence won't, I suppose, hear confessions tomorrow in St. Michael's Chapel?" The priest, while taking Abbe Campin's duty, had occupied the confessional in St. Michael's Chapel, which was the largest and most convenient in the church, and was specially reserved for the curé. He did not at first understand the force of Madame Palloc's remark, and he looked at her, again blinking his eyes. "I ask you," she continued, "if you will resume your old confessional in the Chapel of the Holy Angels tomorrow." He turned rather pale, and remained silent for a moment longer. Then he bent his gaze to the floor, and a slight shiver coursed down his neck, as though he had received a blow from behind. And seeing that Madame Palloc was still there, staring at him, he stammered out, "Certainly, I shall go back to my old confessional. Come to the Chapel of the Holy Angels, the last one on the left, on the same side as the cloisters. It's very damp, so wrap yourself up well, dear madame, wrap yourself up well." Tears rose to his eyes. He was filled with regretful longing for that handsome confessional in the chapel of St. Michael, into which the warm sun streamed in the afternoon, just at the time when he heard confessions. Until now he had felt no sorrow at relinquishing the cathedral to Abbe Faujas, but this little matter, this removal from one chapel to another, affected him very painfully, and it seemed to him that he had missed the goal of his life. Madame Palloc told him in her loud voice that he appeared to have grown melancholy all at once. But he protested against this assertion and tried to smile and look cheerful again. However, he left the drawing-room early in the evening. Abbe Faujas was one of the last to go. Rougon came up to him to offer his congratulations, and they remained talking earnestly together on a couch. They spoke of the necessity of religious feeling in a wisely ordered state. Each lady, on retiring from the room, made a low bow as she passed in front of him. "You know, Monsieur le Curé," said Félicité graciously, "that you are my daughter's cavalier." The priest rose from his seat. Marthe was waiting for him at the door. When they got out into the street, they seemed as if blinded by the darkness, and crossed the place of the Sub-Prefecture without exchanging a word. But in the Rue Balande, as they stood in front of the house, Marthe touched the priest's arm at the moment when he was about to insert the key in the lock. "I am so very pleased at your success," she said to him, in a tone of great emotion. "Be kind to me today, and grant me the favor which you have hitherto refused. I assure you that Abbe Faujas does not understand me. It is only you who can direct and save me." He motioned her away from him, and when he'd opened the door and lighted the little lamp which Rose had left at the foot of the staircase, he went upstairs, saying to her gently as he did so, "You promised me to be reasonable. Well, I will think over what you have asked. We will talk about it." Marthe did not retire to her own room until she'd heard the priest close his door on the upper floor. While she was undressing and getting into bed, she paid no attention whatever to Mouret, who, half asleep, was retailing to her at great length some gossip that was being circulated in the town. He had been to his club, the Commercial Club, a place where he rarely set foot. "Abbe Faujas has got the better of Abbe Faujas," he repeated for the 10th time as he slowly rolled his head upon the pillow. "Poor Abbe Faujas! Well, never mind. It's good fun to see those parsons devouring one another. The other day, when they were hugging each other in the garden, you remember it, don't you? Anyone would have thought that they were brothers. They rob each other even of their very penitence. But why don't you say anything, my dear? You don't agree with me, eh? Or is it because you're going to sleep? Well, good night then, my dear." He fell asleep, still muttering disjointed words, while Marthe, with widely opened eyes, stared up into the air and followed over the ceiling, faintly illumined by the night light, the pattering of the abbe's slippers while he was retiring to rest. This ends chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Conquest of Plassans by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 12. At the return of summer, Abbe Faujas and his mother again came downstairs to enjoy the fresh air on the terrace. Mouret had become very cross-grained. He declined the old lady's invitations to play piquet and sat swaying himself about on a chair. Seeing him yawn, without making any attempt to conceal how bored he was feeling, Marthe said to him, "Why don't you go to your club, my dear?" He now went there more frequently than he'd been used to do. When he returned, he found his wife and the abbe still in the same place on the terrace, while Madame Faujas, a few yards away from them, preserved the demeanor of a blind and dumb guardian. When anyone in the town spoke to Mouret of the new curé, he still continued to sound his praises. Faujas, said he, was decidedly a superior sort of a man, and he himself had never felt any doubt of his great abilities. Madame Paloc could never succeed in drawing a hostile word from him on the subject of the priest, in spite of the malicious way in which she would ask him after his wife in the midst of his remarks about Abbe Faujas. Old Madame Rougon had no better success in her attempts to unveil the secret troubles which she thought she could detect beneath Mouret's outward show of cheerfulness. She laid all sorts of traps for him as she watched his face with her sharp, shrewd smile. But that inveterate chatterer, whose tongue was a regular town crier's bell, now showed the greatest reserve when any reference was made to his household. "So your husband has become reasonable at last?" Félicité remarked to her daughter one day. "He leaves you free." Marthe looked at her mother with an air of surprise. "I have always been free," she said. "Ah, my dear child, I see that you don't want to say anything against him. You told me once that he looked very unfavorably upon Abbe Faujas." "Nothing of the kind, I assure you. You must have imagined it. My husband is upon the best terms with Abbe Faujas. There's nothing whatever to make them otherwise." Marthe was much astonished at the persistence with which everybody seemed to imagine that her husband and the Abbé were not good friends. Frequently at the committee meetings at the home of the Virgin, the ladies put questions to her which made her quite impatient. She was really very happy and contented, and the house in the Rue Ballant had never seemed pleasanter to her than it did now. Abbe Faujas had given her to understand that he would undertake her spiritual direction as soon as he should be of opinion that Abbe Buret was no longer sufficient, and she lived in this hope, her mind full of simple joy, like a girl who's promised some pretty religious pictures if she keeps good. Every now and then, indeed, she felt as though she were becoming a child again. She experienced a freshness of feeling and childlike impulses that filled her with gentle emotion. One day, in the springtime, as Mouret was pruning his tall box plants, he found her sitting at the bottom of the garden, beneath the young shoots of the arbor, with her eyes streaming with tears. "What's the matter, my dear?" he asked anxiously. "Nothing," she said, with a smile. "Nothing at all, really. I am very happy, very." He shrugged his shoulders and went on delicately cutting the box plants into an even line. He took considerable pride in having the neatest trimmed hedges in the neighborhood. Marthe had wiped her eyes, but she soon began to weep again, feeling a choking, heart-rending sensation at the scent of the severed verdure. She was 40 years old now, and it was for her passed-away youth that she was weeping. Since his appointment as curé of Saint-Saturnin's, Abbe Faujas had shown a dignity which seemed to increase his stature. He carried his breviary and his hat with an air of authority, which he had exhibited at the cathedral in such wise as to ensure himself the respect of the clergy. Abbe Faujas, having sustained another defeat on 2 or 3 matters of detail, now seemed to have left his adversary free to do as he pleased. Abbe Faujas, however, was not foolish enough to make any indiscreet use of his triumph, but showed himself extremely supple. He was quite conscious that Plassans was still far from being his, and so, though he stopped every now and then in the street to shake hands with Monsieur Deslangres, he merely exchanged passing salutations with Monsieur de Bourdeaux, Monsieur Maffray, and the other guests of Monsieur Rasteuil. A large section of society in the town still looked upon him with suspicion. They found fault with him for the want of frankness in his political opinions. In their estimation, he ought to explain himself, declare himself in favor of one party or another. But the Abbé only smiled and said that he belonged to the honest men's party, a reply which spared him a more explicit declaration. Moreover, he showed no haste or anxiety, but continued to keep aloof till the drawing-room should open their doors to him of their own accord. "No, my friend, not now. Later on we will see about it," he said to Abbé Buret, who had been pressing him to pay a visit to Monsieur Rasteuil. He was known to have refused 2 invitations to the sub-prefecture, and the Mourets were still the only people with whom he continued intimate. There he was, as it were, occupying a post of observation between 2 hostile camps. On Tuesdays, when the 2 sets of guests assembled in the gardens on his right and left, he took up his position at his window and watched the sunset in the distance behind the forests of the Seille, and then, before withdrawing, he lowered his eyes and replied with as much amiability to the bows of Monsieur Rasteuil's guests as to those of his sub-prefects. His intercourse with his neighbors as yet went no further than this. On Tuesday, however, he went down into the garden. He was quite at home now in Mouret's grounds, and no longer confined himself to pacing up and down beneath the arbor as he read his breviary. All the walks and beds seemed to belong to him. His cassock glided blackly past all the greenery. On that particular Tuesday, as he made a tour of the garden, he caught sight of Monsieur Maffray and Madame Rasteuil below him, and bowed to them. And then, as he passed below the terrace of the sub-prefecture, he saw Monsieur de Condamine leaning there in company with Dr. Porquier. After an exchange of salutations, the priest was turning along the path, when the doctor called to him. "Just a word, your reverence, I beg." Then he asked him at what time he could see him the following day. This was the first occasion on which any one of the two sets of guests had spoken to the priest from one garden to the other. The doctor was in great trouble, however. His scamp of a son had been caught in a gambling den behind the jail in company with other worthless characters. The most distressing part of the matter was that Guillaume was accused of being the leader of the band and of having led Monsieur Maffrey's sons, much younger than himself, astray. "Pooh!" said Monsieur de Condorcet with his sceptical laugh. "Young men must sow their wild oats. What a fuss about nothing! Here's the whole town in a state of perturbation because some young fellows have been caught playing baccarat, and there happened to be a lady with them." The doctor seemed very much shocked at this. "I want to ask your advice," he said, addressing himself to the priest. "Monsieur Maffrey came to my house boiling over with anger, and assailed me with the bitterest reproaches, crying out that it was all my fault, as I had brought my son up badly. I am extremely distressed and troubled about it. Monsieur Maffrey ought to know me better. I have 60 years of stainless life behind me." He went on wailing, dwelling upon the sacrifices that he made for his son, and expressing his fears that he would lose his practice in consequence of the young man's misconduct. Abbe Faujas, standing in the middle of the path, raised his head and gravely listened. "I shall be only too glad if I can be of any service to you," he said kindly. "I will see Monsieur Maffrey, and will let him understand that his natural indignation has carried him too far. I will go at once and ask him to appoint a meeting with me for tomorrow. He's over there on the other side." The abbé crossed the garden and went towards Monsieur Maffrey, who was still there with Madame Rasteuil. When the justice of the peace found that the priest desired an interview with him, he would not hear of his taking any trouble about it, but put himself at his disposition, saying that he would do himself the honor of calling upon him the next day. "Ah, Monsieur le Curé," Madame Rasteuil then remarked, "let me compliment you upon your sermon last Sunday. All the ladies were much affected by it, I assure you." The abbé bowed and crossed the garden again in order to reassure Dr. Pourquet. Then he continued slowly pacing about the walks till nightfall, without taking part in any further conversations, but ever hearing the merriment of the groups of guests on his right hand and his left. When Monsieur Maffrey appeared the next day, Abbe Faujas was watching a couple of men who were at work repairing the fountain in the garden. He had expressed a desire to see the fountain play again, for the empty basins, said he, had such a melancholy appearance. At first, Mouret had not seemed very willing to have anything done, alleging the probability of accidents with Désirée, but Marthe had prevailed upon him to let the repairs be executed upon the understanding that the basin should be protected by a railing. "Monsieur le Curé," said Rose, "the justice of the peace wishes to see you." Abbe Faujas hastened indoors. He wanted to take Monsieur Maffrey up to his own room on the second floor, but Rose had already opened the drawing-room door. "Go in," she said. "Aren't you at home here? It's useless to make the justice go up 2 flights of stairs. If you'd only told me this morning, I would have given the room a dusting." As she closed the door upon the abbé and the magistrate, after opening the shutters, Mouret called her into the dining-room. "That's right, Rose," he cried. "You'd better give my dinner to your priest this evening, and if he hasn't got sufficient blankets of his own upstairs, you can take mine off my bed." The cook exchanged a meaning glance with Marthe, who was working by the window, waiting till the sunshine should leave the terrace. Then, shrugging her shoulders, she said, "Ah, sir, you've never had a charitable heart." She took herself off, while Marthe continued sewing without raising her head. For the last few days she had, with feverish energy, again applied herself to her needlework. She was embroidering an altar frontal as a gift for the cathedral. The ladies were desirous of giving a complete set of altar furniture. Madame Rasteuil and Madame Deslangre had undertaken to present the candlesticks, and Madame de Condorman had ordered a magnificent silver crucifix from Paris. Meantime, in the drawing-room, Abbe Faujas was gently remonstrating with Monsieur Maffray, telling him that Dr. Pourquier was a religious man and a person of the highest integrity, and that no one could be more pained than he by his son's deplorable conduct. The magistrate listened with a sanctimonious air, and his heavy features and big prominent eyes assumed quite an ecstatic expression at certain pious remarks which the priest uttered in a very moving manner. He allowed that he had been rather too hasty, and declared that he was willing to make every apology as his reverence thought he'd been in the wrong. "You must send your own sons to me," said the priest, "and I will talk to them." Monsieur Maffray shook his head with a slight, sneering laugh. "Oh, you needn't be afraid about them, Monsieur le Curé. The young scamps won't play any more tricks. They've been locked up in their rooms for the last 3 days with nothing but bread and water. If I had had a stick in my hand when I found out what they'd been doing, I should have broken it across their backs." The abbé looked at him, and recollected how Mouret had accused him of having killed his wife by harshness and avarice. Then, with a gesture of protest, he added, No, that is not the way to treat young men. Your elder son, Ambroise, is 20 years old, and the younger is nearly 18, isn't he? They are no longer children, remember. You must allow them some amusements." The magistrate remained silent with surprise. "Then you would let them go on smoking and allow them to frequent cafes?" he said presently. "Well," replied the priest with a smile, "I think that young men should be allowed to meet together to talk and smoke their cigarettes, and even to play a game of billiards or chess. They will give themselves every license if you show no tolerance. Only remember that it is not to every cafe that I should be willing for them to go. I should like to see a special one provided for them, a sort of club, as I have seen done in several towns." Then he unfolded a complete scheme for such a club. Monsieur Maffray gradually seemed to appreciate it. He nodded his head as he said, "Capital! Capital! It would be a worthy pendant to the home of the Virgin. Really, Monsieur le Curé, we must put such a splendid idea as this into execution." "Well, then," the priest concluded, as he accompanied Monsieur Maffray to the door, "since you approve of the plan, just advocate it among your friends. I will see Monsieur Deslangre and speak to him about it. We might meet in the cathedral on Sunday after vespers, and come to some decision." On the Sunday, Monsieur Maffray brought Monsieur Rasteuil with him. They found Abbe Faujas and Monsieur Deslangre in a little room adjoining the sacristy. The gentleman displayed great enthusiasm in favor of the priest's idea, and the institution of a young men's club was agreed upon in principle. There was considerable discussion, however, as to what it should be called. Monsieur Maffray was strongly desirous that it should be known as the Guild of Jesus. "Oh, no," the priest impatiently cried at last. "You would get scarcely anyone to join, and the few members would only be jeered at. There must be no attempt to tack religion on to the business. Indeed, I intend that we should leave religion outside its doors altogether. All we want to do is win the young people over to our side by providing them with some innocent recreation. That is all." The justice of the peace gazed at the priest with such an expression of astonishment and anxiety that Monsieur Deslangre was obliged to bend his head to conceal a smile, while he slyly pulled the abbé's cassock. Then the priest went on in a calmer voice. "I am sure, gentlemen,
that you do not feel any distrust of me, and I ask you to leave the management of the matter in my hands. I propose to adopt some very simple name, such a one, for instance, as the Young Men's Club, which fully expresses all that is required." Monsieur Rasteuil and Monsieur Mauret bowed, although this title seemed to them a little weak. They next spoke of nominating the curé as president of a provisional committee. "I fancy," said Monsieur Delancre, glancing at the priest, "that this suggestion will scarcely meet with his reverence's approbation." "Oh dear, no," the abbé exclaimed, slightly shrugging his shoulders. "My cassock would frighten the timid and lukewarm away. We should only get the pious young people, and it is not for them that we're going to found our club. What we want is to gather in the wanderers, to win converts, in a word. Isn't that so?" "Clearly," replied the presiding judge. "Very well, then. It will be better for us to keep ourselves in the background, myself especially. What I propose is this. Your son, Monsieur Rasteuil, and yours, Monsieur Delancre, will alone come forward. It must appear as if they themselves had formed the idea of this club. Send them to me in the morning, and I will talk the matter over at length with them. I already have a suitable building in my mind, and a code of rules quite prepared. Your two sons, Monsieur Mauret, will naturally be enrolled at the head of the list of members." The presiding judge seemed flattered at the part assigned to his son, and so matters were arranged in this way, notwithstanding the resistance of the justice of the peace, who had hoped to win some personal distinction from the founding of the club. The next day, Séverin Rasteuil and Lucien Delancre put themselves in communication with Abbe Faujas. Séverin was a tall young man of 25, with a badly shaped skull and a dull brain, who had just been called to the bar, thanks to the position which his father held. The latter was anxiously dreaming of making him a public prosecutor's assessor, despairing of his ever succeeding in winning any practice for himself. Lucien, on the other hand, was short and sharp-eyed, had a crafty mind, and pleaded with all the coolness of an old practitioner, although he was a year younger than Séverin. The Plassans Gazette spoke of him as a future light of the bar. It was more particularly to him that the abbé gave the minutest instructions as to his scheme. As for young Rasteuil, he simply went fussing about, bursting with importance. In 3 weeks, the Young Men's Club was founded and opened. There was at that time, beneath the church of the Minimes, situated at the end of the Cour Sauvaire, a number of very large rooms and an old monastery refectory, which were no longer put to any use. This was the place that Abbe Faujas had thought of for the club, and the clergy of the parish very willingly allowed him to use the rooms. One morning, when the provisional committee of the Young Men's Club had set workmen going in this cellar-like place, the citizens of Plassans were quite astounded to see what appeared to be a café being fitted up under the church. 5 days afterwards, there was no longer any room for doubt on the point. The place was certainly going to be a café. Divans were being brought thither with marble-top tables, chairs, 2 billiard tables, and even 3 crates of crockery and glass. An entrance was contrived at the end of the building, as far as possible from the doorway of the church, and great crimson curtains, genuine restaurant curtains, were hung behind the glass panes. You descended 5 stone steps, and on opening the door found yourself in a large hall, to the right of which there was a smaller one and a reading room, while in a square room at the far end were placed the 2 billiard tables. They were exactly beneath the high altar. "Well, my poor boys," said Guillaume Porquier one day to Monsieur Mauret's 2 sons, whom he had met on the cour, "so they are going to make you serve at Mass between your games at Bézique." However, Ambroise and Alphonse besought him not to speak to them in public, as their father had threatened to send them to sea if they continued to associate with him. When the first astonishment was over, the Young Men's Club proved a great success. Monseigneur Rousselot accepted the honorary presidency, and even visited it in person one evening, attended by his secretary, Abbe Faujas. Each of them drank a glass of currant syrup in the smaller room, and the glass which his lordship used was preserved with great respect upon a sideboard. The bishop's visit is still talked of with much emotion at Plassans, and it brought about the adherence of all the fashionable young men of the town. It was soon considered very bad style not to belong to the young men's club. Guillaume Poquier, however, used to prowl about the entrance, sniggering like a young wolf who dreams of making his way into a sheepfold. Notwithstanding all the fear they had of their father, Monsieur Maffrey's sons quite worshipped this shameless young man, who regaled them with stories of Paris, and entertained them at secret little parties in the suburbs. They'd got into the habit of meeting him regularly every Saturday evening at 9 o'clock near a certain seat on the Mall. They slipped away from the club and sat gossiping till 11, concealed beneath the dark shade of the plane trees. On these occasions, Guillaume always twitted them about the evenings they spent underneath the church of the Minimes. "It's very kind of you," he would say, "to let yourselves be led by the nose. The Virgin gives you glasses of sugar and water, as though he were administering the communion to you, doesn't he?" "Nothing of the sort. You're quite mistaken, I assure you," Ambroise exclaimed. "You might fancy you were in the Café du Cours, or the Café de France, or the Café des Voyageurs. We drink beer, or punch, or Madeira, whatever we like, whatever is drunk in other places." Guillaume continued jeering, however. "Well, I shouldn't like to go drinking their dirty stuff," he said. "I should be afraid that they'd mixed some drug with it to make me go to confession. I suppose you amuse yourselves by playing at hot cockles and puss in the corner?" The young Maffreys gaily laughed at his pleasantries, but they took care to undeceive him. They told him that even cards were allowed, and that there was no flavor of a church about the place at all. The club was extremely pleasant. There were very comfortable couches and mirrors all over. "Well," said Guillaume, "you'll never make me believe that you can't hear the organ when there's an evening service at the church. It would make me swallow my coffee the wrong way, only to know that there was a baptism, or a marriage, or a funeral going on over my cup." "Well, there's something in that," Alphonse allowed. "Only the other day, while I was playing at billiards with Séverin in the daytime, we could distinctly hear a funeral going on. It was the funeral of the butcher's little girl, the butcher at the corner of the Rue de la Banque. That fellow Séverin is a big jackass. He tried to frighten me by telling me that the whole funeral would fall through on our heads." "Ah, well, it must be a very place, that club of yours," cried Guillaume. "I wouldn't set foot in it for all the money in the world. I'd as soon go and drink my coffee in a sacristy." The truth of the matter was that Guillaume felt very much vexed that he did not belong to the young men's club. His father had forbidden him to offer himself for election, fearing that he would be rejected. At last, however, the young man grew so annoyed about the matter that he sent in an application to be allowed to join the club, without mentioning what he had done to his people. The question was a very serious one. The committee which elected the members then comprised the young Maffrey among its number, and Lucien Deslangre was its president, and Séverin Rastoy its secretary. These young men felt terribly embarrassed. While they did not dare to grant Guillaume's application, they were unwilling to do anything to hurt the feelings of Dr. Poquier, so worthy and irreproachable a person, one, too, who was so completely trusted by all the fashionable ladies. At last, Ambroise and Alphonse begged Guillaume not to press his application, giving him to understand that he had no chance of being admitted. "You are a couple of pitiful poltroons," he replied to them. "Do you suppose that I care a fig about joining your brotherhood? I was only amusing myself. I wanted to see if you would have the courage to vote against me. I shall have a good laugh when those hypocrites bang the door in my face. As for you, my good little boys, you can go and amuse yourselves where you like. I shall never speak to you again." The young Maffray, in great consternation, then besought Lucien Deslangre to try to arrange matters in such a way as would prevent any unpleasantness. Lucien submitted the difficulty to his usual adviser, Abbe Faujas, for whom he had conceived a genuine disciple's admiration. The Abbe came to the young men's club every afternoon from 5 o'clock till 6. He walked through the big room with a pleasant smile, nodding and sometimes stopping for a few minutes at one of the tables to chat with some of the young men. However, he never accepted anything to drink, not even a glass of water. Afterwards he passed into the reading room, and taking a seat at the long table covered with a green cloth, he attentively pored over the newspapers which the club received, the legitimist organs of Paris and the neighboring departments. Occasionally he made a rapid note in a little pocket-book. Then he went quietly away, again smiling at the members who were present and shaking hands with them. On some occasions, however, he remained for a longer time to watch a game at chess, or chat merrily about all kinds of matters. The young men, who were extremely fond of him, used to say that when he talked no one would take him for a priest. When the mayor's son told him of the embarrassment which Guillaume's application had caused the committee, Abbe Faujas promised to arrange the affair, and next morning he went to see Dr. Porquier, to whom he related everything. The doctor was aghast. His son, he cried, was determined to kill him with distress by dishonoring his gray hairs. What could be done now? Even if the application were withdrawn, the shame and disgrace would be none the less. The priest then advised him to send Guillaume away for 2 or 3 months to an estate which he possessed a few leagues from Plassans, and undertook to charge himself with the further conduct of the affair. As soon as Guillaume had left the town, the committee postponed the consideration of his application, saying that there was no occasion for haste in the matter, as the applicant was absent, and that a decision could be taken later on. Dr. Porquier heard of his solution from Lucien Deslangre one afternoon, when he was in the garden of the sub-prefecture. He immediately hastened to the terrace. It was the hour when Abbe Faujas read his breviary. Dr. Porquier caught sight of him under the Moret's arbor. "Ah, Monsieur le Curé," he cried, "how can I thank you? I should like very much to shake hands with you." "The wall is rather high," said the priest, looking at it with a smile. But Dr. Porquier was an effusive individual who did not allow himself to be discouraged by obstacles. "Wait a moment," he cried. "If you will allow me, Monsieur le Curé, I will come round." Then he disappeared. The Abbé, still smiling, slowly bent his steps towards the little door which opened into the Impasse des Chevillots. The doctor was already gently knocking at it. "Ah, this door is nailed up," said the priest. "One of the nails is broken, though. If I had any sort of a tool, there would be no difficulty in getting the other one out." He glanced round him and caught sight of a spade. Then, after he'd drawn back the bolts with a slight effort, he opened the door and stepped out into the alley, where Dr. Porquier overwhelmed him with thanks and compliments. As they walked along, talking, Monsieur Maffray, who happened at the time to be in Monsieur Rastoy's garden, opened the little door that was hidden away behind the presiding judge's waterfall. The gentlemen were much amused to find themselves all three in this deserted little lane. They remained there for a few moments, and as they took leave of the Abbé, the magistrate and the doctor poked their heads inside the Moret's garden, looking about them with curiosity. Mouret, however, who was putting stakes to his tomatoes, raised his head and caught sight of them. He was fairly lost in astonishment. "Hullo! So they've made their way in here," he muttered. "The Curé now only has to bring in both gangs." This ends chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The Conquest of Plassans by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 13. Serge was now 19 years of age. He occupied a small room on the second floor, opposite the priest's, and there led an almost cloistered life, spending much time in reading. "I shall have to throw those old books of yours into the fire," Mouret said to him angrily. "You'll end by making yourself ill and having to take to your bed." The young man was indeed of such a nervous temperament that the slightest imprudence made him poorly, as though he were a young girl, and thus he was frequently confined to his room for 2 or 3 days together. At these times Rose inundated him with herb tea, and whenever Mouret went upstairs to shake him up a little, as he called it, the cook, if she happened to be there, would turn her master out of the room, crying out at him, "Leave the poor dear alone. Can't you see that you're killing him with your rough ways? It isn't after you that he takes. He's the very image of his mother, and you'll never be able to understand either the one or the other of them." Serge smiled. After he had left college, his father, seeing him so delicate, had hesitated to send him to Paris to read for the bar there. He would not hear, however, of a provincial faculty. Paris, he felt sure, was necessary for a young man who wanted to climb to a high position. He tried indeed to instill ambitious ideas into the lad, telling him that many with much weaker wits than his own, his cousins, the Rougon, for instance, had attained to great distinction. Every time that the young man seemed to grow more robust, his father settled that he should leave home early the following month. But his trunk was never packed, for Serge was always catching a fresh cold, and then his departure would be again postponed. On each of these occasions Marthe contented herself with saying, in her gentle, indifferent way, "He isn't 20 yet. It's really not prudent to send so young a man to Paris, and besides, he isn't wasting his time here. You even think that he studies too much." Serge used to accompany his mother to Mass. He was very piously minded, very gentle and grave. Dr. Pourquier had recommended him to take a good deal of exercise, and he'd become enthusiastically fond of botany, going off on long rambles to collect specimens, which he spent his afternoons in drying, mounting, classifying, and naming. It was about this time that he struck up a great friendship with Abbe Faujas. The abbé himself had botanized in earlier days, and he gave Serge much practical advice for which the young man was very grateful. They also lent each other books, and one day they went off together to try to discover a certain plant which the priest said he thought would be found in the neighborhood. When Serge was ill, his neighbor came to see him every morning and sat and talked for a long while at his bedside. At other times, when the young man was well, it was he who went and knocked at Abbe Faujas' door as soon as he heard him stirring in his room. They were only separated by a narrow landing, and they ended by almost living together. In spite of Marthe's unruffled tranquillity and Rose's angry glances, Mouret still often indulged in bursts of anger. "What can the young scamp be after up there?" he would growl. "Whole days pass without my catching more than a glimpse of him. He never seems to stir from the abbé. They're always talking together in some corner or other. He shall be off to Paris at once. He's as strong as a Turk. All those ailments of his are mere shams, excuses to get himself petted and coddled. You needn't both of you look at me in that way. I don't mean to let the priest make a hypocrite of the boy." Then he began to keep a watch over his son, and when he thought that he was in Faujas' room, he called for him angrily. "I would rather he went to the bad," he cried one day in a fit of rage.
"Oh, sir," said Rose, "it is abominable to say such things." "Well, indeed I would, and I'll put him in the way myself one of these days if you irritate me much more with these parsons of yours."
Serge naturally joined the young men's club, though he went there but little, preferring the solitude of his own room. If it had not been for Abbe Faujas, whom he sometimes met there, he would probably never have set foot in the place. The Abbe taught him to play chess in the reading room. Mouret, on learning that the lad met the priest at the café, swore that he would pack him off by the train on the following Monday. His luggage was indeed got ready, and quite seriously this time, but Serge, who'd gone out to spend the last day in the open country, returned home drenched to the skin by a sudden downpour of rain. He was obliged to go to bed, shivering with fever. For 3 weeks he hung between life and death, and then his convalescence lasted for 2 long months. At the beginning of it he was so weak that he lay with his head on the pillow and his arms stretched over the sheets, as motionless as if he were simply a wax figure.
"It's your fault, sir," cried the cook to Mouret. "You'll have it on your conscience if the boy dies."
While his son continued in danger, Mouret wandered silently about the house, plunged in gloomy melancholy, his eyes red with crying. He seldom went upstairs, but paced up and down the passage to intercept the doctor as he went away. When he was told that Serge was at length out of danger, he glided quietly into the lad's room and offered his help. But Rose turned him away. They had no occasion for him, she said, and the boy was not yet strong enough to bear his roughness. He had much better go and attend to his business instead of getting in the way there. Mouret then remained in complete loneliness downstairs, more melancholy and unoccupied than ever. He felt no inclination for anything, said he. As he went along the passage, he often heard on the second floor the voice of Abbe Faujas, who spent whole afternoons by Serge's bedside, now that he was growing better. "How is he today, Monsieur l'Abbé?" Mouret asked the priest timidly, as he met the latter going down into the garden. "Oh, fairly well, but it will be a long convalescence, and very great care will be required." The priest tranquilly read his breviary, while the father, with a pair of shears in his hand, followed him up and down the garden walks, trying to renew the conversation and to get more detailed information about his boy. As his son's convalescence progressed, he remarked that the priest scarcely ever left Serge's room. He'd gone upstairs several times in the women's absence, and he had always found the abbé at the young man's bedside, talking softly to him and rendering him all kinds of little services, sweetening his drink, straightening his bedclothes, or getting him anything he happened to want. There was a hushed murmur throughout the house, a solemn calm which gave quite a conventual character to the second floor. Mouret seemed to smell incense and could almost fancy sometimes, as he heard a muttering of voices, that they were saying mass upstairs. "What can they be doing?" he wondered. "The youngster's out of danger now. They can't be giving him extreme unction." Serge himself caused him much disquiet. He looked like a girl as he lay in bed in his white nightdress. His eyes seemed to have grown larger. There was a soft, ecstatic smile upon his lips, which still played there even amidst his keenest pangs of suffering. Mouret no longer ventured to say anything about Paris. His dear sick boy seemed too girlish and tender for such a journey. One afternoon he went upstairs, carefully hushing the sound of his steps. The door was ajar, and he saw Serge sitting in an easy-chair in the sunshine. The young fellow was weeping, with his eyes turned upward, and his mother stood sobbing in front of him. They both turned as they heard the door open, but they did not wipe away their tears. As soon as Mouret entered the room, the invalid said to him in his feeble voice, I have a favor to ask you, Father. Mother says that you will be angry and will refuse me permission, though it would fill me with joy. I want to enter the seminary." He clasped his hands together with a sort of feverish devotion. "You? You!" exclaimed Mouret. He looked at Marthe, who turned away her head. Then, saying nothing further, he walked to the window, returned, and sat down mechanically by the bedside, as though overwhelmed by the blow. "Father," resumed Serge after a long silence, "in my nearness to death I have seen God, and I have sworn to be His. I assure you that all my happiness is centered in that. Believe me that it is so, and do not cause me grief." Mouret, looking very mournful, with his eyes lowered, still kept silence. At last, with an expression of utter hopelessness, he murmured, "If I had the least particle of courage, I should wrap a couple of shirts in a handkerchief and go away." Then he rose from his seat, went to the window and drummed on the panes with his finger. And when Serge again began to implore him, he said very quietly, "Very well, my boy. Be a priest." Immediately afterwards, he left the room. The next day, without the least warning to anyone, he set off for Marseille, where he spent a week with his son Octave. But he came back looking careworn and aged. Octave had afforded him very little consolation. He'd found the young man leading a fast life, overwhelmed with debts and in all sorts of scrapes. However, Mouret did not say a word about these matters. He began to lead a perfectly sedentary existence, and no longer made any of those good strokes of business, those fortunate purchases of standing crops, in which he'd formerly taken such pride. Rose noticed that he maintained almost unbroken silence, and that he even avoided saluting Abbe Faujas. "Do you know that you're not very polite?" she boldly said to him one day. "His Reverence the Curé has just gone past, and you turned your back upon him. If you behave in this way because of the boy, you're under a great mistake. The curé was quite against his going to the seminary, and I often heard him talking to him against it. This house is getting a very cheerful place indeed now. You never speak a word, even to Madame, and when you have your meals, anyone would think that it was a funeral that was going on. For my part, sir, I'm beginning to feel like I've had quite enough of it." Mouret went out of the room, but the cook followed him into the garden. "Haven't you every reason to be happy now that your son is on his feet again? He ate a cutlet yesterday, the darling, and with such a good appetite, too. But you care nothing about that, do you? What you want is to make a pagan of him, like yourself. Ah, you stand in great need of someone to pray for you, but God Almighty wishes to save us all. If I were you, I should weep with joy to think that that poor little dear was going to pray for me. But you're made of stone, sir. And how sweet he'll look, too, the darling, in his cassock." Mouret thereupon went up to the first floor and shut himself up in a room which he called his study, a big bare room furnished only with a table and a couple of chairs. This room became his refuge whenever the cook worried him. When he grew weary of staying there, he went down again into the garden, upon which he expended greater care than ever. Marthe no longer seemed to be conscious of her husband's displeasure. Sometimes he kept silent for a week, but she was in no way disquieted or distressed by it. Every day she withdrew more and more from her surroundings, and she even began to fancy, now that the house seemed so quiet and peaceable, and she had ceased to hear Mouret scolding, that he had grown more reasonable and had discovered for himself, as she had done, some little nook of happiness. This thought tranquilized her, and induced her to plunge more deeply into her dreamy life. When her husband looked at her with his blurred eyes, scarcely recognizing in her the wife of other days, she only smiled at him and did not notice the tears which were welling beneath his eyelids. On the day when Serge, now completely restored to health, entered the seminary, Mouret remained at home alone with Désirée. He now frequently looked after her, for this big, innocent girl, who was nearly 16, might have fallen into the basin of the fountain or have set the house on fire with matches, just like a child of 6. When Marthe returned home, she found the doors open and the rooms empty. The house seemed quite deserted. She went on to the terrace, and there, at the end of one of the walks, she saw her husband playing with his daughter. He was sitting on the gravel, and with a little wooden scoop was gravely filling a cart, which Désirée was pulling along with a piece of string.
Gee up, cried the girl.
Wait a little, said her father patiently. It's not full yet. As you are the horse, you must wait till the cart is full. Then she stamped her feet like an impatient horse, and at last, not being able to stand still any longer, she set off with a loud burst of laughter. The cart fell over and lost its load. When she had dragged it round the garden, she came back to her father, crying, "Fill it again! Fill it again!" Mouret loaded it again with a little scoop. For a moment Marthe remained upon the terrace watching them, full of uneasy emotion. The open doors, the sight of the man playing with the child, the empty, deserted house, all touched her with sadness, though she was not clearly conscious of the feelings at work in her. She went upstairs to take off her things. On hearing Rose, who also had just returned, exclaim from the terrace steps, "Good gracious, how silly the master is!" His friends, the retired traders with whom he took a turn or two every day on the promenade in the Cours Sauveur, declared that he was a little touched. During the last few months his hair had grizzled. He'd begun to get shaky on his legs and was no longer the biting jeerer feared by the whole town. For a little time it was thought that he'd been venturing upon some risky speculations and had been overcome by a heavy loss of money. Madame Palloc, as she leaned over the window rail of her dining room, which overlooked the Rue Balland, said every time she saw him that he was certainly going to the bad, and if, a few moments later, she happened to catch sight of Abbe Faujas passing along the street, she took a delight in exclaiming, more especially if she had visitors with her, "Just look at his reverence the curé! Isn't he growing sleek? If he eats out of the same dish as Mouret, he can leave him nothing but the bones." Then she laughed, as did those who heard her. Abbe Faujas was indeed becoming quite an imposing object. He now always wore black gloves and a shimmering cassock. A peculiar smile played about his face, a sort of ironical twist of his lips, when Madame de Condamine complimented him upon his appearance. The ladies liked to see him nicely and comfortably dressed, though the priest himself would probably have preferred fighting his way with bare arms and clenched fists, and never a thought about what he wore. Whenever he appeared to grow neglectful of his appearance, the slightest hint of reproach from old Madame Rougon suffered to cure him, and he hurried off to buy silk stockings and a new hat and girdle. He was frequently requiring new clothes, for his big frame seemed to wear out his garments very quickly. Since the foundation of the House of the Virgin, all the women had been on his side and defended him against the malicious stories which were still occasionally repeated, though no one was able to get at their origin. Now and then they found him a little blunt, but this roughness of his by no means offended them, least of all in the confessional, where they rather liked to feel his iron hand pressing down their necks.
"He gave me such a scolding yesterday, my dear," said Madame de Condamine to Marthe one day. "I believe he would have struck me if there had not been the partition between us. He's not always very easy to get on with." She laughed gently and seemed to enjoy the recollection of this scene with her spiritual director. Madame de Condamine had observed Marthe turn pale whenever she made her certain confidences as to Abbe Faujas' manner of hearing confessions, and divining her jealousy, she took a mischievous delight in tormenting her, with which object she gave her many further private details. When Abbe Faujas had founded the Young Men's Club, he there became quite sociable and gay. In fact, he seemed to have undergone a transformation. Thanks to his willpower, he molded his stern nature like wax. He allowed the part which he'd taken in the founding of the club to be made public, and he became the friend of all the young men in the town, keeping a strict watch over his manners, for he well knew that young men just fresh from college had not the same taste for roughness of speech and demeanor as the women had. He one day narrowly escaped losing his temper with young Rastoy, whose ears he threatened to pull, over a disagreement about the club management. But with surprising command over himself, he put out his hand to him almost immediately afterwards, humbling himself and winning over to his side all who were present by his gracious apologies to that big fool Sévérin, as the other was called. However, although the Abbé had conquered the women and the young men, he still remained on a footing of mere formal politeness with the fathers and husbands. The grave gentlemen continued to distrust him, as they saw that he still refrained from identifying himself with any political party. At the sub-prefecture, Monsieur Peter de Sarlet discussed him with much animation, while Monsieur Deslangres, without definitely defending him, said with a sharp smile that they ought to wait before judging him. At the Rastoys, he'd become a source of much tribulation to the presiding judge, whom Sévérin and his mother never ceased wearying with their constant eulogies of the priest. "Well, well, let him have every good quality under the sun," cried the unhappy man. "I won't dispute one of them. Only leave me at peace. I asked him to dinner, but he wouldn't come. I can't go and drag him here by force." "No, but my dear," said Madame Rastoy, "when you meet him, you scarcely bow to him. It's that, I dare say, that has made him rather cold." "Of course it is," interposed Sévérin. "He sees very well that you're not as polite to him as you ought to be." Monsieur Rastoy shrugged his shoulders. When Monsieur de Bourdeaux was there, the pair of them accused Abbe Faujas of leanings towards the sub-prefecture, though Madame Rastoy directed their attention to the fact that he never dined there, and had never even set foot in the house. "Oh, don't imagine that I accuse him of being a Bonapartist," said the president. "I only remarked that he had leanings that way. That was all. He has had communications with Monsieur Deslangres." "Well, and so have you," cried Sévérin. "You have had communications with the mayor. They are absolutely necessary under certain circumstances. Tell the truth and say you detest Abbe Faujas. It would be much more straightforward." For whole days at a time the Rastoys sulked with one another. Abbe Faujas came to see them very rarely now, excusing himself upon the ground that he was kept at home by his gout. But twice, when he'd been forced to express an opinion on the curé of Saint-Saturnin's, he had said a few words in his praise. Abbe Sourin and Abbe Borette, as well as Monsieur Maffray, held the same views as the mistress of the house concerning the curé, and the opposition to him came only from Monsieur Rastoy, backed up by Monsieur de Bourdeaux, both of whom gravely declared that they could not compromise their political positions by receiving a man who concealed his views. Sévérin, however, now began to knock at the door in the Impasse de Chevillotte whenever he wanted to say anything to the priest, and gradually the little lane became a sort of neutral ground. Dr. Pourquier, who had been the first to avail himself of it,
Young Delangle and the magistrate all came thither to talk to Abbe Faujas. Sometimes the little doors of both the gardens, as well as the cart entrance to the sub-prefecture, were kept open for a whole afternoon, while the abbe leant against the wall, smiling and shaking hands with those members of the two groups who wished to have a word with him. Monsieur Pequeur de Saulet, however, carefully refrained from leaving the garden of the sub-prefecture, and Monsieur Rastoy and Monsieur de Bordeaux, equally persistent, remained seated beneath the trees in front of the former's waterfall. It was very seldom that the priest's little court invaded the Mourets' arbor. Now and then a head just peeped inside, took a hasty glance around, and then quickly disappeared. Abbe Faujas now seemed to trouble about nothing. At the most he glanced with an expression of disquietude at Bertranche's windows, through which Olymp's eyes were constantly glistening. Bertranche kept themselves in ambush there behind the red curtains, full of an envious desire to come down, like the abbe, and eat the fruit, and talk to the fashionable folks. They tapped on the shutters, leant out of the window for a moment, and then withdrew, infuriated by the authoritative glances of the priest. Soon afterwards, however, they would return with stealthy steps, press their pale faces to one of the panes, and keep watch over his every movement, quite tortured to see him enjoying that paradise which was forbidden to them. "It's really abominable," Olympe exclaimed one day to her husband. "He'd lock us up in a cupboard if he could, so as to deprive us of every atom of enjoyment. We'll go down if you like, and we'll see what he says." Trousse had just returned from his office. He put on a clean collar and dusted his boots, anxious to make himself as neat as possible. Olympe put on a light dress, and then they both boldly came downstairs into the garden, walking slowly alongside the tall box plants, and stopping in front of the flower beds. At that moment Abbe Faujas happened to have his back turned towards them. He was standing at the little door that opened into the lane, talking to Monsieur Maffray. When he heard the Trouche steps grating upon the gravel, they were close behind him under the arbor. He turned round and stopped short in the middle of a sentence, quite astounded at seeing them there. Monsieur Maffray, who did not know them, was looking at them with curiosity. "A beautiful day, isn't it, gentlemen?" said Olympe, who had turned pale beneath her brother's gaze. The abbe abruptly dragged the justice of the peace into the lane, where he quickly got rid of him. "He's furious," murmured Olympe. "Well, so much the worse. We'd better stay where we are now. If we go back upstairs, he'll think we're afraid of him. I've had quite enough of this kind of thing, and you'll see what I will say to him." She made Trouche seat himself on one of the chairs which Rose had brought out a short time previously, and when the abbe returned he found them tranquilly settled there. He fastened the bolts of a little door, glanced quickly around to assure himself that the trees screened them from observation, and then came up close to Bertranche, saying in a muffled voice, "You forget our agreement. You undertook to remain in your own rooms." "It was too hot up there," Olympe replied. "We're not committing any crime by coming down here to get a little fresh air." The priest was on the point of exploding, but his sister, still quite pale from the effort she'd made in resisting him, added in a peculiar tone, "Don't make a noise now. There are some people over there, and you might do yourself harm." Then both the Trouche laughed slightly. The abbe fixed his eyes upon them with a terrible expression, but without speaking. "Sit down," said Olympe. "You want an explanation, don't you? Well, you shall have one. We are tired of imprisoning ourselves. You're living here in clover. The house seems to belong to you, and so does the garden. So much the better indeed. We're delighted to see how well things appear to be going with you. But you mustn't treat us as dirt beneath your feet. You've never thought of bringing me up a single bunch of grapes,
You've given us the most wretched of the rooms. You hide us away and are ashamed of us. You shut us up as though we had the plague. You must understand that it can't go on any longer." "I am not the master here," replied Abbe Faujas. "You must address yourselves to Monsieur Mouret if you want to strip his garden." Petrus exchanged a fresh smile. "We don't want to pry into your affairs," Olympe continued. "We know what we know, and that is sufficient for us. But all this proves what a bad heart you have. Do you think that if we were in your position, we shouldn't invite you to come and take your share in the good things that were going?" "What is it that you want me to do?" demanded the abbé. "Do you suppose I am rolling in wealth? You know what sort of a room I occupy myself. It is more scantily furnished than your own. The house isn't mine, and I can't give it you." Olympe shrugged her shoulders. She silenced her husband, who was beginning to speak, and then calmly continued. "Everyone has his own ideas of life. If you had millions, you wouldn't buy a strip of carpet for your bedside. You'd spend them all in some foolish scheme or other. We, on the other hand, like to be comfortable. Dare you say that if you had a fancy for the handsomest furniture in the house, and for the linen and food and anything else it contains, you couldn't have them this very evening? Well, in such circumstances a good brother would think of his relations, and wouldn't leave them in wretchedness and squalor as you leave us." Abbe Faujas looked keenly at the Petrushes. They were both swaying backwards and forwards on their chairs. "You are a pair of ungrateful people," he said, after a moment's silence. "I've already done a great deal for you. You have me to thank for the food that you eat now. I still have letters of yours, Olympe, letters in which you beseech me to rescue you from your misery by bringing you over to Plassans. Now that you are here and your livelihood is assured, you break out into fresh demands." "Stuff!" Trouche impudently interrupted. "You sent for us here because you wanted us. I've learned to my cost not to believe in anyone's fine talk. I've allowed my wife to speak, but women can never come to the point. In 2 words, my good friend, you're making a mistake in keeping us cooped up like dogs who are only brought out in the hour of danger. We're getting weary of it, and we shall perhaps end by doing something foolish. Confound it all, give us a little liberty. Since the house isn't yours, and you despise all luxury, what harm can it do you if we make ourselves comfortable? We shan't eat the walls." "Of course," exclaimed Olympe, "it's only natural that we should rebel against being constantly locked up. We will take care to do nothing to prejudice you. You know that my husband only requires the least sign from you. Go your own way, and you may depend upon us, but let us go ours. Is that understood, eh?" Abbe Faujas had bent his head. He remained silent for a moment, and then raising his eyes and avoiding a direct reply, he said, "Listen to what I say. If ever you do anything to hamper me, I swear to you that I will send you away to starve in a garret on the straw." Then he went back into the house, leaving them under the arbor. From that time Petrus went down into the garden almost every day, but they conducted themselves with considerable discretion, and refrained from going there at the times when the priest was talking with the guests from the neighboring gardens. The following week Olympe complained so much of the room she was occupying that Marthe kindly offered her Serge's, which was now at liberty. Petrus then kept both rooms. They slept in the young man's old bedchamber, from which not a single article of furniture had been removed, and turned the other apartment into a sort of drawing-room, for which Rose found them some old velvet-covered furniture in the lumber-room. Olympe, in great delight, ordered a rose-colored dressing-gown from the best maker in Plassans.
Mouret, who had forgotten that Marthe had asked his permission to let Petruche have Serge's room, was quite surprised to find them there one evening. He'd gone up to look for a knife which he thought his son must have left in one of the drawers, and as he entered the room he saw Petruche trimming with this very knife a switch which he had just cut from one of the pear trees in the garden. Thereupon he apologized and went downstairs. This ends chapter 13.